Many of the first games of the third round ended in a draw. At this point, all the contenders are extremely strong and don't give an inch. One of the winners of the afternoon was world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, who defeated his teammate Arjan Tari with white, putting himself in a great position to go through to the next round. The three S's, Svein, Svidler and Salim, also notched up a win, along with Italian Grandmaster Daniele Vocaturo, who surprisingly took down elite player Danil Dubov with the black pieces. Once again, the young Indian Pragnananda displayed excellent endgame technique, defeating David Navarra in a rook endgame. In the women's section, Goryachkina showcased her skills with the white pieces and didn't give her opponent a chance. Among others, Maria Musichuk also scored the win, while her sister Anna miraculously saved a completely lost ending against Ushenina. Luck was on her side today. The second game of the round will be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. In the case of a 1-1 tie, players will tie-break on Monday. Greetings from Baku. The second game of the third round is about to begin. Players are already approaching the hall and sitting down. And today is a very important day. Whoever wins today will qualify for the fourth round. Let's talk to Nino Batsiasvili from Georgia, see how she's feeling before the game. Nino, how are you doing?
Hello, I am good.
You won your game yesterday, so this is the second game. How are you going to approach it?
Yes, I won my game yesterday with black and I will try my best today also.
Good luck, and I wish you the best.
Thank you.
So Nino's already prepared for her game, and the rest of the players will come soon. Greetings from Baku.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the exciting day of the second game of round 3 here in Baku, Azerbaijan. Welcome to the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup, and I'm Irene Sukandar.
And Mateusz Bartel.
Yes, and we will hosting the live commentary today. And yesterday we've seen so many upsets both in the open and women's sections, and we expect lots of comebacks from 10 losses yesterday and 7 losses in the women's section. So, wow, it's a lot of numbers. And out of 48 matches that we are going to see today, Mateusz, how many of them do you think will go for the tiebreak?
Oh, many.
Many, yeah?
Statistics says that it's about 50% of tiebreaks at this stage. So I expect around 20 tiebreaks tomorrow.
20 tiebreaks out of 48.
That would be a rough estimation. But in general, I am always looking to those games where player has to win with black, because it's extremely challenging when you come for the round and you has to win keeping the black pieces, because it's obvious that your opponent can do everything in their preparation to find some drawish lines, some repetitions, some theoretically known ways to avoid the game, because it is possible in chess, and it is this part of World Cup which always makes me interesting. And also I am watching what the white players does in this case, because sometimes they feel, okay, I should just defend like that and not to play a game, and it backfires quite often. So it's psychologically very interesting from the moment which openings they choose and later how they continue playing. We have 4 games like that in open section, in I guess 3 in the women's section. And of course I am hoping my compatriot Radek Wojtaszek, who lost a dramatic game yesterday, can strike
back. Make a comeback, yes.
Yeah, but there are more games like that, and it will be interesting from the start. I think most of the viewers is supporting Danil Dubov with his entertaining style. He lost with white yesterday. Today, I am pretty sure we will see some fireworks from him in the opening, and it should be pretty nice to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I totally agree with you. Today will not be less interesting than the previous days, and soon we will see on the screen the tournament table of the open section. On the first board, we see the old Norwegian clash between Magnus Carlsen versus Tari Aryan, and yesterday Magnus won with the white pieces, and today he will take on black. And the top boards also see lots of draws. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Nepomniachtchi Ian, Anish Giri, Wesley So, Temur Rajabov and Gukesh, they drew their games yesterday. And then in the lower board, the Singaporean hope, Tin Ching Ya, unfortunately lost to a very interesting battle against Vane Rasmus. Maxim Vahir-Lagrave drew against the Uzbek prodigy Javokir Zindarov. And a very good and entertaining game by Leonard Dominguez yesterday won against Gusenov Gadir. And soon we will see the tournament table in the women's section. Our reigning women's world champion Ju Wen-jun drew a quiet, peaceful game yesterday against Ulvia Vatalieva, and Alexandra Gorchkina shows her master play against Divya Desmuk, and Hampi Koneru drew against Olga Badelka, although that game I remember that we were discussing about it and Hampi was better.
Yeah.
Yep. And Nurgil Salimova, a Bulgarian player, won against Marian Gomez. And one upset in the women's section yesterday was Medina Warda Aulia from Indonesia beating Alina Bivol. Yes, and we can see on the camera players are arriving roughly about 2 minutes before the start of the games, and still quite empty on the stage right now, but I'm sure people are going to be on time.
The pressure is bigger when there is zero tolerance rule that you lose as a game if you are not in the playing hall when the game starts. Here it is not introduced,
Yes.
but there is a
15-minute default time.
money punishment
Oh,
if
money
you are
punishment,
late.
that's right. Yeah.
But that's less stressful. Yeah.
Yes,
You are
exactly.
late and okay, you pay some fine, but it's not the end of the tournament, for example. Yeah. There was just one case, someone was late and unfortunately he forfeited a game. It was
Safari Eltaj, yeah.
who came too late because of local traffics.
Yes.
But it doesn't really happen. I mean, those are actually pretty serious people. Yeah, they
Yes.
want to play their game,
Yeah.
not to have any issues before.
Yes, and we see also in the camera on the far end, there are lots of fans cheering for their favorite players. And by statistic, Temur Rajabov is topping the list actually because, well, he's the local hero and he's also a very strong player. And we see my friend Ray Robson just entering the playing hall.
Talking about local players, if I am not mistaken, there are still 5 Azeris in open section. And your friend Ray Robson plays with
Also
one of them.
Yes.
Yeah,
the
Abdullah
current world junior.
Gaddim Bailey. And to be honest, I was extremely impressed by the performance of Azeri player yesterday. I checked the game later, and he was extremely well prepared. The game lasted more than 30 moves, but it seemed to me that almost everything was well known for the local player. He played very interesting line. He was extremely well prepared, and believe me, it's very difficult to play with Ray Robson, who is well known from the great preparation.
Right.
So huge respect for what Abdullah did yesterday. And well, today he has white. He is, I think, the lowest, almost the lowest
Almost the
rated,
lowest, yeah.
or maybe the lowest. He is 2483, if I'm not mistaken. So Ivan Shitko is slightly.
Yeah, he could be it. He I think he's the only one that is 2400 in this open section.
Exactly. So, but in those days, ratings are not always the best factor, and Abdullah confirms that he is a very strong player, and it's no surprise he is here. He is proving it with every single game.
Yes, and we have a liftoff. We've seen on the camera they already played their first moves, and there are many comebacks actually, like from yesterday's game as well. That a few players were losing, but they fought back, and some of them got a half a point, and some of them won. We see the case with Radek Vostazek versus Ivan Shitko, and also we see the case of Anna Ushenina versus Anna Muzichuk. Yeah, so maybe today it will be also the same case. There will be many losing games. Oh, also in the far end of the camera, we see Yilmaz Mustafa versus Fabiano Caruana, who also uncharacteristically by Fabiano, to miss such a winning tactic.
I'm wondering actually how he will be playing today, because it was a huge mistake, and of course he will keep it somewhere in his mind that okay, yesterday I just gave a gift to my opponent because the game actually I've heard someone talk to Yilmaz, and he told, yeah, I knew I am lost, I was about to resign, I was just waiting for the execution, and then the gift all of a sudden from Fabiano Caruana. But if I am not mistaken, Fabiano, I always knew him as a player who is very well dealing with maybe not the draws when he was winning, but even with losses. When he was losing games, the very next day he was playing like nothing happened, which is extremely important in chess.
Very important indeed.
You shouldn't be emotionally in such moments because you lost. Okay, the game continues, so you should be ready for that.
Yeah, it's typical of a great player. Yeah, you should also maintain your mentality strength, not only, of course, your chess technique, but also your mentality, and keep up with the daily routine. And
but it's extremely tough.
Extremely tough, I agree. It's easier said than done, right?
Exactly.
And we have a Caro-Kann on the board. Our world number one chose Caro-Kann to play for his second game against Ariane Tari.
Ariane went for g4, which is one of those very direct attempts in Caro-Kann. These days, probably the most popular move is h4 actually, which wasn't so popular several years ago. The intention is to grab the space. Black usually responds with h5, later white trade bishops, and there are some discussions if we can g5 square is important or not. But g4 is totally different game. I once tried it with white and I lost with Daniel Friedman. It leads to some crazy complications in many lines, and it's no surprise Ariane went for it because he has to win. If the game is normal, regular, I would bet all my money that Magnus would get no problem. But if it's chaotic, everyone can make some blunder in chaotic games. So I think it's a very right choice by Ariane Tari, because the theory is something like, if I remember, this, later maybe some e6 moves, maybe even immediately or after h4, h6, e6, some crazy stuff which is far from obvious, and it can be very entertaining if it goes to this stage. But anyway, I don't expect Magnus to lose.
Yeah, well, it's still a bit too early to say, but Mateusz, the dinner invitation by Magnus Carlsen was filled last night, and also I saw them having lunch together this afternoon, just before the game. So it shows a really good friendship between them two. They could separate their social life and their professional life, and maybe, I don't know, I think they shouldn't be discussing what openings to play, right?
But you know, I think every chess player has chess players' friends, and it happens that you have to play with your friend, sometimes very close one. But yeah, it's challenging, but well, it happens, and you just switch into the playing mode. You forget who is on the other side of the board, and you just keep on playing. But it's tough. David Navarra once told that he has issues playing with his friends. And once I consider to be one of his friends, and I think maybe it helped me to beat him in an important game.
I see. Yeah. Obviously, I think it is also helpful to know the characteristic of your future opponent, the so-called your chess friend, because it always shows in their game, right? Sometimes. But okay, in this one, Maybe Carsten will choose a little bit solid line instead of the chaotic one because, well, simply speaking, that he just needs to have a draw to proceed to the next round without any tiebreak.
I am wondering how big is Magnus' knowledge in this line, because he is known from playing different lines,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't be surprised if he sees g4 in his black game for the first time. I mean, in a tournament live game, not online chess. In online chess, maybe he played it somewhere, but I wouldn't be totally surprised if it's the first time he faced it. And then, well, if, for example, he is unfamiliar or he didn't repeat, and there is a choice to go for some crazy stuff or to come back, and I know that bishop d7 is already giving white an upper hand because, I mean, you cannot develop normal, you have to play e6, c5 this, but it's slightly worse for black. So when he is thinking now, I mean, we can maybe expect some emotions, which I didn't expect before the round here.
True, true. And while we are waiting for Magnus decides which line that he's going to play, maybe we can move on to the next board.
Hikaru, let's say.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's the game with Benjamin Gladura, and Benjamin has not so wide repertoire. I played him quite number of times, and e5 is his most often choice. And Rui Lopez is what he usually does. Hikaru didn't want to allow some knight e4 lines, maybe, I don't know. No, he allowed actually, so he doesn't want to go into
The open Rui Lopez. Marshall, that's right.
Because open Rui Lopez might be here, yes, but here he doesn't want to go to Marshall. And bishop d2 is the line which is also quite topical. I mean, it looks pretty funny for... I played it many times, like in different move orders. Even in Baku, I tried this versus Gabriel Sargsyan 2015 in dramatic tiebreak. All those ideas with bishop d2, not to allow knight a5 because knight, of course, wants to grab the bishop on b3, and it looks a bit slow, a bit weird because there are more active moves, but it's just prophylaxis. And now there is a move like bishop g4 to make a pin, but Benjamin decided this, h3, and now he has to decide how to develop the bishop, because you don't have this normal plan knight a5, c5. You can try knight b8, which is typical also in all those Rui Lopez. But typical, I mean, the most topical moves are bishop b7, which is slightly suspicious, and I think bishop e6, which is very typical. So we will see what he chooses, but I think this structure will give Hikaru some options to create some mess, and in a complex battle, I am pretty sure he will be a clear favorite.
Yeah. That looks like, okay, for now it's still too early to say which one is better, yeah, and most of the players in the playing hall right now, they are still choosing their line, may or may not according to their preparation, because of course their opponents would also prepare against their wish, right? So let's take a look on the next board. I think it's going to be interesting, as you said, to see how Fabiano will play on this game, because he missed a very big opportunity yesterday to win the game.
Personally, I bet for a draw here and a tiebreak tomorrow, but of course it's no granted, but it's very hard to do something with versus Mustafa with black, so I think he will be just solid, and if actually, Fabiano might be in trouble if he over pushes somewhere, because Mustafa is just a strong player, so you cannot risk too much. And while I don't know the theory here, I slightly prefer white all the time. You have more space, and it's always slightly better, but judging by the clock, of course, Fabiano is totally familiar with all those ideas, and if Fabiano is quick and he went for it without thinking, probably some further simplifications should happen very soon, and it should be rather a calm day in the office. But maybe I am totally wrong and it will be crazy game.
This position looks okay again, very equalish at the moment, and I agree. I don't think Fabiano will take on some crazy lines because they are not desperate to win this one because they could play the tiebreak tomorrow. So yeah, we will see what these players have on their sleeves because I'm sure everyone wants to win, but it's going to be very hard for any of them.
Although it's a match strategy, yeah. Some people wants to by all means avoid tiebreaks, some wants to go into tiebreaks without any fears, and if you have some strategy, you sometimes make other choices than you would do in normal tournament. So it's also interesting because you can really force your opponent to do some strange things because of this tournament format, just by provoking him or making it too dry. I mean, there are many different attitudes because of the fact that it's a match. But in general, I have a feeling, I don't know if you agree, that chess players, when they have a hope for something, they want to keep the hope as long as possible. So sometimes we, let's say there are 5 prizes in the tournament. So quite often we don't go for the first prize, but it's better to make a draw and keep the chance still
to be in the top 5.
Yeah. So in a chaos, sometimes it's also like that. I am better, but if I make a draw tomorrow with a tiebreak, let's go for this tiebreak because otherwise I can lose and I am out. I mean, it depends. Some people are never afraid, but some are afraid to take a risk, yes? And those situations when it's on the verge of winning, losing or something, well, it's really interesting, especially when you ask players later why he didn't go for it. Because we for example, see +1, +2, +3, and they make a draw suddenly, yeah? But the guy says, okay, but there is a 4th line, everything is hanging, and I didn't see this detail, yeah? So it can be very tricky because the extra pressure is always there if you can be, because today's the day you can finish your tournament, yeah?
Right. Well, we see now Rook C2 is on the board. It looks rather quiet. What is your take on it? I mean, I understand
it is typical because quite often you put your rook here. I don't know what is the next move, but I mean this rook sometimes it can be even attacked with a bishop, and I wouldn't be surprised actually if. Well, my knowledge is too limited to say what are details of this structure, but maybe Fabiano hopes that because of the huge number of pieces which are still on the board, maybe it's an option to overtake it in the long run. Yes, because you can go for many openings like we yesterday seen the game of Zhu Wenjun, who went to the end game, which is like drawish for 90% of cases. Yes? And here, of course, it's equal position, and if Yilmaz would play very calmly, probably it would be very calm, but with so many pieces, with unbalanced structure, because we see it's not symmetrical structure, there can be many issues. Sorry, Ifrit didn't happen, of course, but it's actually a move you can do. Of course, the Rook C2 can prepare maybe even Queen C1 and some pressure on C file. There is a question if Black wants to play some A5, A4. There is another question if you should go C5. Probably not, because then your hanging pawns can be very weak if you go there. There is C6 square. Many questions, and there is no easy answer, but with this amount of time, Fabiano is well prepared, and we will rather see him controlling the game in the next moves.
Yep.
But what it will give, it's unclear. I will come back to the Magnus game if you don't mind, because there are some developments. We will just go back.
Sure.
And that's what I kind of maybe not predicted, but I thought that it's one of the lines, yes, that after G4, Magnus went for that what is the main line. So this, allowing E6. The E6 has this idea that after that, it's very hard to develop the bishop, yes, because it's blocked. You won the pawn, but you have long-term problems with developing pieces. So Magnus decided not to take. And after this, we already have a very untypical position. It looks like some Fischer random chess or something like that. Yeah, because everything is very strange. White didn't develop any single piece yet. Black developed 2 pieces, but bishop is on f7, which is after 3 moves out of 7. So pretty much, and it's a very original position. And I think it's as I said, a very right choice by Irene. But if Magnus knows what to do, the position is of course totally fine for black.
Yeah, I think it's also in Magnus's favor to bring his opponent into the woods, because, as you said, this is quite like a Fischer random position that is very untypical for the Caro-Kann opening. And I think we will be expecting a very interesting battle on this first board.
Yeah, totally. Though, if Magnus played it pretty quick, because he didn't spend like ages, he was more or less familiar with how to put the pieces, and maybe Irene expected a bit more from this opening surprise. I'm not sure, but it might have gone much worse for Magnus if he would be unfamiliar with the typical solutions in this position.
Right.
Jan, nie pomniasz ci?
Let's do it. Yes.
The former challenger is having white versus another local player, Rauf Mamedov. Rauf is a player who has very narrow repertoire. He's usually always repeating those lines. I remember that because I played it twice with him with white. I actually won both games, so good for me.
Good for you.
Yeah, but he, of course, has enormous knowledge in those positions, and I didn't win the games because of the openings. Later, once I was even lucky. But it was easy for Jan to prepare. Yeah? He checked the games. He might have decided, okay, I go for this. And what he got, it's actually... that's actually what I did with Rauf, I think, but I didn't take. I think I played knight c3 or something like that. Anyway, this structure is interesting, and a very typical move a4 to grab the space, because if black puts like this, it's very hard to do something, and Jan was very quick to play a5. Now you cannot block the queen side, so white should be always having some hopes on the side, and I really enjoy white's position. This pawn seems like a weakness, and it won't be easy to solve the problem. So I think Jan has promising position after just 10 moves. Maybe it's not better, but he clearly knows what he wants in this game.
Yeah, the theory has developed a lot on this line, and e5 is I think one of the current trends against Rossolimo these days. So we will see what Mamedov Rauf has in his repertoire, because, well, the interesting fact about the World Cups and such prestigious event like this is we will see so many opening novelties or some openings nuances from many top players here that me as a player, I can copy it. I just simply can copy it and then play it on my tournaments.
The only disadvantage of those World Cup games is that you check it, but your opponents also
might have checked it as well.
Exactly. So sometimes it's better to check those tournaments which are not the most important, so that you have a bigger chance to surprise your opponent. Right. If there is someone playing nice idea in a local tournament, then why not to copy it if it's a good idea? Yeah.
True.
Because everyone will check what Jan Niepomniachtchi did, but not everyone will check what did X or Y. Yeah. So I mean, it's just a different approach. Yeah. But of course, if you check and your opponent doesn't check what happened on the World Cup, then you have an upper hand usually.
Yep. Well, as a chess player, you have to keep updated yourself about the current opening trends and novelties, of course, whether or not, or they're not necessarily bad or good, but you just have to know about them, right?
Well, nowadays, you mentioned novelties. Nowadays, I think no novelty is a huge surprise. Usually, those novelties are only made in order to get a game. But getting a game doesn't mean you are better. You just have a position which is less known, is not forced, is giving options to go wrong somewhere, and we are all heading into getting playable positions, and so that those novelties are interesting, but they are not usually giving that much, like in the good old days that you played a novelty which wins a game.
That's true. Yes.
It that no longer happens that you win a game because of some strong novelty. I mean, at the top level.
At the top level, yes.
Of those guys. At the same time, I would invite you, because I see some draw alert. It didn't happen yet, but
it's going to happen at any time soon. Yeah,
I think so, because at Nijat Abbasov, Anish Giri, we have position which can simplify pretty quick.
That's right.
And as we said, it can be a match strategy. Because they drew the first game, and if you play White versus Anish Giri, maybe you'll come to the ground without any big hopes. Though it's not that it's a dead draw. I wouldn't say so. Maybe it's because it's also kind of practice many players do. They go for the line, they know it's drawn, but the other player has to prove that he knows, yes?
Yep.
So we see Anish thinking, and it can be like, okay, Anish even knows that it's a draw, but now he thinks, okay, how it was. Should I play that move, or should I play another, if the move order is important or if it's not important? Because as we see, if he... Okay, we can go from the beginning, yes? So it was... Queen's Gambit declined, so very topical choice. DC4. Actually, did I want to play this versus Donchenko? I can't remember. I cannot remember my preparation after 2 days, so it's tough. But yeah, you see normal position, and all of a sudden they change everything, and D5. So the question is, what happens after this? If White wants to trade queens or not, but even this sometimes can be a position when Black has to do 2-3 good moves.
Yep.
Maybe not that much, but okay, if you go here, maybe I keep the bishop here, attacking this pawn. Later I try to go to c7. Maybe some small plus, maybe not, I don't know, but Anish doesn't blitz out his moves, so there is something like it most likely shows zeros if you put it into engine, but zeros differs. Yes, there can be zeros when you give perpetual, then there can be zeros when you have to go to the rook endgame pawn down and you have to defend it. So that's why I think Anish spent some time here, because I mean I am totally sure Black is fine here, but you have to be precise.
And he's taken the pawn on d5. We see it on the camera.
Okay, he had to.
He had to. Yeah, there's no other good move.
Yeah, but maybe he was thinking if he should start this, or maybe he was even thinking about move number 5 in this variation. What should happen later? Because there are even some players who prefers not to make obvious moves immediately, because they believe that they can calculate better than the opponent, and they want to play the unobvious moves quickly, thinking at the moment of obvious moves, which is also quite tricky for the opponent.
Yep. So Anish has taken twice on d5 right now, and Abbasov is thinking...
he's thinking about...
taking it with the queen or the bishop.
Because I am pretty sure both moves are having some venom. And personally, I think even taking with a queen might be more challenging for the black pieces. But as we already said, it's very drawish. Symmetrical pawn structure, quite often you can just simplify it until the total draw. So if other games are not more forced, it can be the first one to finish.
There can be also another draw alert on board number 6.
Yeah, but actually if Wesley so goes for something like that, I wouldn't say it's so easy. I think he has something in mind, and I am not sure, but I've seen. I think I've checked this for white. It's a Petrov. It's a Petrov. Bishop d3, knight c6. It's funny that taking the knight doesn't give anything because d5 and later e4. So it's not that white wins a piece for free. So he went for this. And it looks ridiculously stupid because white gave a pair of bishops and so on. But there are some tricks, yes, because king is here, because you can give, for example, after this, maybe I give a check. If you go here, I make castle. I am threatening mate in one, which some people forgets about. So maybe it is a question of few precise moves for black, but Wesley doesn't usually give up white pieces without any fights, and Jules plays Petrov on regular basis. I also played with him with white and lost, so it is no surprise for Wesley that it is on the board, and he surely has some little idea. And bishop f5 is on the board, I think, and now it's a question if you give a check or if. Did he give a check? I think he gave the check.
He might have given a check.
And for example, if black plays bishop e7, we probably include castle. We trade the bishops, and okay, this is already 1-0. So you already lost a game, and because there is a check. And I think it's a very tricky position. It's a very tricky position. e4 pawn is weak, and there is rather no danger for white, but there is little danger for black. And similarly, like in the Abbasov game, though I think this is more complex, even this Wesley So game, for black, white doesn't risk, which after a draw in the first game, it's a very decent scenario. If black knows what to do, it will be drawn, but if not, he will suffer.
I see. So let's take a look at the next game. Which one do you think is going to be very interesting? Because 10 of the matches that we will see in the open section today, they have to make comebacks.
Yeah, I would personally, I'd like to check what Daniel Dubov is doing, because we told that he will be risking. So let's have a look how opening specialist and former second of Magnus Carlsen can come up with. He decided to play also Queen's Gambit. It was Slav, yes. This, and castle, bishop d3, c5. I think it's what is Dubov's idea, because it is very untypical for that position. Usually you go something completely different here. Because it looks like a waste of time. Yeah, you went c6, now you go c5. But what is the idea behind it? I personally don't know. Probably the idea is just to confuse your opponent and surprise him, because it looks like black should be, white should be totally fine after dc5. But maybe then he has something like, I don't know, take, maybe some queen a5, maybe he wants to, but okay, it's a symmetrical pawn structure. How can you beat the 2600 opponent on demand in such a position? Yeah, I don't know.
But what's the best way anyway to beat the 2600, right?
Yeah, I even don't know. I think I've never had this issue that I have to beat a strong opponent with black on demand. And I don't know what is the best approach, because it's very hard to... you can choose King's Indian, but it's not a very good opening. Yeah, you can choose some gambits, but it's also risky. Yeah?
Yes.
So some players just decide to keep as many pieces on the board as possible and just keep on playing. But what's idea about Daniel's c5? I am not sure. And there are some further developments. But you know what? I think we have a blunder in a transmission, because on the camera it's completely different position than we have here.
Yeah, this doesn't look like their games actually.
Yeah.
Because You see, the game attracted so many spectators, so it should be really interesting actually.
Yeah, there is a pawn on h3. There are some pawns on e4, f4.
And also around the king side of whites, and there are less pawns actually.
Yeah, so we will see. We have some blunder in PGNs probably. It sometimes
maybe
happens.
it mixed that this is not Daniel's game probably. Maybe it's just switched to something else.
No, knight on d3 is. I think it's this one. I think this is the position which is on the board, and it would make quite some sense. Yeah, I think it's that position, and white took. Though I'm not 100% sure.
We will come back to those games after we hear some confirmation about the DGT.
But if it's this one, it is pretty logical, and I am betting it is this one. I don't see anything similar to that what we've seen at the camera, because just a quick evaluation of that. So it's not Korobov Vahab. It is the game of Daniele Vocaturo, and when he drew with black, playing this with when he won with black, playing this with white, it's pretty natural choice, yes. So I am pretty sure it is what Vocaturo played, and Dani wants to complicate. And this is not Anton Korobov's game, because Anton is usually playing d4, and
the king is still in the center.
And he did it. So there is some PGN mistake. So let's go for a ladies section. I think it should be good solution to make it.
Yes, and in the ladies section yesterday, we saw 7 decisive games. And let's take a look at the top boards. Board number 1 between Ju Wenjun versus Fatalieva Ulvia. Now Ju Wenjun is taking white pieces. And we see some English there.
Oh, it seems like some interesting preparation, I think. And that 4 knights is quite popular nowadays, and when I was younger, I thought it's just nothing special, but white has a surprisingly wide choice here. E3, E4, A3, D3, G3, all those moves are being played, and all leads to very playable positions. It was also played by Dingley Ren versus Jan Nepomniachtchi in the match, so it's very topical choice. E3 was also there in the match, bishop b4, this, and BC. If I remember correctly, it was also a choice in the match. Here you can play e4, or you can make a castle. She decided to go e4, this, f4. And it's already very interesting battle, yeah, because you probably has to take. But for example, structure like this, it's something what I am always looking forward to, because
as white, yeah.
Actually, with both colors, but here I would rather personally take white, because it's very interesting. Yes, white structure is very untypical. You have 2 bishops. One is this one is actually pretty stupid at the moment. Yes, because I mean what it can do, but if it at one day goes to g5 or to b2 or a3, it depends what is the development of the game. White can be pretty happy with the pair of bishops, while at the same time black also has some pluses, because the pawn structure is healthy, and if you manage to block this bishop for a long time, then you are just very happy. So both sides has some advantages and disadvantages, and that's why it should be very entertaining. But of course, if Ju Wenjun is white, I am pretty sure she will be seriously pressing in this game.
Yes, but we see also on the second round, Ju Wenjun is not hesitant to take the match into tiebreak. So what do you think about
I was
game?
extremely surprised that she went so easily to the tiebreak with Eva Repkova, if I
Repkova,
remember,
yes.
because Eva Repkova is half-retired player. I thought she actually quit chess, and I was extremely surprised to see her because she was an organizer of European Championship in Slovakia 2 or 3 years ago, which is pretty uncommon that you are both organizer and a grandmaster who is fighting with a world champion.
Yeah, she also used to be the chairwoman for the FIDE Women's Commission.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I agree that she's almost retired.
yeah, but nonetheless she is capable of playing
course,
a very
yes.
strong player. She drew 2 games in a classical part, and tiebreak also didn't go so easy for Ju. So I mean, huge respect for Eva for making it that tough for a world champion. But it's actually something special in ladies tournaments, because I also remember a few years back Dana Rejnice beating Huifan at the Chess Olympiad, and Dana back then was fully retired player and Minister of Finances of Latvia. So maybe being a world champion in ladies chess is very difficult, because everyone wants to beat you, even retired players, yes.
That's true.
Or half-retired players.
Yes. So f4 is currently on the board, and it forces black to make a decision what to do with this. And as we discussed, probably e takes f4, or the en passant takes on the pawn on f4 to f3, would probably be the best choice for black here. But probably black is considering some other alternatives too.
I am wondering, because maybe the main move is not actually f4 but f3, and that's why she's confused. But sometimes it's funny that in those structures, if such a position appears, it's not so great, because this pawn structure is not very good for white. So I am wondering if it was a surprise for Ulvia or not, this move f4, because it seems pretty much like the only move to take on f3. I would be surprised if she would come back, because I mean the pawn here is very weak. You can go g4 after take. I mean it's probably maybe even lost position, because white will build up very, very strong center. So that wouldn't be recommended, but as long as she thinks, you can be afraid that she is considering other options in a pretty obvious position. So yeah, that's a difficult moment for her.
Yes. So while we're waiting for Ulvia to decide what she's going to do on this position, I think we can see the second board of the women's section. It's between Divya Desmuk versus Gorchkina Alexandra, and Divya is in a must-win situation because yesterday she lost the first game.
After the opening, I would say her mission is kind of mission impossible. It must be very, very difficult to make any harm for Alexandra Goryachkina in this type of position, which is not anything but calm positional chess, and we are on the Alexandra's ground. She should be feeling very, very confident. But okay, when your opponent has d5 at the repertoire and those solid openings, it's very hard to make surprise. But maybe Divya should have looked for something else, because I really doubt young, much less experienced player can do anything special in this structure versus such a player as Alexandra. So I think it should be under control of Alexandra throughout all the time of the game.
I see.
I would personally go for something else in such situation, like looking for some. I really prefer what Ariantari did, like some crazy chess, looking for some uncommon positions, then going into well-known structures which are no surprise for Alexandra. And I think, well, that's what I thought, that Divya has very limited chances. But if she proves me wrong that she can beat Alexandra, then of course I will regret saying that.
But well, unfortunately, not all players can be as flexible as the top players. I mean, maybe what Divya wants is to play something like that, but maybe that is not her style. And instead of going different style, something that she's not unfamiliar with and maybe can backfire, so she chose a solid approach like she normally does.
Well, I don't know what kind of player Divya is, so I cannot say what. Oh, what is this game which you see?
I was just randomly scrolling this Nihosarin and Deak.
Okay, because it is the game I've played in this tournament, this line twice, so that's why I was wondered. But what I wanted to say that Divya is. I don't know what player she is, but in general, that what you told is very important. When you are a young player, I believe you should use your chance and play as many different openings as you can imagine. Even if it's not always good for your results for a moment, in a long term it will help. You will benefit from playing different kind of positions, even those you don't really like. Because you learn, you know different positions, you know different structures, and in a crucial moment of World Cup, it can be very useful to know something else, so that you can see, okay, my opponent is not doing very good in those structures. I am maybe not an expert, but I will go. I have some experience. So that's what is very difficult sometimes, because, for example, you are a very good player in Rui Lopez and you score 1 point after another. But it wouldn't be bad to try some Queen's Gambit declined with white just for a try. Yes, maybe you won't win your game in a category under 10, 12 or 14, but when you will be 20, you will thank yourself that you invested in your development by playing new positions. So it's always a question when you should invest in your successes or long-term gains. Yes.
Yeah, that obviously has pluses and minuses as well, because for some players they think that why should I not focus on my current openings? Yes, strengthen my current openings. But also for some players, they might think that, oh, I should widen my repertoire, because I cannot just live by with my current repertoire. I should have a few more. So there's always some pluses and minuses in that sense, and I'm sure each player in this competition, they're very capable in knowing what are their priorities.
Yeah, but what you also mentioned is that world's top players are capable of playing everything at every moment with every opponent. They just are very flexible. It was not the case several years back, but nowadays all the top players are just playing everything, and it's extremely important. Actually, I believe you can't belong to the world's elite if you are not capable of playing everything. It's just limiting your options.
Yeah. I have a good news for you from a game in the open section. It is a must-win situation for Donchenko versus Parham Maksudlu, and there is a rook lift. I remember how you like the rook lift, and
we can go there, of course, no problem.
And it's a very untypical as well, but it's very interesting. It makes the game really interesting right now, because there you go. We will have it soon on the screen. Yeah.
Actually, that's a very interesting match, even more interesting than I expected, because yesterday Alexander was much better with black. He was doing extremely well, but maybe because of tiredness after tiebreak, I don't know, he in a very promising position just lost control, and at some point probably he didn't want to make a draw, because, well, his position was really extremely promising, and later he even lost the game. So now he has to fight back. And yeah, when you told rook lift, but okay, Parham decided to go for a line which is very unpleasant. This is
to fight for win for white, yeah.
Yeah, that's I can't remember. It's Semitarash, I think the name. And rook b1 here, because if you don't play rook b1, I want to take and exchange bishops. So it's
Simplifying the position.
yeah, simplifying the position. So rook b1 is one of those attempts to keep more pieces on the board. But of course, this h4 is probably not the most typical move, because typically you just develop the bishop, you make a castle, and you enjoy your life. But usually it's not anything special for white. But this, I admire this.
You admired this move, yeah?
Yeah. You have to win. You go. I mean, even if objectively not good, but maybe it's a topical move now. I don't know. I didn't follow the theory of this line lately, but I really like it. You just go all in. Why not to rook h3?
And rook h3.
No, but it's really appealing. The only problem is that Maksutlu has 1 hour 30 minutes.
Yes.
So he was maybe familiar with it. Which is, and it means that it's probably a theory all the way here, yeah, rook g8. Because if you play this, maybe it's already very difficult, yeah, this, e5 or something? No, I don't know. No, this bishop e4, this bishop e4.
Stopping.
So some bishop d3 we do play.
Then e5, stopping it.
And for an initiative, we just do nothing, no? Okay, that's probably too much. I don't know. I don't know how sound all those ideas are here. But maybe you just play bishop d3, yes, and you prepare that. Because, for example, after this, yeah, it's probably winning. Yeah,
takes an e5 now.
And now bishop is here. There is no bishop e4, and we are just in time to create those mating threats. But Parham,
he played confidently. Yeah.
Okay. He always plays. So he is a very strong player. But rook g8, and he says he is under control. Though I think white has some prospects still. Parham being in his prep, it's not too great news for Alexander. He probably hoped that the opponent would be surprised, because being surprised by such a lift, it's huge danger. But if you know what to do, then you are not shocked by this attack, and you can parry it out. And actually, maybe it's quite likely that black will win that game, because surely Alexander will go all in.
Yep.
And Parham is very good in calculations. I think he's also very good in complex battles. So it can be that he is better prepared. He has 30 minutes more, and he is all ready to win if there will be a chance. So not an easy task for Alexander.
Yeah, not an easy task indeed. And just a little intermezzo there, Mateusz. Parham here is bringing his wife to Baku. So we actually, if I'm not mistaken, I now have 3 newly married couple in the tournament, and they've been playing very well. We have Hikaru, we have also Parham, and in the women's section, my compatriot Medina Warda, who just got married about 2 weeks ago. So it shows that after getting married, it actually gives you some psychological boost, yeah? Instead of losing 50 rating points, they actually are playing very well so far.
Yeah. There were even grandmasters who decided to change wife every Olympiad, but I don't recommend that. For me, it's a bit too complex.
I don't recommend it either.
But that's interesting news. I didn't know that Parham got married, but if he got, and if it improves his chess, well, he is anyway a player of maybe not top 10, but he is in top 30 for last several years, and very, very strong, interesting player. And it won't be easy for Alexander to harm the opponent, because he is very well prepared. He knows his cup of cake, cup of tea. Anyway, he is confident. He played quickly, and I think Alexander will say goodbye to the tournament here. I don't think he will be able to though I like his position, but if the white clock would be 1:30 and the other 50 minutes, I would say, okay, it's an open game. But in this case, no. Can we check all those games where black has to do something? So I would go for Radek Wojtaszek game.
That's it.
Because he is black, and this is the position. Why Ivan Shitko went for something like this? Okay, but Radek, yeah. Okay, this is... I would be extremely happy after 3 moves being black, because it's just an open game. Yeah,
Yeah, it promises an open game and dynamic chess.
Yeah, that's very surprising choice by Ivan. Okay, maybe he just decided, okay, I
just play chess.
I just play chess. I don't care what was the result of the first game, but you can make this choice playing different openings. And this is just unbalanced position. I think I'm 100% sure that deep in his heart, Radek is like happy because it's a game. I play with a player who is 200 or 150 points lower, and he allowed to have an open game, like everything can happen. It's not like we exchanged everything, we have symmetrical pawn structure, and it's a draw. So very surprising choice by Ivan. He believes in his luck because it is going very well for him. I've seen him yesterday in the lobby. He was like answering calls one after another, very happy. But how couldn't you be? Yeah? You just eliminated the very famous Grandmaster Sam Franklin. You beat Black Radek Wojtaszek, another very strong player. So it is a great day in the office anyway for Ivan. But this opening choice, very questionable. I would never do that. And as I say, Radek is just happy to have this because it's just like reverse Benoni. It's the same structure, and you can harm your opponent in such positions. So as Radek's friend, I am happy to see this position, and I don't understand why Ivan went for this. I think it is the position. What we see in the camera is exactly the same, so no mistake. And Radek may create some problems for Ivan. Another comeback might be in Tin Jin Jiao game, Rasmus Svanev. Okay, this is much worse, much harder to make anything. But we see, this is what Rasmus Svanev did. He won the first game, and he doesn't go d4 here. Yeah, he just goes c3. He says, okay, let's go for this. I will be playing Alapin. I will have everything under control.
But we have to also give our kudos to Tenjinho because his main repertoire is actually e4, e5. But he knew that he is in a must-win situation, so he changes his repertoire for this round and plays Sicilian. Yeah,
that's a very good choice. But the problem is that in a player like Rasmus, very well prepared, he can choose openings to minimize your options. And that's actually what you should do. I mean, you shouldn't play for a draw because that's very psychologically risky, as if you just try to make a suboptimal choice all the time. But you play normally, but you just choose opening when you can control the game, and that's what should be done, I think, in that situation. Because Rasmus is having slight plus here. It's a slightly better position, but it's very hard to imagine that thing will immediately go wrong. You will always have chances to simplify somehow, maybe slightly worse if you make mistakes. But if you play normally, you will be still... I mean, it's a position, if it would be draw in the first game, White would be still trying for win, yes, because it's slightly better, yes, but he has in mind that he had won, so it's even better for him, and it will be very, very tough for young Singaporeans to
fight for a win.
To fight for a win, yeah. White is just slightly better, so very hard.
We have another must-win situation in the game of Jordan van Voores versus Peter Svidler. And it appears to me that it is still in Jordan's preparation because look at the time management there. Peter has been spending a lot of time.
To be honest, I would choose which game it is, but 2 games are signed up as Jordan van Voores, Peter Svidler. Yeah, it's more like, but actually Peter can play both openings.
Yeah, Peter is capable for playing
so
both.
We would prefer to see the position on the camera. I see pawns on c6. You see? On c6 and d5 are the pawns, so this is the correct position.
Is this?
Yeah, I think so. Look at king on g8, rook on f8, pawn on c6, queen on d8. It's exactly this position. So, yeah, we are tricked by
PGM. So there are two games that kind of like switch now.
Yeah.
Dubov and Sanal, and now Jordan and
someone, but
someone
okay,
else.
this is signed with the wrong names maybe. But anyway, we luckily we have cameras. We can control if this is the correct position, and yeah, that's tough for Jordan. That's tough for Jordan. It started with Slav, but Peter is of course well known for playing Grunfeld. But if you do something for all your life, no matter what you do, Grunfeld will appear. So G6 is on the board. Okay, it's not a Grunfeld, but from Grunfeld there are some lines. Very similar structures can appear, because there is a line like this, this. Knight f3 this, and okay, white can play something like this and later play b4, where white responds where black responds with c3 c6 d5. So it would be also, I think, very similar position. So I think that Peter is quite moderately satisfied with this position. It's nothing wrong, and but okay, it's not easy position. White has slight plus on the queen side, a bit more space. It's just a playable position. So Jordan also keep his hopes for equalizing versus a very experienced player.
Yep.
Has anyone any big advantage after the opening?
Oh, that game that we saw, it was between David Navarra versus Pragnananda. The other game that was marked as Jordan versus Mittler.
It was
Pragnananda versus David Navarra versus Pragnananda.
That's interesting. How you discovered that?
Magic.
Okay, so this is not Jordan van Forest Peters FIDE. It's David Navarra versus Pragnananda, and very complex position. David has to win, so it can go either way. It can go either way. But yesterday David blundered heavily. I checked the game later. We only investigated rook endgame, but a few moves back it was just an equal position. David blundered tactics, so it's not easy. It's not easy for him now. Also, Prague is one of those favorites in that tournament from those young generation, yeah, because I wouldn't be surprised to see Prague, Gukesh and other guys making it to the semi-final or something, yeah.
Sure. Yes, and while all the players are still thinking hard right now, I think they're entering the middle game phase and just done with their opening preparation and so on. I think it's our cue for our first break. So don't go anywhere, dear viewers. Stay tuned, because we will be back after our short break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back. Second hour of the game, and things are going to be heating up. And we have two results, rather quick results from So Wesley versus Muzar Jewel. And they drew their game, first and the second game. So tomorrow we will see our first tie break. And also the same result happened with Yu Yangyi versus Etienne Bacro. So far, 1 hour after the game, we have two tie breaks for tomorrow.
You were totally right. I must admit that you predicted that there is a draw alert in Wesley's game. I must say I am totally surprised by that because of two things. First of all, Wesley is quite well known from enormous prep with both colors, and he didn't really try with white. Maybe he thought like maybe the opponent would be surprised, but it looked like he just gave up white color, and he wants to go into tiebreaks, which is surprising as he wasn't doing that great. We remember the match with Emre Can. He wasn't. It was all but easy in this tiebreak. So. Well, it's a questionable decision. Maybe it was his match strategy, to draw and go into tiebreak, but with this experience versus Emre Can, it is, I think, a very risky decision. But as we say, it's what players has to decide. If I want to win in a regular time control, if I want to go into tiebreak, every strategy is good as long as you are winning.
Right. Yes, and we never know what Wesley has in his mind. Maybe he actually prefers to rather play in the tiebreak and saving his energy. And on the screen, we see.
There are also. Just finishing up. Because sometimes we don't know. Some players are just feeling not good. Yeah, you slept bad.
Yeah,
you are ill or something. The tournament is very, very long, and in other sports, usually we know everything about players.
Yes.
It's very hard to hide something. Like there are press conferences all the time. They are saying all the details, injuries, updates, and so on. And here, it's extremely important to sleep well. You slept bad. You don't want to fight. You feel like not in the mood, and sometimes you just would prefer to avoid playing and try the next day. So maybe in the interview, because players are giving interviews every day, maybe Wesley would say something. It would be pretty interesting for me because I didn't expect it would be so easy for Jules to reach the tiebreak versus such a monster as Wesley is.
I agree, totally agree with you. And yeah, because this is such a long tournament. I've been here for more than 9 days, 10 days even, and usually by now the tournament will be over. But here in the World Cup, we're just in the middle of the event. It's no finishing anytime soon. And
exactly, as a commentator, you are just warming up. And
I'm just warming up.
It's not even a marathon. It's like Ironman already you are doing. So
thank you. And as a commentator, I thought it would be much easier, but turns out that I spend more time than the players themselves.
Oh, easily,
right?
You know everything what is happening in the tournament, and those guys, they are just playing one game per day.
Yes.
Or several if you have a long tie break.
Yeah. So health preparation is also very important, especially if you have such a marathon tournament like this. And unfortunately, we saw one of the players last night. He's seeing a doctor, and hopefully all of the participants, they're quite healthy. Okay, they might be tired, but I hope it doesn't affect on their health, because this is very important to play in their optimal fitness, because not only about chess, it's also about endurance.
I have heard that Bent Larsen, a famous Danish player, used to say that for a great player, of course he played mainly in I don't know, 60s, 70s, 80s of last century. So the weight was pretty different. But he used to say that for the chess player, the most important is to have a good stomach, so that you can just go to different locations and survive different food, different things.
Right.
And it sounds like, okay, you have to just move the wooden pieces, but how you can move them if you have some health issues connected to your digestion or whatever, so there are those little factors you are not really aware, but sometimes they are extremely important, because even here in Baku, one of my friends at the Olympiad started the Olympiad with some stomach issues, and then he couldn't play for first 3 days, because I mean it happens, you are changing your location, you go into a completely different area of the world, and for some it's easy, but for some it's challenging. And then if you have those issues quite often, how can you be a world champion if at every tournament you have some issues? So those are those hidden, not chess related factors which can complicate the matters. But maybe we should finally talk about Hikaru.
The game. And before that, we can show on the screen the stats of Hikaru Nakamura. He's thinking hard right now. And Hikaru Nakamura, American Grandmaster, has played 3 times in 2013, 15, and 17. And his best result was in 2015, where he gets knocked out by Pavel Elyanov.
Pavel didn't make it here.
Pavel isn't here,
He's a very strong player, former number 4, but he's one of those guys who didn't make it. Probably the highest rated player almost who wanted to play but who didn't make it was Pentala Harikrishna, who is rated above 2700, but still he was unable to come. Pity. I would like to see him playing, but okay, it's a limited number of places, and not everyone can make it. And the position, what is the position? It's very promising for Hikaru, as he has 40 minutes more on the clock. It's a huge advantage, and the position is very, very complex. All the pieces, all the pawns on the board, so further developments will be very demanding. And he has different plans. He can try to play b4, a4. He can try to play bishop e3, d4. Actually, I would probably play bishop e3 just to see what the opponent does. And there is a question if c5 is a good move or it's not. A very rich position.
So I once played a game that almost reaching 30 moves without any exchanges. Let it be pawns or pieces, and my brain hurt. Too many to calculate.
But sometimes, especially in Rui Lopez, you have quite often a position with no exchanges, and then things can get very deep. It is very good news for Hikaru, because he can come up with many ideas. Did he moved
before, something like some push pawn?
It looks like before. So he played before, and of course now it's another question for Benjamin. If c5 is good, if a5 is good, if bc is good, those moves he has to calculate, and every move is very challenging, because you play a5, you have to now realize, you have to understand what is this structure, if b5 pawn is a weakness or not, if d5 square is a problem, if this bishop is dangerous. So there are like 10 questions you have to answer, and it's just one move. You can play c5, but the questions are actually pretty much the same. I don't feel jealous. I don't want to be on Benjamin's place, because it's great to play Hikaru, of course, but this position, it's really, really tough. You already feel the pressure of the match. You feel the pressure of the Hikaru sitting in front of you, and also 40 minutes less on the clock. Very, very tough.
Yes. Yeah, well, that is the work for Benjamin Gledura to do. And meanwhile, I have also another interesting position coming out from, I don't know, Rolopes or Italian. It looks the verge of both. It's between Ruslan Ponomariov versus Lee Kwang Lim.
That's interesting encounter, definitely. It's Ruslan being white. Yeah, it was anti-Berlin, or how to call it. And bishop g5, it's an early development of the bishop. I played it quite in some number of games because it's tricky, but usually in all those systems it's always questionable if you want to play this move when there is no castle, because then h6 g5 ideas are all the time there, and you have to be aware if it's good or not. Sometimes also when the pawn is not on d6, black can just come back and solve the problem of the spin. Okay, not here, or maybe even here it's a move, if I'm not mistaken, because if you play d6 next move, black is just more or less fine. But Le Quang or Quang Liem Le, because I think he prefers
Lim Le, yeah.
Some other way of pronouncing his name. He decided to go castle anyway, and he went for g5 now. Well, I mean, it's always giving options for both sides, and after the draw in the first game, it's just a fascinating position because it can go either way. Ruslan is actually in a very interesting moment of his career. He's now, if I am not mistaken, 40 years old. But he was a world champion at the very young age. I think he was 18 or 19 when he became a world champion, and he actually claimed at some interview that it was not good for his career, that he became a world champion too early. Because you got what you wanted in your life, and maybe you lost some motivation or something. He didn't, because at that time he was extremely strong, but very quickly his career stopped. Maybe not like but he was a player 2750, 2760, and it's already a few years now when his rating is below 2700.
100 points dropping.
Yeah, it's completely different to some players of his generation, like even Alexander Grischuk, who is the same age, who keeps his very high rating for much longer. And Ruslan somehow, well, he became a world champion. That's a huge achievement, but somehow probably he could get more because, well, it's always a question if you could or you couldn't, but yes, for quite some time now he is 26 something, which is nothing special for his skills and abilities. But well, he also claims he is not any longer a full professional, not as involved into working on chess as he used to be. He even teaches chess somewhere in Spain, because I think he lives there.
He lives in Spain, yes.
So it is so much different that it used to be, but well, we have some players like Magnus who became a world champion, and it was just the beginning of his victories. And we have a player like Ruslan, who won a match versus Ivanchuk at the time, and then his career wasn't that spectacular as it might probably be.
Yeah, well, such a thing always happening in sports. From what you said about the interview of Ruslan Ponomariov, I can totally relate that in tennis, they have Emma Raducanu, who won the U.S. Open, one of the Grand Slams, but then her career after that is not really good. She used to be in the, I think, top 20 or top 10, but now out of top 100. So yeah, it happens. It happens. And we see in the camera the game between Rajabov Temur drawing, I guess, against Jaime Santos Latasa, yeah.
Well, Temur is well known from being very solid in last years. So there is no surprise he went into tiebreaks. Probably he's a favorite in a shorter time control, but Jaime is the player who developed very much in last few years. And it won't be a one-sided match. I am pretty sure about that because I played some games with Jaime and I see that he is a very, very strong player. And before we go into the other games, I would like just to point out that Liam did a very interesting strategical decision because it requires a huge positional understanding. I mean, if it's good, of course, but it looks very interesting to give the bishop and play f6. Like he gave a dark square bishop, he puts all the pawns on dark squares. He says, I don't need this bishop. Without the knight, the pawn, the f5 square is not so dangerous. So we are not afraid of this square. d5 also is not so dangerous. So he claims that he's just very solid, and maybe even he wants to play at some point h4, maybe some rook g8, maybe create some counterplay on the king side. While this bishop, it's not the best piece on the planet. Yes, to make something, you probably has to remove your knight. You has to play f3, bishop f2. It's very interesting strategical battle because both sides has something. Yes, so have something. So I
we'll keep an eye on this game because
exactly.
it is interesting positional battle.
What about? I think you've seen some position, but I would go to Magnus because
wow,
it is.
Look at this position.
It is a very interesting position, and I am. Pretty sure that he can be too happy. It's a position definitely would call it for free results. Anything can happen. Yeah, it's not like we can easily say Magnus will win 100%. I would say that's a decent chance that even such a player like Magnus in such a complex position can get into troubles.
Yeah, this is definitely the ideal scenario for Ariantari to play a 3-result game in such a complex position.
Yeah, because now I mean you see this pawn on e6 is slightly weakened. Taking on e5 is always very questionable because you will have less space. Bishop on h5 is a questionable piece. So well, you can also lose the pawn at some endgames on h4. I don't know how important it is. White can try some development on the queen side. Okay, as Engine says, it's a balanced position. It's still under control, but I would be extremely happy being Aryan to have this position, which gives a game. Which he did
Some
bishop
d3,
d2. He played bishop d2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, bishop d2.
Bishop d2, right.
So he is preparing maybe move b4, maybe a4, like. There is some room for improvement, and well, Magnus is Magnus. Beating him is a challenge, but this is just a very interesting position, and it won't be an easy one for the former world champion.
Right, and meanwhile, we can see soon on the screen the stats of Magnus Carlsen. So, Ariantari just got off the chair. This is indeed a complex position, and there you go. Magnus Carlsen has played 4 times in the World Cup, and the last World Cup that he played was in 2021, where he got eliminated by a very strong Polish grandmaster, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Speaking about Duda, we can actually check his game also after having the stats of Magnus. Let's go to the winner from 2021, and what
a position.
Jan he was disappointed. I talked to him after the game. He got a better position. We didn't see this moment when he was better, but he had a serious plus. But today he went for this, and this is always challenging. It's always risky. I actually played it with black with white at Polish Championship at one occasion. And what did I play, of course? G5, of course. I played
G5.
in this position. Yeah, he played, I think, bishop b2, bishop g7. He captured the pawn. I played e5, and it was tremendous game or something like that. I was at some point winning, but well, he escaped. Unfortunately, it was my probably only chance in my life to beat Jan, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. I am regretting that. Ivan didn't play g5 because it would be a fantastic game. But he played c5, which is also a very good choice. And yeah, the problem is that it looks like white has some game, like you can maybe take, but whenever you take, I mean, let's say if you take here, black just plays e5, later you capture the pawn, and it's always very difficult, especially when you develop the bishop here, to play those structures Benoni-like, because if you want to get into Benoni, you should develop your bishop here. If it's developed here, then it's slightly misplaced. And what Jan achieved in this position, I don't really like, because okay, you got this space, but the problem is that, well, we will tell it on the occasion of the final position, because that's maybe nothing happening what is extremely interesting. But this is also a move. I'm not sure you're closing your bishop, but somehow he decided he will maybe change it. I don't know, but it's changed. But what I wanted to say, that you on the first side you have some prospects, but whenever you play b6 it's a6, when you play a6 it's b6, so very hard to make a plus from this. And while white is unable to produce anything on the queen side, it's a question if black cannot do something on the other side of the board. So I don't think it's a great position for Jan. Probably, judging by what is happening now on the board, he should be happy to make a draw and go into tiebreaks, because I don't know, but maybe, okay, maybe he puts king here, maybe he moves his rooks there, and he's happy with this position, but I don't know, maybe some h5, h4, maybe black is quick, and it won't be easy. Ivan is a very experienced player. Also, he had 2700 on many occasions. So it's tough, and I am pretty sure if Ivan gets his chance, he will use it. So Jan has to be careful, because the first game was drawn and he cannot overpush.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, maybe the king is about to go to the queen side, and then you have another reverse of the king and the rooks, and then bring the rooks back to the king side. I don't know. It will require a lot of tempo to do that, but maybe that's something that Jan Christoph has in mind.
Yeah, but that's also the position you already told that when you had a game without exchanges, it was very demanding. But here we had the exchange just of one bishop up to now.
Yes.
And everything is on the board,
Everything is close.
especially the pawns. So there is a lot to happen. And also, well, I mean, it is so that in such strategical battles, one incorrect decision can lead to long-term problem. So you have to be very, very aware. You have to choose the right plan, because it can go also very wrong in a way that you don't expect. Like you didn't make any. Like I really like to win such games when you finish the game and your opponent asks you, where did I lose the game? Yeah, because there are sometimes the games like that. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. Yeah, that there is just strategical battle, and it's very hard to say which was the crucial mistake. Let's say, and it can be a game like that. That at some point one or another player makes some innocent-looking move, but it's a crucial strategical inaccuracy.
Right.
So how about going into the women's section? We didn't see it for quite a long time.
Yeah, let's do it. But let's take a look at the game of Abasov versus Anishkiri first, because draw alert is coming up. Another draw alert there.
Yeah. So Anish solves all his problems. We've been here. Nijat took with a bishop, not with a queen, and soon it was all exchanged. yeah, that's a symmetrical position. It would probably end earlier, but since they have to make 30 moves and there is no draw offer, they make moves, and soon it should be draw agreed. It's a 26 move, so in 4 moves they will shake hands, and well, that's not so surprising. If I would be about to bet before the round today, what will be the result? I would say it will be a draw. It is very hard to do something versus Anish, and Nijat thought, okay, I will try my luck in a tiebreak, and that's it. And maybe that's the most practical approach. But at the same time, Anish is doing quite well in KO systems, so it won't be easy for Nijat.
So let's jump to the women's section.
Let's jump to the women's section, and if I'm not mistaken, what I wanted to check or to show was the Maria Muziciuk game. She is black versus Vaishali Ramesh Babu.
And Maria won the first game yesterday.
Yeah, so the Prague sister has to win. And there was one surprising thing in this game, because we've seen the Open Rui Lopez. And in this Open Rui Lopez, Vaishali went for a very trendy, fashionable way. She went bishop c2, not bishop e3, not queen e2, not knight d2, which are main moves. She went bishop c2, and after bishop g4, which is one of the topical answers, she went queen e1, the move which was not so popular some time ago, but lately I've seen some people were playing it. And the point is that actually bishop f3 is maybe not so strong, because this position, where white has 2 bishops, is very promising. You can say, okay, but the pawn structure is really compromised, but it's not so bad. It's not so bad, especially that pawn moves to f4. And later you have to be careful about some f5. I am a huge fan of such structures with white. I do it voluntarily, not even taking 2 bishops. And here Vaishali got 2 bishops. And what is even more appealing is that Maria already spent quite some time up to this moment. So she didn't make her homework. And she didn't also equalize. This is slightly better position for white, and very, very demanding. Black has to play very precisely, because this is about to collapse. If white would be able to push f6,
That's a very committal move to make.
Very. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a losing mistake, because there are all those moves like taking, like f5, because something like this, I mean, it can be some decisive victory, because you don't have this square. Okay, I see the engine says rook d1. I wouldn't really calculate it, but if you win this d5 pawn, it's 1-1-0, yes, because the bishop will. I mean, maybe b4 is the next move actually. b4, bishop b3, and you just win the pawn. Probably it's just crashing. But other moves are also very, very interesting, because this e-file is opening anyway. And what you do with your king, you will never make a long castle, and short castle with this bishop is also very tricky. So I think it's a huge chance for Vaishali to equalize. 20 minutes up on the clock, a very promising position. And Maria, if it goes wrong, she will regret she didn't prepare so deeply, because this is how it goes. You play Rui Lopez, open Rui Lopez, you have to know everything.
Yeah. Totally, yeah. By the way, Maria and I, we were at the breakfast restaurant this morning.
She was eating breakfast and chatting with you instead of preparing. Oh my God.
That's not the main thing.
That's your fault.
That's my fault. We were waiting for our eggs to be cooked and so on, so we had a little chat there, and then
And you told her prepare open Rui Lopez, and she didn't. Oh my gosh.
yeah. So, well, what about let's switch to her sister. What about Anna Muzijuk? How they are doing with Anna Ushanina?
Yeah, two only Annas in the tournament. Yesterday, Anna made a narrow escape. She was totally lost, but finally she managed to survive. And now it came from Petrov, but it is not very. Actually, I thought it came from Berlin, anti-Berlin, but no. It was Rui Lopez, the line which was mainly tried by Jan Krzysztof Duda, if I'm not mistaken. He always put this bishop on f5 and is very happy about that. And this is very, very calm attitude, I think. Okay, h4. Okay, no, I am wrong, because it was tried in round 2 by Nikita Vityugo versus Daniel Friedman, I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, if viewers wants to check, they can do it. I think it was the game of
I can quickly check it for you.
Vityugo Friedman, and if I remember correctly, it was knight c7 there. So it's not so calm choice. Maybe actually she did what we talked about. She checked the games which happened in the tournament. Who did something against Petrov? Yeah, exactly. That's the same position. I remembered correctly. Yeah, so she repeated that, but here Anna Ushchanina decided not to repeat Daniel Friedman's
knight
move.
c7. Knight c7 was the move in the game of Vityugo versus Daniel Friedman, and Ushchanina went with rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8, knight g3, maybe not the best move, knight f5. Okay, but that's not your point with white to go to exchange this knight. Yeah, because now it seems black is happy. I thought that the point is always to go knight g5 or something, and after taking play h5 and hoping to create some play on h-file somehow. Or at least have this pawn which doesn't allow to move the kingside pawns easily. So it seems to me that Anna Muzijuk was prepared until this moment. She got surprised by rook e8 and she decided to exchange this knight, but probably with smaller number of pieces on the board, it's just not so easy. Like, okay, but still you have to prove it. It's not like immediate draw for black. You still have to play precisely.
And there is also another draw happened on board 18. It's Vidit Santos Gujarati versus Mateusz Blubom.
So Vidit will have
another tiebreak.
Did he play? Yeah, he played tiebreak with Master Vasilis.
Master Vasilis. So we have 4 tiebreaks already. Already, and I told I believe in 20 tiebreaks at least. Yes, out of 48 matches.
Okay, easily.
Easily, yeah, easily. It could actually surpass 20. What do you think?
Yeah, it's quite possible. It's quite possible because I mean also mentally when you drew the first game, quite often people are just happy about the tiebreak. Somehow it feels not so bad to have tiebreak because later you even say to yourself, okay, I got eliminated in tiebreak. It wasn't that bad, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
So sometimes you just want to make it into tiebreak. It's like because tiebreaks are always kind of lottery, yeah, and people like lotteries.
That's the reason it exists now.
Yeah, you can always say, okay, I lost because of the system or something, not because of I was worse. Yeah, it was just random. So it makes some sense to go to. You feel better about that. That's why quite often after first draw it's a quick draw with another color because people are just like why to take the risk in classical game.
True. Yes.
So I will have a look just for a moment for Claudia Coulon's game. And because yesterday we didn't see it, they are both. I mean, Claudia beat Nana Zagniza in a previous round. It was a huge sensation. While Alina Roberts, I think she beat a weaker player.
Mona Khaled from Egypt.
Because she would be playing Aleksandra Malcevska, who didn't make it here. And that's why Alina got it a bit easier, probably. Because Mona is rated around 2000, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Around
so
2000,
it was completely different. But yesterday it was dramatic game. Claudia was doing fine, and she blundered heavily in a position which was probably better for her. But today she has every chance to equalize. Another tiebreak is in the air because, look, I mean, this king is almost mated. I mean, it's just
H5 and rook H1.
And Claudia is. I mean, there are optimistic players, but Claudia is not optimistic. She's ultra optimistic. I mean, if you would ask her, okay, it's 1-0. Like, she would play Carlsen, okay, it's 1-0. I am mating. I mean, no matter who is sitting. I've never met anyone so optimistic as Claudia. She's just like, and when she's seeking, just all in. Just go for it. So it seems like she has every chance to equalize. But look at this opening choice. She went with black for King's Indian, one having just to make a draw. Very interesting choice, but I would never do that. And Claudia, maybe she surprised the opponent to go into main lines because she wasn't. She used to be e4 player, but when she started to play c4, I mean, it was not always about main lines. And here she is very well prepared, probably. She already did it. She appointed some second for Polish championship, who always helped her in preparation, and she surprised many people by very, very good prep, which is surprising because before she was playing like, I will mate everybody and that's just it. But now she is also well prepared and
taking the opening preparation more seriously.
And it's very helpful. What
the move? Rook H2. This is interesting. What does it do?
I don't know, but it's deeper than deep. Why not this move? Because it looks like she touched the rook randomly and she had to move it, like mouse slip. I don't understand what's.
She's preparing for e5. Yeah.
It's just a trap. You want to win a piece. Okay,
no,
but
I understand.
okay, and after this you are also winning this or not. Okay, so that was just a very, very nasty trick, because she wants to play e5 and attack the bishop and the knight,
And that's why Irene played Queen c8, protecting the bishop on e7.
But now it looks like a double idea, So first she prepared an attack, and now she believes that she will double the rooks on h5. So very long term plan, because now she's doing what she planned, and in the long run maybe it will be useful to have this rook on h2. Very good chances for Claudia Coulon to equalize, and she's extremely good at rapid time control, blitz time control. So in a tiebreak, the young Dutch player, very talented one, maybe not a huge favorite despite being higher rated, because I believe in a time with a shorter time control, Claudia's chances should be
increasing.
That's my bet.
Yes, let's quickly take a look at my compatriot.
It
is a very interesting position for both players, I guess. And Alina Bivol is in a must-win situation because she lost the first game yesterday.
And your compatriot Medina is playing with white. She decided to play e4. So d6 was the choice to go into less known lines. It's a fielder defense. And it is very interesting choice by Alina Bivol, but it didn't really shock Medina, as she is.
This is still very solid position for white. Just
I
by
like
all
how
the
she
rules.
plays. She just develops pieces. She just doesn't do anything stupid. Why she should? Yes, just developing
Mhm.
and collecting. Very easy attitude. Yeah, she will make it. And what a move! Is she winning now?
She's winning, yes. There should be some tactics. I don't know. I'm so itchy to play something like bishop takes h7 or some sort of like any tactics there.
But why is it winning actually? This. Yeah, okay, we give
And
check.
queen h5,
And what do we just
queen
take?
g5. Oh, just take, is it?
Yeah, but how do we win
Rook
this?
lift. Rook f3 maybe.
You can give a check because there is no this because rook is.
But you can go king f8 if you give a check
wait
first.
a second. This and this. Okay.
You have to calculate really.
But you want rook f3, yes? But rook f3.
Rook f3 looks natural. In
Yeah,
such a
it looks
position.
natural, but for a reason, queen f6, yes, and after this, and there is no check.
Wow.
The queen is protecting all the moves,
So-
all the squares. So it's very important to give this check. So king goes here, and now there is no queen f6, yes. But now, I mean, if it's connected with knight b5, it's far from obvious, yes. It's very nice though, because now your queen has to go somewhere. Maybe after this, even c3 is good or some or f5.
Wow, that's nasty. This f5. Yeah.
But you know, I am not so good at calculation. But if I would see this position and I would see queen g5 move, I
You
would
would go for
maybe
it,
go
yeah.
for intuitively. Yeah, like maybe even f5 immediately with f6 idea. Yeah, because all the pieces are far from the king. Yes, so if you put the pawn on f6 or even f5 just to stop the coordination, like rook e1 for next. It feels like something should happen. Yeah. Now you have a lot of time. Even such plan can be sound. Yes, because you have a lot of time, and there is no way to save the king. So maybe it's one of those positions you don't necessarily have to calculate very precisely just to go for an intuition. The challenging thing for Medina is that she has to draw. I mean, has to. It's enough for her to make a draw.
Yeah.
So it's a psychological question.
I
Should she
see.
go all in because she's giving a piece, or she would rather go, I don't know, bishop d3, not to make anything responsible, but then queen f6, and black is like quite happy. I mean, it's a normal position, yes.
Well, technically speaking, things are looking good for Medina so far. It is going to be another history for Indonesian chess because she's already in the top 32 at the World Cup right now, and if she goes to top 16, it's even another bigger history. So, well, I must personally say that I'm of course rooting for my compatriot, but this is a game that we have to keep an eye for. Because
No, but it's fun. It's very interesting because when she played this move, because it was very interesting move, she must have expected that this is the idea. Yeah, why else you would go this move? Yes, in the position when you have a lot of moves, you can play queen e1, queen g3, or something. Well, you can even capture. Yes, I mean, and it's a decent position. So I think we will see fireworks here. She will go for it, and we will see if she will find the attack, and if she will be able to prove that white is doing extremely well.
So bishop e4, she's definitely looking for the sacrifice on h7. So fireworks indeed. And we will come back to this game. But first, let's take a look at our world number one, Magnus Carlsen, how he's doing with Irene.
Okay, just a second. This is Magnus. So Magnus decided after quite a reasonable thought to go knight f5, and now Ariane is thinking. And it's a very, very tough moment for both, because after this move, which is of course the first move you are checking, g takes f5 is one option, and probably a good one, because computer says you can even go here, but no, you cannot go here. Yeah, okay, so you have to take with a pawn. You have to go with a pawn, and I don't know what is this position. So probably you shouldn't take. Probably that's why probably it was better to play bishop e3 here, and after knight f5 to have bishop f2 not to take any responsible decisions. Although I'm not sure, it's such a complex position that you have to go pretty deep to understand what is happening, because this position you have to understand very, very deeply what will be the development in the next 10 moves or something, who is playing for what. It can turn out that in the end game this pawn will be just very strong. It can turn out that this bishop now is very strong because there is no light square bishop in white's camp. So no wonder that they both spent a reasonable amount of time, and Aryan decided not to take the knight. He played knight a4. What a very interesting move.
Very original.
Because the pawn is hanging,
Yes.
so it's a pawn sacrifice. I don't know if you
the
can take.
G6 also hanging.
Yeah, but what is happening now? I didn't see though that the pawn is hanging. Thank you for because you can take this, but then I can, I don't know, castle probably, and
Yeah, you
e5, and I would. But okay, I gave an exchange, but I like to give an exchanges, so.
Even this position is fine for black.
Yeah, but
despite
this
being
is
a change down.
yeah, this is probably king is very weak. So, but okay, it will be very, very sharp now. Whatever Magnus does, it will spice up, because c4 is coming, bishop b4 is coming, and there is so many options that it's well, it's just a game for free results, as we already told, and I really admire how Aryan was able to go into such interesting position in a must-win situation versus Magnus. Maybe he won't win, but he is fighting.
Yeah, he is totally fighting, and this is such an interesting position to have, both as the players and as commentators too. And let's quickly take a look at how is Hikaru doing against Benjamin Gladura, because the last time we saw it was quite still a complex position in the roll-up-is opening.
And this is Hikaru, this is his position, and not so much has changed, but there is less and less time on Hungarian player clock, which is of course very good news for Hikaru. As a person who plays Ruy Lopez with both colors, I really like white's position, because it's really inviting. I don't know if you should play c5 as suggested by computer, because even this looks very good, like take, and just all ideas with queen f3 and trying to mate. I mean, this you can even play some knight f5, like everything is starting to be hanging. Yes, okay, you take the pawn, maybe I ignore you, I just play bishop b3 and thank you, I am just about to mate, and we see 1, 2, 3 pieces next to the opponent
And
king,
4.
and bishop,
The
yeah,
bishop on
and the
b3,
bishop,
yes.
yeah. Maybe it's even the crucial piece.
Yes,
So it's, to be honest, I am pretty sure that the game won't make it until move 30. That Hikaru now will calculate as he can, as he is able. We know every player who follows his streams knows that he is capable of calculating like a machine. And this is the position which offers a lot of opportunities. So now it's just a dilemma which moves is better, because he can play c5, he can take cb, maybe even some other moves, maybe queen f3 immediately also without taking any decisions. But as quick as knight lands on f5, it's already like
A dream position for white.
yeah, exactly. And usually you are somehow prepared. If this bishop is here, you can play some g6, h6 sometimes, or something. Sometimes you have this bishop on g7. It's completely different story with pawn on g6. But here, I just land on f5, and it's very, very difficult. Actually, Benjamin, it feels that Benjamin just misplayed it, and he's in a huge danger.
So you're expecting that this game will, or this match will not go into a tiebreak tomorrow?
No, it won't. Definitely, it won't. I mean, there are players who are very good at attack, and of course, Hikaru is one of them. And the position offers huge opportunities to create a deadly attack. So it seems that Benjamin will unfortunately for him lose.
There is some interesting opening preparation in the game of Gading Bailey Abdullah versus Ray Robson.
Yeah, I see that Ray is doing well. You will be able to walk with him more.
Which, by the way, we did our daily walk last night, but also we played some ping pong too with Nihal and also with Arjun and Pragnananda. So far he's been beating all of us.
So maybe your group will all make it farther, yeah?
I hope so too. So I will have some friends doing sports after the commentary.
A4 is the move I also played twice here versus both Hesham from Egypt and Donchenko in a classical games. And here it's all the same as it happened in my games, but my opponents decided to play d4 move, which is a decent choice too, but bishop g4 is probably also decent. It was seen, for example, it has been seen in a game Aronian Giri, where Aronian managed to win this year in some top event. And
the WR Masters, yeah?
Yeah,
in
probably.
Düsseldorf.
Probably, yeah. And there it was h3, bishop h5, bishop e2, very calm move, but with the idea of d4 and later knight e5 to trade the bishops. So that was like the point of Levon's play. But c3 is another move. The point is that you want to play d4. And because you cannot play d4 as I just take, I capture, and black is doing okay. So I play c3 in order to play d4. Black plays d4 in order not to give it. And if I remember correctly, there is totally nothing here for white. There were some games with b4 idea, but Abdullah decided to go for g4, which is already kind of risky, yeah? Take, and Ray decided to go castle. Very interesting move. He doesn't take the pawn, but I mean, it's pretty natural, yeah? I mean, this pawn does not matter really much, and it feels so wrong for white.
This g4 is very committal and probably unnecessary to play, yeah?
Yeah. I'm wondering what went wrong for Abdullah, because look, I mean, now he has 24 minutes. He didn't develop his pieces, and just for one pawn, it looks like dream position for Ray, and his choice should be quite okay. Like, I don't know, maybe even queen f6 should be good. Threatening to take. Later rook is coming, trading the rooks. It feels totally wrong. I think that Ray, who just won the tournament in Prague.
In Prague Masters, yeah. It's a very strong tournament.
He crossed 2700.
Once again,
yeah. He can make it. Actually, I am always looking at some players like Ray, and I am thinking that it's a bit strange that some players from other countries can change the federation, because Ray is actually a victim of this, yes? Because now American team is extremely strong,
yes.
Having players like Lenia Dominguez or Levon Aronian and Wesley So earlier, and they all played for other countries before, while
and Fabiano as well.
Yeah, and Fabiano as well. While such a strong player as Ray, who is 2700,
and Shankland too.
Yeah, but Shankland actually made it. He was playing the last Olympiad,
yeah.
But also because of the fact that Hikaru didn't play. But such a strong players as Ray Robson, Jeffrey Seong, or other players like Sam Sevian, also another strong American player, they can't make it. They are just not nominated because their ratings are lower. And I always feel like, okay, but they are just so great players, and they don't represent their country, because we can change federations in chess. I always have mixed feelings about this, yeah, and I feel sorry for Ray. I hope he will improve his rating and show he's the best guy, and he will play for at Olympiads and other events, because he's just a very strong player. And but well, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and yeah, we cannot change the fact that such things are legal. Yeah. To
Yeah.
do.
I mean, it's always been like that, but yeah, as usually, someone is happy about that, and someone, in this case for Ray, it's not very, very good. But let's hope he will make another steps in his career, because he's an extremely strong player.
Yeah, let's hope so too. And meanwhile, if you can see it on my screen right now, I have the game between David Navara versus Pragnananda, which looking very interesting at the moment.
Let's go there. David has always been a player who plays chess on some impossible level for me. He's the same age as I am. We played the first game in 1995 at European Under-10 Championship. I lost. Later we played on different occasions, but the most in my memory, I remember the most the game from some junior competition in 2002, where after the game we went on analyzing, and David was showing some lines all the time standing, because he's quite emotional, so quite often he's standing when showing something, and he was showing the lines so quickly. I didn't know where I am, because I mean, we played the same game, but
Right.
I've seen like 2% of the lines he's seen. We drew the game, though, but I was just totally shocked how many different lines the guy can calculate, and that was no surprise that soon after that his rating was 2700 and mine was significantly lower. He simply calculates fantastically, and sometimes too much, and it kills him sometimes, because he's just capable of calculating many lines. But yeah, that's the problem, that in chess it's not about how much you can calculate, but if you calculate what should be calculated. So for lazy people like me, it's actually a hope that I calculate one line, but the exact one sometimes, and some players calculate 100 lines, but not often the one which is needed. But usually it's better to calculate more, of course. And now David is doing fine. What happened here? Because Black was doing quite okay. What was the mistake by oh, he took this pawn. I would be extremely afraid of taking such a pawn, yeah?
Why is that?
I don't know. You haven't developed. Your knight is out of play. And if the game opens, then the king is still in the center. But maybe it was also not clear what to do. He took the pawn, f4, ed4, cd4. Ah, that was an exchange sacrifice, to be honest. I like it for white, but this position would be probably very bad. Look at this knight. It can't move, and if I play f5, the other cannot play too. So if you play castle, like, you have two knights, but both are trapped. Very interesting position.
And they're on the edge of the board.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
A file and H file.
Yeah. Confirmation that knights are not best on the rim. So somewhere here, Prague got it out of control, and he didn't take the exchange. But yeah, after knight c2, it's very unclear what he intends to play. Because if you take here, I thought I can even take here. Maybe I am wrong, because if you take, I just play rook e1.
Yeah, you are not wrong. I think you. But what could have been? Probably knight g2. Okay, that's a bit too much, yeah.
Knight g2. Yeah, probably I play just any developing move. I don't know what, but. Okay, I thought this, but this is bishop f5. Maybe also I can give a check, and I am taking, and I am threatening, and knight is still hanging. So it is very challenging. But white has more options. Maybe David is also calculating. But this not this knight f5, and this, and maybe h pawn is coming, so you have to be careful. But maybe he can now taking also wouldn't be very good because it's also now
Yes.
a mate in the air. So basically, I don't know what he's thinking about. Like knight c2 seems so natural. What are the other options? f5, maybe f5. But okay, it feels so natural to protect this pawn to make a space for a rook that
Yeah, knight c2 looks like
yeah.
the move to make.
But
Wow.
this is what would happen in a tiebreak. Yeah, with limited time, you just go knight c2. You don't think. But David wants to find the optimal way to make us more entertaining day tomorrow.
Yes. So it's definitely looking like a comeback from David Navarra to force the match into the tiebreak tomorrow, and things are heating up.
Yeah,
on the other game too.
I would recommend to go to Sarana Shevchenko game because it seems that we can have the first person in the third round. It was a draw yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and it seems that
We see on the camera Sarana is walking around.
yeah, he must be happy about the
Yes.
position. It was a Grunfeld, some line which I played all the lines because I also played this with VE in 2016. I drew, but because it's a drawn line, but you have to play very precisely, and I think that what already did Kirill is not best because here you are pawn down and you have to prove that it's compensation. You shouldn't take the pawn. You just play for compensation. Here you make a castle and it's a normal position. There were actually many games in this line, so he was got surprised, and this is not equal position because you are just pawn down, and yeah, it can go wrong, and actually it went wrong pretty quickly. Also 1-0-2 versus 12 minutes, so totally overplayed. Got Kirill, and here is a huge blunder because if he would have played king c8 or maybe even king c6, I don't know, maybe it's even more natural, then he can try to use his activity. Let's say this, maybe I can even okay,
No, the
thank
rook is
you,
hanging.
Mateusz, very nice.
The rook is hanging.
I didn't see, so you have to go here. And maybe okay, it doesn't look so
Do
easy.
not take. Oh, you can actually take consideration because I thought it's going to be made, but the king has d5.
Yeah, but even this position, yeah, I mean when you play some rook c8, okay, this is actually a very nice trick. This, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a winning trick though, but yeah, but that would be probably okay for black because I attack, I threat here. But anyway, here it was the moment for Kirill to think. He went knight c7, he pinned his knight, and it turns out it's just a lost position because he missed this move. And after this, knight b5, and it seems you are just lost because you have no moves, yeah?
And if king d8, for
King
example.
d8 is a very elegant knight
There's
a7,
knight
knight
a7,
c6, and
And if you don't do anything, rook c1 is coming.
maybe
actually,
the trick
knight
is knight
a7
a7 and rook c1.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's say
knight
you
a7,
go
rook c1.
here, we go here, and after this,
And then rook c7,
Yeah.
and then winning everything.
yeah, exactly. So
Wow.
huge tactical mistake by Kirill, but it actually started from the opening. He didn't know the clear way to equalize. He lost a lot of time. He was under pressure, and all those factors helped or prevented him from playing a decent game. And here, whenever you play a move like this, you
It's
have
not
to
a
be.
it's not a good sign, yeah.
It's not a good sign, but if you have to be like alerted. If this move has been played, I have to be 100% sure that it's correct, that it
Right.
is sound. And sometimes I don't know how about you, but I had a many situations like that. I do a suspicious move, suspiciously looking, and I feel okay, it should be good. Then I am like executing it, and I feel like a thrill. Oh my God, I blundered something. And I blundered, really. Once I actually played with Kirill a game on a Polish Extraliga. I played a move and I said, oh my God, it is losing something, and it was really
Something doesn't feel right.
yeah. I didn't know what, but I discovered it during the game. What was wrong? He didn't, luckily. Yeah, but
He didn't luckily did that.
yeah, it was a very nice tactical trick in the end game also, and I managed to win the game, but I was just lost after that very easily. So. I know that he is not always careful with tactics after that game, and this proves it. Yeah. He's a very strong player.
Well, unfortunately for Kirill Shevchenko, very talented player, very young player, and we can see it in the camera, his body language, that he acknowledges that the position is losing for him.
Yeah, he played I think a3, and now after knight a7 it is just over, because of course the position without an exchange, he has to give up the rook, is just lost. So he will be the first player eliminated at this stage, because I doubt this game will last much longer.
Okay, and we have another result on the open section. Nikita Fityugov drew against Berkas Ferenc, and this is another tiebreak for tomorrow.
Yes, that's a very interesting pair, because Nikita Fityugov is a player who didn't play much in last years for different reasons. He was almost inactive. But if about Ferenc was rated much higher, but lately he didn't play that well. But he eliminated Boleris Gelfand, which proved he is still capable of playing very good chess. So it'll be interesting fight.
Yeah, Berkas was rated above 2700 before, and now he is on 2615. So, well, we'll see how far he will fare in this tournament. And meanwhile, it is time for us to take our second break. So don't go anywhere, because things are getting very, very hot right now. Yeah, things are so heating up, and the games are just getting more interesting. So don't go anywhere. We will see you back in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back. Third hour into the game, and we already have one decisive result. That is Sarana winning the match versus Kirill Shevchenko. And we have our first player to go to the next round, yeah?
It's a huge achievement for Alexei Sarana. It was a match of two, in fact, equal players, of very similar ratings. Both are considerably young. They are both talented and very, very strong. And of course, for Alexei Sarana, it's a huge achievement. It was probably easier than he expected today, because Kirill didn't play this game very good, but it's just another example how important the surprise in the opening is, because Kirill didn't lose this game because of the preparation, but it helped him later to make mistakes. I mean, he was on unfamiliar ground. He had to decide if he should sacrifice the pawn or not. He did, but it was not so good, and step by step his position worsened and worsened. He was short on time, he blundered a piece, and that's it. It's just how you lose these days. So you can't go for the game with such a player as Alexei Sarana when you are not perfectly prepared, because then you can easily go into some inferior position and have problems. So that's what helped Alexei to win the surprise in the opening.
Right. And Alexei Sarana is not only capable in the classical chess, Mateusz, but recently he also won the Olympic esports final in Singapore, beating so many good grandmasters. And he was also known in the internet chess as a very tremendous player in the blitz and bullet time control.
Yes, he's well known from playing very well in online chess, in quick controls. Also, he performed interestingly in last World Blitz Championship, because he was known as a good blitz player, but he started like very bad, like I don't know, 3 out of 8 or something like that, and yet he was able to come back. He won like, I don't know, 8 consecutive games or something. He made it to the top 10, and he decided the fate of middles, because in the final round he was playing black versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, who badly wanted to win because he still had chances for maybe even gold medal, I cannot remember correctly, and Jan badly wanted to win. He was winning, but finally he lost, and he was maybe 4th in the end or something like that, or maybe 3rd instead of being, I cannot remember, but I only remember that Alexei managed to beat Jan, and Jan is of course very well known from being a fantastic blitz player.
Of course.
But as Alexei beat him, he proved that he's also very strong. So those are qualities which really helps in a KO system, and Alexei, even not being rated 2700, he has every chance to go much farther.
I agree. And we also have another result on the top board. Anish Guriri, as we expected, it was a very equal game against Abbasov Nijat, and they also ended with a draw. So it means we have, for now, 6 tiebreaks in the Open. And currently, all the games in the women's sections are still being played.
Still being played, because women are fighting
harder.
Yeah, it's like in an open section quite often you see 2 quite quick draws, and women are never interested in finishing quickly. That's quite typical, and we've seen, actually we can start with this game, that Anna Muzyczuk was having more or less equal position with Anna Ushenina, but suddenly Anna Ushenina didn't solve her problems, and now she's on the verge of losing. So it is a almost symmetric position, but this pawn is not on h2, it's on h5. The next move of Anna will probably be h6. King will be in danger for the rest of the game. It won't be easy to solve the problems, and step by step white will probably squeeze because, well, in such position you just barely can make any move, and white can just just can try to push like c3, b4, a4, a5, or rook here, maybe g3. I mean, step by step, black is just paralyzed. So it seems actually it went pretty quickly, because we've been in this position after queen g4, and if black plays queen c8 to swap the queens, the position is probably balanced, maybe just equal, but instead she went this, h5, this, and it's already very unpleasant, because the pawn is here, we are swapping the bishops, and you are just out of the space in this position. So it can be one of those games that Anna Ušćenina will say, oh, where did I lose my game? Yeah, not a visible mistake. I didn't blunder a piece or anything like that, but yet the position after h6 is probably positionally lost. Yet it's also a question if Anna Muzychuk will try to solve it in a positional way, because maybe she will do everything to mate on an h file, which maybe not be perfect. But anyway, Anna Ušćenina is in a huge danger, and eventual fight between sisters
cannot be
it's more and more probable. Yeah, it's closer to see it.
Yeah.
Though her sister Maria is having the tough game with Vaishali. We've been at this moment, and after f6, Vaishali decided not to play f5. She played b4, and it was just this inaccuracy, knight a4, and suddenly it was a wrong move over there, and black is somehow fine. I mean, I don't want to say I understand why, but at this point, computer says it's okay. Though, if you would ask me, always white.
Always white, yeah.
Yeah, we are exchange down. We have to win, because we remember Maria won the first game, but there is a lot in this position to offer. So even if objectively Maria is okay, it is very tough, because knight is coming, bishop is coming. There can be some sacrifices. Knight can jump everywhere. Even e6 square is very tempting for a knight. This is maybe objectively not very good for Vaishali. She could have get much more, but still there are the chances of winning the match are alive. So very interesting position, actually very fighting one, maybe the most fighting position in the world tournament now, because if we not count David Navara, who has a fantastic position with Vaishali brother.
Vaishali brother against Pragnananda.
So we are very happy that Vaishali and Prag are playing, because they are offering a lot content to watch.
Do you want to take a look at what's happening in the David Navara versus Pragnananda?
Yeah, that would be actually a great idea.
Let's see how the situations changes.
But this is one of those positions which is very easy to evaluate for weak players with engines at home. They say, "Oh, mistake, blunder. Oh, how they can play so weak." And while I am quite surprised that David didn't play knight c2 here, because it seems pretty natural, as we discussed, he probably seen f5 move just much stronger. He wanted to eliminate the knight from the game. He gave another pawn, and he believed in his position. As we see, it was not so stupid, because after knight d3, it was probably very tough. Like computer suggests this move, but after knight f4, I mean, it looks like the queen is trapped. Like you can maybe come with rook at one day and win the queen at some point. I mean, I don't know how, but that's probably what scared Prag from playing queen g3. He went queen f6, and once again, black is probably on the road but the position is extremely complex. Both kings are very weak. The material, the number of pawns doesn't matter. I mean, black is 2 pawns up, probably, but it is completely irrelevant. It is about who delivers mate first, and after this move, it's close, but also like we also can be mated here. Yes, so it's extremely double-edged position. I think David Navarra will win this one because he has 20 minutes more. Objectively, his position is very good. The only question is this: if he will be able to control his emotions, because now there is some tension. There is also this feeling that you are close, because I'm pretty sure David feels it, evaluates the position that it's almost winning. And the question is if he will be able to deal with all those psychological issues.
Right. Yes. And we also have another result that is between the Egyptian Grandmaster, Amin Bassam, drew against the Swedish Niels Grandelius. And this is another tiebreak for tomorrow.
Not too surprising, Niels is my friend in Extraliga, Polish Extraliga. He plays for my team. Already he played 2 editions. We won both of them. He is a fantastic person. I am very happy that he decided to join my team. We didn't see the match yesterday. We didn't see the match today. But maybe we didn't lose that much because there was a reasonably calm game yesterday, and today, if it finished that quick, it was also maybe a bit uneventful. It's interesting to mention that he plays with Amin from Egypt, and not long time ago they had a friendly match. They played 6 games, so they know each other very well.
Yep.
And it can create a very, very demanding long match in a tiebreaks, because if 2 players knows each other quite well, I mean, they can be able to somehow make it very, very long match. And actually, I don't know who is even a clear. I mean, probably there is no even clear favorite in this match.
Yeah,
they are both of similar strengths.
Yes.
Both has some different qualities, but it's a very, very interesting battle. And I think, well, I actually like both guys. So, but definitely, I am rooting for Niels as my teammate from Polish League.
Yep.
Also, Korobov finished a game.
Yes, that's true.
Drawing with
Sanal
Bahab. So they will be playing a tiebreak. 20, we will make it.
We will make it easily, I guess. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's quickly see the top boards, how the big guys are doing.
Yeah, I thought we should start with Fabiano Caruana, because at the beginning, we thought maybe it won't be a very interesting game, but Fabiano proved that we know little, or especially me, that after all, his opening choice was to get a game. And he proves that he understands this position better, because they got such position, which is very interesting, very rich, and so on. But this is where better players usually show their strength, because for a reason Mustafa went Queen A1, which is, well, typical move also. You are strengthening all those things on the diagonal, and Queen is just quite often useful. You want to rook FC1 and it's okay. But then Fabiano decided it's a time to change the structure, and you have to be very strong player to understand those nuances, because GF, you are opening G file with a queen on D1. Maybe it would be too risky, because queen would be very quick to join the attack. But now Fabiano understands that he has time for that. He plays C5, and he believes he's doing fine, which is also far from obvious, yes, because everything has changed in the position, the structure is different, and you have to be very, very strong player to understand all those nuances. And suddenly we have a very, very interesting position. I think Fabiano is quite happy with the position, although this bishop is suddenly awake, and so it can be it can go either way. Actually, when I saw this position, it was this one, and here engine was showing some plus for black. It looks like it should be okay. I don't know. I would probably think about d4 move. That would be my guess, that it should be the move, just to change the bishops. And well, I don't know why white is not worse here, because it should be better somehow.
Or you could also have taken on e5. takes on b7, rook b7,
Yeah, here.
fe, and should be actually should be fine also for white.
Yeah,
takes
but
on d4.
I think that at this moment Fabiano wanted more. He
Wanted more,
surely seen d4 that it's like probably about equal, but he decided to keep the pressure, keep the pieces on the board, and that's logical choice. But at the same time, he has to be careful because if he over pushes, he will be eliminated. And as we already seen his statistics, he's not making it very far in the World Cup. So the story may repeat if he is not cautious enough.
Right. Well, he has to be careful indeed. This is the very round that he got knocked out in the 2021 World Cup. What did you find, Mateusz?
Magnus Carlsen is in
What's
danger.
happening? Oh my gosh.
But
This could be a big comeback for Aryan Tari.
that would be surprising because we've seen this position after knight a4 move, and it's very complex, as we said. But when later I've seen this position after this, I thought Magnus will
Consolidate, yeah?
Yeah, I thought it's very close to make a like an eventful game later, because it looks like it's very hard to make a progress for white. But for a reason, the game got somehow crazy. Maybe Magnus just lost the sense of danger because b4 and and it is because here is an interesting moment, because it feels white should actually go c4 at some point, maybe b3 c4 to open the position, but it was Magnus who decided to play c5 here, bc, bc, knight d3, and now very, very responsible move c4. I mean, according to engine, it's a huge mistake. He might have taken, but this is also very, very responsible move, because you are opening the diagonal, and if the game opens on this queen side, the bishop is not participating, and you can be in danger on dark squares. So I would personally go for something like rook b1 and trying to create some game. But Magnus even went c4, which is, well, extremely strange. Why the other guy didn't play this move? Isn't it good? No, I don't know. Okay, so computer says it's... But why it was winning?
Wow, g6 is the best
Okay, now
move.
we understand why computer was excited, because it's the move probably no one's seen, but this and knight c5. Okay, but please tell me...
How could it be better in this position?
Because now you will have g5 square. You will just play rook g1, bishop g5, and somewhere...
or just queen c1 and then bishop g5?
Maybe.
And keep the tension on the f-file.
Okay, but what if I play, I don't know, let's say... because also from this side is an option.
Yes, yeah. Wow.
So you are attacking from both sides. But look, so if we play knight c5 immediately, you just play knight g6, and it's not enough. And it's not
only
enough.
one side, yeah?
Yeah,
And then
so
whenever
this
rook
pawn
b1,
is
rook
actually...
b8.
Okay, that was deep. But on the other hand, I mean, it is possible to find it, yeah? Because you want to find some areas where you can create some danger. And this position, actually, even now, yeah, if we would imagine that there is no pawn, you would immediately try to create some attack on dark squares, yes?
Right.
But this pawn is just in black's favor. So if Magnus will check the game, he will be shocked that after the g6 he's just purely lost.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if we can have Michael later interviewing our world number one that Magnus probably missed g6. Both players clearly did miss g6, and yeah, just to see what he's thinking.
Yeah, but those all those positions with opposite color bishops, they are pretty quick. Not quick, pretty tricky.
Tricky.
Quite often you want to give pawns in different moments just to make your bishop more active, and it's just another example how important it is to look for activity. And even Magnus is not immune to make mistakes in those positions, as we see, because c4, but only because of this g6 intermediate move was a huge blunder. So, and pity, It would be great to see them playing the tiebreak tomorrow, but well, it was probably the last chance of Aryan in this game. He deserved actually to equalize, because I really like the way he plays today. But that was a huge chance to play G6 and potentially create a problem for the world number one.
Right. And we have another result that is also quite decisive, even though today's game is a draw. It's between the Singaporean Tin Ching Yao versus Rasmus Van, and Rasmus drew the game, so he won the match, and he's through to the next round, and he's waiting for the winner of the match between Wang Hao versus David Howell.
Rasmus is actually a player, a friend of mine from Germany. He told me he expects Rasmus to be 2700 soon. For a reason, Rasmus didn't make it yet, but I played some games with him, and I also have an impression that he has a huge knowledge of many things. Maybe this World Cup will help him to get some boost in his chess. Maybe he will be more self-confidence, and he will make some progress. And also your
yes, that's why I've been smiling whenever when you explain this. Yes, because I just saw a very good news for Indonesian chess. Alia Medina drew her game against Alina Bivol on the second round, and she is through to the next round. And I believe she's waiting for the winner between Salimova Nurgül versus Marian Gomez.
And we have to run to the game Maxim Vasiliagraf Yavokir Sindarov, because Uzbeki player managed to draw yesterday with white, and today, being black, he is totally winning versus Maxim Vasiliagraf, which would be a huge upset, huge surprise. Why it is so winning? The problem is that actually you can even take the rook, but after taking the rook, it's also winning. Yeah. So what went wrong? What went wrong actually? It was a Rui Lopez. Okay, that's some sharp line. Yes, okay. That's the line maybe I also played it. But maybe not, okay. But it was surely theory for a long, long time. Okay, it seems like somewhere here theory might have ended, but it's what? Exchange and free pawns. White should be doing very well. But after c5, it was all not all that clear, and where Maxim Vasiliagraf made a crucial mistake, because it still doesn't feel like wrong. I mean, one could say that it's very tempting for white. Yes, material is almost equal, and what happened? Knight d4, losing move. He didn't expect the other guy to take the pawn. Wow.
Because
he thought, he expected player from Uzbekistan just to recapture, then you play this, and maybe it's, although also rook a6 would be a nice intermezzo, yeah? I mean, you cannot take because of a mate, very elegant one. So maybe Maxim in general, maybe it was his trap that he plays this, okay, but this is draw, yeah? Or kind of a draw. Still,
there's good h8, bishop c5, and all this nuance. Actually, white is threatening for a mate right now.
Yeah, but some f6. I think that maybe Maxim just started to blunder many things, because if he blundered rook a6, it's an example that something went completely wrong in his game here. And he played g3, panicking. Why not this? Wasn't it winning? Wow!
What a move!
What a move! Yeah, that this is actually losing. Yeah, because you don't have any good checks, and I just escape with king h3, and there is no defense from mate.
g7, h8 and g7.
Yeah, two threats. So, for example, this is not a safe, because
Also
this,
king
this,
h3.
this, you have this, and
just
you
get
win
the
the
queen,
queen. So, but yeah, after this it's actually a draw, because you can somehow play this, and probably take it here, yeah.
Mhm.
So it is probably a draw. But yeah, that would be a nice trick. But you are not forced to take. A very great move by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave,
Yeah.
threatening mate in one. Sorry, Yavokin Sindarov.
Sindarov.
And after that, white is just lost. This, he went this, and just a move here, and a knight f5. You just go where? King e6 or king d8? Isn't it should be also be no? This is not winning.
You have to be still precise in this
Wow.
position. Where do you go with the king? King e6
Because-
probably, yeah, because there's queen f6 and knight d6 is coming like
Yeah, but why I am not winning
bishop.
this?
Bishop is not
this.
possible. Just take that. Wow. And then just take on e8. But
But you can take, because there is no mate now, yeah.
yeah.
And well, which is also hard to believe that there is nothing,
Mm.
but there is nothing, yeah.
Still some complex calculation.
Yeah, so
Is there.
king e6 is the only move, and there is no good check, yeah. If this, you just go. Okay, just king d5, yeah, and no check.
Yeah.
King
Wow.
e6 on the
This-
board.
This potentially be
No,
an
that-
upset.
That's just over.
It's just over, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just over,
The
because
king is so safe in the center.
okay, I mean, yeah, you cannot give a check,
Mhm.
but also to exchange up is quite a big
Mhm.
amount of material. So
Maybe we can stay tuned on this one for a bit.
yeah, because I
don't
think
it's
after king
gonna be-
d5, Maxim will
long.
just resign. I don't think he will continue playing, because yeah, he gave a check. Yavokir
Wow.
is thinking. How old is Yavokir?
I think
Is he
18
20?
or something? Let me check quickly for you.
2 years ago, if I am not mistaken, he might have been eliminated, but by Kasper Piorun.
17 years.
17. Oh, it should be forbidden. I mean, you should be able to play
He's
the
only
World Cup
17
only
years
when
old.
you are 18. There should be age limit.
Oh my gosh, these players, they're just so talented.
Exactly. So, but if I have, I mean, it's probably for everybody, not only me. But if you see on the tournament's bracket that you may play some 17-year-old Sindarov,
Mhm.
Daneshvar, or anyone
Mhm.
else, it's never very good feeling. It's much better to play experienced player who also feel some stress, some emotions, because those guys, they just feel that that's their chance. They have no mercy for more talent, for more experienced
Mhm.
older players. They just want to win their glory, and quite often they are just very good and manage to do that. So
Exactly.
Maxim is about to book his ticket tonight.
It appears so, yes. And this could be quite a huge upset. So we had Fabiano Corona got eliminated by Abdusattorov in the 2021 World Cup, also in round 3. And now another big fish, yeah, in the tournament, MVL, is about to also get eliminated by another Uzbek player.
Yes. Probably it's the only, or no?
The only Uzbek currently that's standing, because the
Okay.
other ones, they are already eliminated.
So he should fight well, because if I would be about to book, if there will be Uzbeki player in, I don't know, quarterfinal, I would say yes. But if only one stays, I mean, Sindarov should really perform well. But yeah, that's huge. But also that's quite common situation that a stronger player wants to decide the fate of the match in a classical time control, and he doesn't lose with black. He loses with white because he over pushes, because he wants it too much. And now Maxim, what he played knight f3, but he is rook after rook c1. He is
He could resign,
rook
right?
and exchange down. So I mean, it's like, well.
And Sindarov is reaching it. Yes, rook takes c1 is on the board. King g2 is about to resign.
Of course, I mean, as Tartakova, I think, said, no one won. No, it was not. Or maybe Tartakova, no one won the game by resignation. But of course, here with so little material, even in Title Tuesday, you wouldn't be able to save the day. Yes, so it's just completely done. Huge upset.
Huge upset indeed. Wow. And what did Sindarov just do?
Yeah, last time
c4, I guess.
Last time Sindarov
Rook
got
c4.
eliminated in round 4 by Kasper Piorun. He also had a very nice tournament because on the way he eliminated, be careful, Alireza Firouzja in round number 2. Okay, he started from round 1 when he won with Tank from America. Later he beat Firouzja. Later he beat Corey, and it was only Kasper Piorun in round 4 who stopped him. So huge performance anyway. But
It means that he was 15 years old back
and
then.
beat Firouzja.
And already beating Firouzja.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you feel like you are Firouzja? You are like 18 at the time or 19, and still you are not the youngest player, and you are beaten by this
15-year-old.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it's a huge talented, extremely talented player. But it also we should also take it into account that he already knows the days of winning in important matches. So it also helps, and he's still young, motivated. Huge future ahead of him, and who he will play in the next round. It's very interesting because he can make it farther.
Absolutely. And on the next round,
Erigaisi
versus Fedosiev. Yes.
So it's
they shook hands already. It's done for Maxim Vahyr-Lagrave. He will have to pack his things home, and it's a very huge upset by the Uzbek prodigy Sindarov Javokir.
Yes, it will be an entertaining match in the next round, because no matter he plays Erigaisi or Fedosiev, they are both very, very interesting players, and it will be very, very interesting encounter.
And there is also another result on the game of your compatriot. Duda drew the game against Ivan Chaparinov, so it is another tiebreak.
Well, good for Duda. He is much better in shorter time control that Ivan is. So I think he shouldn't be too upset about that. But of course, you never know. I think that all those tie-break matches in World Cup are slightly different to what normally is considered as rapid chess. There is extra tension. There are some special preparation usually done for those matches. So it's not exactly the typical rapid. So of course, while I believe in Jan's chances, it can be a very intense fight tomorrow.
Right. And another upset alert happened on the game of Daniel Dubov versus Daniel Focaturo. They managed to draw the game, so it means Daniel Focaturo through to the next round.
Yeah, his haircut is showing that he is very aggressive. He will play long in this tournament because of this haircut. It gives him power, like Mythical, who had long hair. Okay, sorry, I forgot. But anyway, joking aside, that Daniele just plays a very nice tournament here. He eliminated Andrei Volokitin, he eliminated Daniil Dubov, so he showed a lot of good chess, and he may not make a stop. Though I think the most happy person about this result might be Salem Saleh, because Salem will be most likely a rival of Daniel Focaturo if he manages to not to lose today, because yesterday he beat
won against Daneshvar.
And if he manages to prevail, then he will meet. We can actually have a look. We have them on the camera, so let's have a look what is happening in Salem's game, All Asian Derby. the position is like this,
Mm-hmm.
I would say black is doing fine, but there is one nuance that the pawn on a4 may be a weakness, so it's not all that simple. If the pawn would be on a5, probably it would be much easier, because we would just attack the d4 pawn. But now with rook on b4 protecting the pawn and attacking the other one, you have to be careful, so it's far from easy. It will be a long battle, and surely the young Iranian player will do everything to equalize the score. And while objectively it may be holdable, I am pretty sure that Salem is not too happy about that, because it's still a long day in the office to make the step into the next round and to play Daniele Vocaturo, which sounds like, well, very, very inviting, because usually at this stage you play 2,700 players, and here Salem would meet 2,600, and it would be another underdog he would play with, because he might have played Alexander Grischuk, and instead of he plays Bardia Deneshvar,
Right.
and in the next round, instead of playing Daniel Dubov, he would be playing Daniele Vocaturo. So it would be like very inviting, but of course, as we already mentioned, there is no weak players at this stage. Everyone proved that they are capable of winning with anyone. So
Yeah, I
why
totally
why
agree.
you are like thinking, okay, that's great that I don't play this or that player. In general,
Everyone's the same, yeah? You have just to be careful against
exactly.
anyone, despite their ratings. I agree. And we have another decisive result in the women's section. Anna Muzichuk won the second game, and since they drew the first game yesterday, so Anna Muzichuk is through to the next round, is awaiting Maria Muzichuk versus Vaishali, and the winner will be facing her.
Exactly. Anna beat her compatriot. Very unlucky match for Anna Ushenina. In the first game, she was winning in the rook endgame. In the second game, she was having a decent position, but she lost it pretty easily, and she goes home. She won't repeat huge successes she had in the past.
Right. And apparently, the game between, I was about to put one game up that was caught my attention. Some imbalanced endgame between Vincent Keimer versus Tabatabai, and as we know, yesterday they were the last game standing, and Vincent Keimer won the game, and I think Tabatabai has to force matters so that he can proceed the match into the tiebreak tomorrow.
Yeah, but now it would be just a miracle if he would save the. Well, it would be a miracle if he would have saved this, but it's just completely. But he has to win, and well, the position is just lost. So actually, in such situations, sometimes there is an interesting moment when better side offers a draw.
Better side over the draw, yeah.
Because it's the moment when like Tabatabai would think, okay, should I fight for my 5 ELO points or not? Because I mean, it's just hopeless. You are just completely lost. And sometimes in such situation, players says, like the better side says, okay, that's it. I'm not thinking about ELO. I just want to make it further. And quite often players agrees for a draw.
Right.
Just to go further. Because, well, I mean, it's all about proceeding to the next round, not about ELO points. And I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if Vincent would try to give checks now, just to make a draw.
Just to make a draw.
And probably it's the easiest way, yeah. Because, I mean, you are winning, yeah? And it is also interesting when you are so confident that you are able to, I mean, refuse draw and to play for a victory. Because this is just a draw, yes? I mean, that's
If you go there, just keep checking.
I
But if you
mean-
king d4, then the other rook is coming.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, how king d4? I mean, this, yes, once again. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just once again.
Yeah,
That's true.
so
There's
I
no
mean,
way
you
through.
are just, if you want to make a draw, you make it, yeah. That's just a question if Vincent wants to fight for more, because I mean, it is winning position, but you have to calculate 2 or 3 variations, and of course he is capable of doing that. But I've heard about different cases, like people are accepting, but once a friend of mine offered a draw in lost position, and he was sure that the other guy will accept, but the guy rejected, just convincingly 1-0, and that's it.
I see.
But it feels like, okay, your opponent rejects even in such situation. You feels wrong, that he was so sure. But it also boosts your self-confidence if you are able to fight with this temptation of finishing the match with a draw. But you win. You get some more elo points, and that's also interesting to continue playing. And visibly, Vincent is now thinking about that because he sees a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious, and he just fights with himself. Should I fight for rating or not? That's all about that in that situation.
Right.
Maybe we should go to Gukesh, because Gukesh in all Indian Derby is winning. Is winning. It's just all about technique. He's an exchange up, and probably after Bishop G3, it's just all very safe. Like the other guy will probably play this to make a pin, so that you cannot take the bishop in because of the knight because of queen takes G3. But I mean, if you play any other move just to protect the bishop, personally, I would consider queen G2.
But queen G4.
But queen G4, so that wouldn't be too good. So you just have to. Maybe it's actually the only move, rook A3. How can you protect the bishop otherwise?
Yeah, that's probably, or queen F4.
But queen F4. Okay, queen F4 is also good.
But rook A3 is a better move anyway, so.
Yeah, but I just thought it's the only. Okay, so probably queen F3 is also decent. I mean, just to protect the bishop. But Gukesh is thinking because, maybe bishop E3 is also a move. Maybe it's also a move. Maybe it's even safer from the practical point of view. But then bishop C7, and also after this you have to calculate bishop E5 and draw. Rook is hanging, but more important is that this check is a threat, and you are not winning.
Yeah.
So some precision is still needed, even if this position is objectively totally lost.
Waiting for Gukesh, yes. And meanwhile, we have the stats of Gukesh on the screen. Gukesh just played one time. So the last World Cup was the only time that he played and got eliminated by Daniel Dubov, who just also got knocked out in this round by Daniel Focaturo.
He's so young that if he would play another edition, he would be almost in kindergarten. So come on.
That's true.
Our talented player from India is 17? So
I believe so.
So 3 years ago he was 14, and he already make it to the World Cup. I don't know if he got a wild card or he earned his spot, but anyway, he's extremely young, so of course if he would have played in 2019 he would be 12, so that would be okay for him. There is nothing impossible, but still it would be a bit too much to play World Cup at the age of 12.
And
I've heard some opinions that people believes that Gukesh will make it to 2800 very soon.
Very soon.
Yeah, because he actually is impressive player. I really like what he does. Until he got 2650, at least that's what he said in the interviews, he barely was working about openings, which is extremely important because you develop qualities you will never be able to develop later. You can, it's like in football or in other sports. First, you should develop your technique and only later work on your physics. You can improve some things later, but if you want to be able to develop your chess skills, like defensive skills, calculation skills, but you focus on openings, you won't be able later when you are in a where it's stop to work on it. So it's very nice what he did. He invested in
technique first.
I mean, like in many aspects, yes, but his calculation is enormous, of course.
Yes. He calculates everything. Magnus Carlsen said in an interview, this guy just calculates everything.
Yeah, but that's also like if you have no openings, you have to like
Compensate it.
Yeah,
with
you,
the
you
other
have to
skill,
compensate it. So automatically, like I mean, there are persons, for example, which lost some sense. Yes, or other senses are much intense,
Yeah,
much
it
more
enhanced. Yeah.
yeah, because it has to replace something. So
Right.
if you don't have openings at the early stage, you have to develop different qualities, and that's what Gukesh, I think, did. And only when I reached 2650, he started to develop openings, and I think it's just a perfect way to develop a world champion. Also, he was playing all the tournaments possible, open tournaments. He was playing one after another,
Right.
losing, winning or not, but that's what you can do. Actually, Fabiano Caruana, when he was reaching the top, he was also playing a lot. He was losing to many random players, including me, but it was just a lesson. He didn't really care. He was just playing, trying different openings, and getting ratings. He made it to the top, and then, of course, different training, different measures. And Gukesh is was repeating it because he played even now being 27 plus, he played some open on Menorca. Like, I mean,
Right.
who does it? Yeah, but it's very interesting because he develops some special qualities. He has to win on demand. Yeah, he goes there, he is a huge favorite, he has to win all games.
Yeah.
If you only play round robins, you say, okay, draw is a good result.
Yeah, even if you're coming the last place, you still got something. Right?
Yeah, and that's very interesting. I am pretty sure that this guy will be top 3 very soon, and I mean it's clearly a unique talent, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he would have won this tournament too.
Really, yeah. Well, India has a lot of other young talents, and what I'm amazed with them is that they kind of like mix their tournament choices, like what you said. Gukesh is also playing some open tournaments, and in his rating, normally other guys would be just waiting for invitational tournaments, round robin tournaments. But while he's also receiving such invitations, he also trying himself in the open tournaments when he is in a situation to keep winning the games, not to lose rating, because he is the clear rating favorite. So I think this is also some sort of mental training for him.
Exactly, and that's the moment he still can do it. He's 17, he is still developing. It's very hard to decide. You have to also possess people who are giving you good hints, yes, because you are not always aware what to do or what not to do, and I am really impressed by the way how he develops, and that's great. Meanwhile, we should come back to Fabiano Caruana, because Fabiano Caruana can finish his tournament. It wouldn't be too surprising for me, because things started to be really complex, and wow, because we've seen it here. Fabiano decided to go some questionable moves, but he went d4 only in this moment. We talked about this idea,
right.
But in order to exchange some pieces, we didn't never see e4 as a response. But now e4 happened, and it seems like Fabiano completely forgot about this idea, because now we see that bishop c4 may be coming. Like, this bishop is completely paralyzed, and suddenly bishop coming to c4, rook coming to g2. Sorry, but if being black, I would just totally panicked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just everything out of control, totally out of control. Judging by Mustafa body language, he looks like he feels his chance.
Yes, things are not really looking good for Fabiano right now. Yeah.
But it's sometimes when you already failed at some other occasions in the World Cup, and Fabiano did, it creates some repeating story.
Some trauma is there.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Those are issues you have to solve with experts. Actually, there are sports psychologists because sometimes you feel, okay, I will solve it by myself, but in reality, it's very tough. Okay, I don't want to say the game is over because it's not. I mean, it's everything can happen, but clearly Fabiano is on a track to have problems, and if he save it, for me it would be just impressive, because now knight h5 on the board, the other move will be bishop c4, I mean, no thinking, and there is a question what happens, but it can be really, really bad.
Yeah, I just quickly made a search about these two players, their encounters in the past. So the last time they played each other was in Olympiad 2022 in Chennai, India, where Fabiano won the game. But then the rest of the matches that they had was when they were 12 years old. 12 years old and 10 years old, when they were playing in the WOF youth tournaments.
So they are...
in the same age, yes.
The same age.
They were born in 1992. Actually, same age as me too.
Okay.
Yes.
Of course, now for Mustafa, it's also quite challenging. You play such a player as Fabiano, you feel your chance.
The first board already finished. I think they
drew.
They drew. So it means Magnus Carlsen is through to the next round.
Yeah, it's interesting if Magnus says, okay, you could have played g6 and you were winning.
Yes, I think Michael is already standby right now. Hopefully having the opportunity to interview our world number one again.
But he showed something on g6 square, so maybe. Of course, it's so much easier to say it when Engines claims g6 was winning, but... And bishop c4 on the board, and now Fabiano has a very unpleasant choice. He went for queen to d6, and you have to be an attacker to play this position well as white, because it's about maybe to give this pawn at some moment. So I mean, personally I would consider knight g6, and I would be trying to make this working. Like bishop coming somewhere and do something. I don't know, rook g4 would be my first choice. Queen goes, maybe rook here, maybe bishop c1 or something. I am pretty sure white has decent initiative, but the problem is that you cannot go f4, yeah?
Rook g6 is on the board.
Yeah, he played rook g6, which was the best move, to be sure. Why it is so? Because he doesn't want queen to attack the knight, so he gets some extra tempis, and now maybe he can take the advantage. But wow, comp says that even rook h6 ideas are there at some point. So
amazing.
Maybe he can even easily play something like this: queen g1, this, and rook h6. This is pretty natural. I mean,
yes.
if he plays rook g6, he will play queen g1. I mean, Engine maybe claim some other moves like queen e1, but who would go queen e1 here if you can go queen g1 with a threat of this? So queen g1 will happen, unless he plays rook g4. It's also possible to play rook g4. No, queen g1.
Queen g1.
Very energetic play by Mustafa Yilmaz, and it's a huge upset alert. It would be the first player from the top 4 players to be eliminated.
Yes, and by the way, mentioning the top 4, on the board 4, Nepomniachtchi Ian drew his game against Rakhmamedov, so it means they will play a tiebreak tomorrow.
Oh, I like the Jan's position. We didn't see it later after the opening. In the tiebreak, he is of course the favorite, but Rakhmamedov is extremely good in both rapid and blitz chess, and it won't be an easy match for Jan.
So, this game, Mustafa Yilmaz is about to make an upset. So probably Fabiano is still not recovering from yesterday's miss.
I think there is something really of psychological nature in Fabiano's case, because he got very good positions in both games, and normally if it would be, I don't know, St. Louis tournament or I don't know, Dortmund or whatsoever, he would just win, would have won both of them. And here, I mean, the mistake from yesterday, it's impossible to explain. I mean, it's just, I don't get it at all. I spoke to some players And they said rook c6. 1 second. I mean, you played rook c1. Everyone sees that you can take on c6, and of course Fabiano would be capable of making this move in a blind simul on 50 boards. Yes, because this is a huge player. I mean, fantastic player. And what happened? It was just a moment of some total blindness, But this is as I say, purely psychological issue. Yeah, he already got eliminated with Jumabayev 2 years ago, and there is, oh my God, maybe once again. Yeah.
Also in round 3. Yeah. Also, I was thinking there might be some chess fatigue as well, because prior to this event, he's been playing lots of tournament non-stop.
But he always does.
He always does. I agree. But he's just always out and about, traveling, and probably this gets onto him. So we never know. We never know what's happening off the board. Yes, so this is quite a bust, this position. And he's played Queen H4.
Well, such players never resign, so I am pretty sure he will create serious issues for Mustafa. But right now, after Queen H4, I mean, it is lost. Though it's a question if in many ways, or you have to find, because what's the best defense in such situations? To force your opponent to find to the place to lead the game to the place where you have to find the only line which is winning. Yeah,
right.
Even if it's pretty simple, when you are you have to calculate something, you can make a blunder. And of course, engine now shows that this is winning rook h6, queen g3, takes, and it believes that after knight g4 it's just 1-0. But it's not so simple. Yeah, I mean, okay, by intuition you can feel that there is too many pieces. Yeah, rook is coming, f5 is coming, maybe bishop is also joining the attack. You can mate on h file. Like it's pretty obvious that you cannot defend that. But if Mustafa will decide on it, because other moves like rook g2 may be tempting too, but he goes for rook g2, which is losing move. Oh my God!
Oh wow, what a turnaround!
Oh my God! If he will play queen f4, there is nothing. There is nothing. Totally nothing.
He missed something totally.
What is this? What is this?
So there's some hope now.
What is this? I mean, this match is. It should be forbidden. They should be punished.
The results were wrong for the games, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday and today. So let's see. Let's wait.
But Mustafa will regret it. I mean, rook h6 was not the toughest move, and he might have played, I believe, something like rook g4 too, because then queen has to come back, and you can even play knight d3 positionally.
Right.
Just doing nothing, like Fabiano could yesterday, instead of capturing on. Instead
and he's played it. He's played it, I guess. Queen takes f4, maybe on the board. We'll see.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it is, right?
What a blunder! What a blunder! What did he miss? It's impossible, because now you cannot move your knight because you lose f3 pawn, and then diagonal is being opened, and the game is just lost.
And he realized that. We see it on the face. He's not so confident or energetic.
Yeah, maybe he thought knight g4 is winning here, because it looks like very close. Yeah, like let's say this. Maybe we can even play. Maybe he thought there is some mate here, like knight jumps somewhere, but there is none. What a blunder!
Wow.
What a blunder! I mean, it's so heartbreaking.
We arrived actually at the right moment. Yesterday we got to this game just before Fabiano made his mistake, and now we got here and we witnessed that Mustafa Yilmaz was in the verge of winning the game, and yet he just made a blunder.
But it's just a game of emotions, because like chess-wise, the level is like very low. Yeah, I
Right.
mean they are all both able to play 10 times better. But when there is a stake, I mean you just feel overwhelmed by what is happening, and quite often you can't perform on your normal level. Yes, because this is the game they could play online 3+1 or something like that.
Right.
But I mean, it's so easy to say it's a huge blunder when you will just sit and watch. When there is a stake, I mean, this is the position before Mustafa played Rook G2, that any 2300, 2200 player can win with Fabiano, because this position plays by itself. Yeah, but the problem is that you sometimes want to win immediately. Yeah, you just lose the. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just forgot about this move totally, because I mean maybe he just calculated this, and of course Rook G7 then. But it's how else? What is the explanation of this blunder? It's very hard to understand. So it's just a moment of blindness.
Right.
Like you play a game, you beat 2800 player in a very interesting battle, and then I mean you play the move like, which is ruining everything. It's what you can love or hate in chess. That one moment of whatever you call it.
Yeah, one moment of blank, and then this is unforgiving for Yilmaz Mustafa if he has to lose the match.
Yeah, we can see Fabiano was like that. Now he is like that. I mean,
and then Yilmaz is now like this.
Yeah, exactly. So I even was told by some mothers of chess players. They know. I ask, what is the position? I don't know, but I see. Because they barely can play chess, yes, but they see their sons or daughters, and they evaluate,
they
and
what's going on.
And actually they were really right about that. Yeah, so when you know someone's body language, and quite often it's also visible now. Like you see the resignation on the Mustafa's face, while Fabi is all about to
kill him.
But probably there won't be any more. Look, Rook E6. I mean, the only engine move, the best engine move he played. Oh my God! Maybe there will be more to come.
I expect so. Yeah.
Because now you have to take. You cannot go on the dark square because of a fork. So you have to come back. But there is a check.
Sorry to interrupt, but there is a
Hikaru won.
result on board 2. Hikaru Nakamura versus Gledura Benjamin.
Yeah,
and
Hikaru
won. So Hikaru is through to the next round.
But it was this game we expected Hikaru to win. He was much better after the opening, much better on the clock. But finishing this, it's quite possible that the only way to get a significant advantage is to give the queen. So queen f5, take on f5, and rook somewhere, rook e7 probably, attacking the knight. The knight cannot really come back because we'll lose the pawn, so probably knight g6. And there is the question, why not rook e8? Because what? This, and we have a check. So after this, we don't capture because bishop takes, but queen g6. Intermediate move. So it's extremely complex. And look, it's 34 moves and 2 minutes 20, 7 minutes 30. It's very little for that position.
It is. And probably tonight, if I ask Fabi about the game, maybe he would tell me that he was about to resign. And yet, Yilmaz did a mistake and gives hope to the game.
Yeah, I am wondering what is happening in Fabiano's head, because I mean he is such a strong player. He could easily win it, especially now when he really improved his play in shorter time controls. Because for quite some time he wasn't doing that good in Blitz and Rapid, especially in Blitz. His rating was very little. But lately he is very good in Rapid and Blitz chess. So what stops him, prevents him from winning the World Cup? And Gukesh
has won. Yes, Gukesh is through against. He won this game against Narayanan, so he's through to the 4th round.
And in the 4th round, will he meet who?
He will meet the winner of Paco.
Vallejo
versus
Isipenko.
Isipenko.
Okay, so it's unclear who is a favorite
Yes.
in this
They
match.
will play the tiebreak tomorrow. Mhm.
Okay.
So I don't know. Coming back to your question about Fabiano, yeah, now it's a +3 position for black.
Yeah,
So-
but you have to calculate those moves, and like Fabiano knows that he can make a draw now, yes,
Right.
because he can capture, and later after King H7 just repeat the moves with this. So it is a safe choice, but well, after this game, I mean, it's obvious he realized he was completely lost.
Right.
And now he has to decide, should he continue this crazy game? Because if the only decision is to give a queen in the game of such a history, not everyone would be ready to continue this battle. Of course, Fabiano is a huge fighter, so well, I mean, but just to mention, it's not 2 rooks for a queen here. You have just rook and a bishop for a queen, so you have to be really brave to go for that, because your self-confidence after playing such a game is not on the highest level,
Right.
and yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, probably
So-
also because of the changing of the seconds that's possible after the breakup with Kazimzanov. And
Oh, but it was 2 years ago.
yeah, but after that, we've seen.
Well, of course, Rustam is a fantastic second. He has a very wide knowledge, and whoever he was helping, he was of a huge help. And it's not so easy to find a great second.
Right.
But he took. But nonetheless, like here, actually, Fabiano is probably being helped by
Oparin.
Gregory Oparin.
Yeah, and then Chichalov is helping Dominguez. Yeah. So there's like a switch of seconds in the American players.
They are repeating moves, but will it be a draw, or Fabiano will decide? Because, I mean, he can repeat it twice in order to accumulate some time, and later, but it looks like he wants
Oh,
draw.
they went for a draw. Oh my gosh.
But
Fabiano probably
but-
didn't realize his huge advantage.
but you know, if the game would have a logical way of developing things, he would maybe give a queen here. But when he was 5 moves back, he was just packing his belongings. He was getting home. Yeah, so it played a role, because quite often when we were lost and we see a draw, we don't think that we can overtake the match. Yeah.
Right.
Quite often it's a psychological effect that we were lost, okay, draw is fine, yeah. So it's pretty much the explanation why he was, because he was happy with a draw. He was not, maybe he even didn't consider that there is queen f5 move, because he just seen a draw and he thought it's a decent result here. Because, I mean, come on, it's far from obvious. It's
Yeah,
far
of course.
from obvious.
Yes, it's not
And
obvious
this
at all.
rook e7, to be honest, I'm not so sure. I mean, why this rook? Why not another? I mean, some knight f4. Probably it's about the fact that rook is unprotected on e8 and on e7. It is protected. So many details. But anyway, well, Fabiano will be shocked when he checks this game, how many things remained uncovered and how it all went. And of course for
Yilmaz as well, yeah, that he missed
yeah,
a
he
chance.
looks devastated,
Yes.
totally
He
devastated.
clearly
because
realized that he was better, much better, and then he blew
much
it.
better is still not really describing his chances, because I think if he would play this rook takes h6 or rook g4, it would be a matter of few moves to convert it. So huge game for both players. Emotional impact will be there, and the tiebreak will be full of surprises, I think, because they
Right.
delivered a lot of interesting things in this match. Kamer won. He didn't want to draw.
Oh, he didn't want to draw.
So
Okay.
2-0 for Vincent.
That's a very convincing victory for Vincent Keimer. And we also have 2 other results in the women's section. Zujiner drew against Osmak Yulia. and they will go for a tiebreak despite being heavily pregnant, Osmak. Yeah, so Zujaner is actually playing against two persons there.
Yeah, that's true. And it seems that Irina Crash will lose. She drew the first game, but in the second game of the match, she is lost. Same goes for Bibisara Ausabayeva, who plays with Elizabeth Pets and is also lost. So there will be less tiebreaks than expected in ladies section. And once again, white is not an advantage in the ladies tournament. Many players overpress, wants to show that white is better, and it backfires.
Indeed. So it means Shuvalova Polina is through to the next round after beating Irina
But
Crash.
she hasn't won yet. She's just winning, I think.
No, she has won.
Ah, she has won already. Okay. She has won. Dominguez is being... Oh, sorry.
Let's take a look at his game.
Very soon, but I have to check my compatriot game because Radek Wojtaszek, after this upset yesterday, is about to equalize with black. He is now completely winning, having everything much, everything more. It's what, rook and knight up. So Radek will make it into tiebreaks. Ivan Shitko played it very strange from the beginning because he went for a very complex battle, what was of course helping Radek, who needed to win. Very interesting approach, but well, it didn't pay out here, and Radek just won convincing game. Also strange choice because Radek is a d4 player, so this structure in reversed colors is something what he knows well.
Yeah.
Playing this versus me, let's say, or versus any e4 player is completely different story, but I am pretty sure Radek was more than happy to see this on the board, and as we see, it was all the time very unpleasant for white, and this position with knight on e3, the mate is in the air, and probably it was the reason why he even gave a knight here for some unknown reason, because that was not so easy. But yeah, some tactics started some very strange things. We won't analyze it because it's probably pointless, and now there is no perpetual, it seems. After king h7, queen f5, you just play g6, you protect the knight. You have one more check, but probably sooner or later you are running out of checks. So we will see a tiebreak in that match, very likely. And the tiebreak can be also in the match of Lenia Dominguez, because the local hero, Gadir Guseinov, is winning. It is opposite color bishops, but white will be able to have this one
and then another
and
passer.
another passer. Yeah, you have to be precise, of course, but it seems that even this and c5 is just enough. He played what? He played b5. Is it winning move? It's not.
It's not. Wow. What could he miss in this position?
No, but that's shocking. That's totally shocking, because now, I mean, how you can win now? Okay, I know what cost him, because usually, I mean, automatically you don't want to change pawns, yes?
Yes.
But after this, you just play this, you go with a king to c6 and you advance the pawn. Maybe he was afraid of a wrong corner, yes, that bishop and pawn will be here, but that won't happen because we still have a3 pawn, yes? And after this, we just play c5. What did he miss? This, after this, we always have a4, important move, yes? So, yeah, shocking mistake by Gadir Guseinov. And once again, in the time trouble, he makes a huge blunder, because yesterday he lost in a 40th move.
Yep.
And now he loses in this. But there are some happenings, because bishop f2 c5, he took d5, and he thought he wins.
He can
here,
have some breakthrough or something.
But I just play this, yes? And after this move, I play bishop d6, and it's all covered.
It's
all covered. So
there's some miss there in the calculation of Gusenov Gadir. And meanwhile, we have another decisive result, and it's a very great comeback by Jordan van Vores, beating Peter Svidler on the second game, so they will play a tiebreak tomorrow.
That's good. Both are very creative players.
It's going to be a very interesting tiebreak.
Exactly. Of course, I would like to see Peter being on later stages, but Jordan is also a unique player with very interesting ideas in the openings, so it would be equally interesting to see him progressing further. So, yeah, but those are the moments when I see something like that in Gadir Gusenov, or Fabiano Caruana, which we just seen. Those are such a strong grandmasters, and they do sometimes such a strange mistakes, which are very typical for KO tournament.
Right.
Because you know that you are about to finish your participation, and the stress, the emotions there. Makes you to play some very idiotic moves, because this is really very simple. This is very simple, and yeah, that's very surprising. Although that's interesting how it appeared, yeah, because that was this position, and Lenier also didn't make it too convincing if he reached the completely lost position. H4 was maybe still correct. But after this, he went this. So they both somehow didn't understand this endgame, yeah? That's surprising, because Lenier is a fantastic player, and like it looks like already you created a passer, and there is 4 versus 3, so there is every chance that the other passer will be created, yes?
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's surprising. But that's what KO do to people.
Yep. Let's quickly take a look at Wei versus Ivanchuk. We haven't really seen this game at all.
Can it be anywhere else than a draw? Yeah, if you, but no. I mean, you can give a knight for g4 pawn if you want badly, and it will be a draw. So the difference in age between those players is roughly 40
years, yeah.
Yeah, because
40 to 35, I guess.
Vasily is born in 69, I guess, and Wei is born 2000 something. Yeah.
So Wei is currently 24 years old, and
okay, so it's 30 something.
Ivanchuk is 54, so 30.
30 years, okay. So I thought Wei is younger. But he's not. He's old, experienced player, 24, yeah.
Well,
but he was always young prodigy of 14 years.
Always, yeah. He was always known as a...
Although
as a
his
prodigy.
career has stopped a bit. Like he was a pure prodigy. I've seen some interview in New Chess with Dinkler, and I don't know if you've seen it, when Dink wrote that he is just a stone in a river, and the river is Wei. Which is pretty funny now when Dinkler is a world champion, and the river is still 27-20. But it's not always so easy to understand who will develop the full potential and who will not. The Chinese players thought that Wei will be a fantastic player, but some reasons, maybe also COVID, when he at a very young age wasn't able to participate in events, stopped him to develop to the 2800 level. So it's very hard to evaluate, to assess, but definitely he's still 24 years old. I mean, he still can develop.
Yeah, he still has bright future ahead of him. And meanwhile, the players are on their second time control right now, and I think we can have another break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be entering the last hour of the second game of third round. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Alexei Sarana from Serbia. He's the first player qualified for the fourth round after defeating Shevchenko this afternoon. Alexei, first of all, congratulations on your win. I noticed that the game was more or less equal. Maybe you were slightly better, and then your opponent made a fatal blunder. Could you tell us what happened?
Thank you. I don't know if it was equal. I think today I prepared really well. I expected this lion, checked all the games, even online games. In online games, he played some lion like this. And the crucial one of the mistakes was rook a5, I think, as I remember. After knight c3, I already should be better. And knight a6, king d2, and king d7. Here I was out of book, but I thought after b4, knight b4, I have a very decent initiative, and he blunders immediately. I don't know, maybe just position is awful. Maybe somehow he can make a draw, but it's already dangerous, and he wasted all his time. So I think it was just quite a good game and quite good preparation.
Computer suggests that king c8 instead of knight c7 was worse, but holding. But of course, knight c7 practically was losing the game. But he was under time pressure already. You had more than an hour. So maybe just the pressure of defending a difficult position so long.
Yeah, bro. But knight c7 suddenly lose, but rook hb1. It's not obvious move, but surprisingly I saw this and wow, it's just winning. But king c8.
Of course, this is a computer line which I haven't analyzed, but that's what the computer was saying.
Yeah, I don't know, because I thought rook hb1 and I am completely winning immediately.
Must be something, or I misread the computer line. So, as I was saying, you're the first player to qualify for the round. Of course, after a solid draw yesterday, I knew you were going to press today with white. But did you expect the game to go so smoothly for you?
Of course, I didn't expect such openings. I expected that, okay, it will be long fight. Maybe I will be slightly better. And even opening, I could expect some other lines, like he played against Smirin, some other lines. Yeah, but today, very, very lucky that I got so smoothly game.
So tomorrow you have first free day because you need no tiebreak, obviously. Then another free day, which is very useful. And we were talking before, you were saying that most probably, of course, not definite, your opponent might be Wesley So. Did you see my interview with Wesley So yesterday?
I think yes, but I forgot.
He wasn't very content with this play up to the moment. He was even thinking more of his kittens in his home. Have you been following his game today?
Yeah, a bit. Because I'm walking all the game because my opponent think I checked his game was just easy draw. So we'll see what will happen on tiebreak. So probably Mozart is a very strong player, and Wesley So he is not in the best shape. So can happen anything. Anything
could happen. Have you faced any of them, Jules or Wesley, in the past? Do you have previous history with them?
Over the board, no. Not against anyone, but in online I play a lot of games against both. Yeah.
Also, I noticed the pay jumps are starting to get quite serious. Does this add added pressure? Have you surpassed the fourth round at any point in previous World Cups?
In previous World Cups, I even couldn't pass first round. So now
becoming quite serious.
I can consider it even like small success. Yeah.
So, thank you very much, Alexei Sarana, the first player to qualify for the fourth round. Many more will qualify today, and many others will go to tiebreak tomorrow. Good luck in your next encounter with Wesley or with Jules.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Anna Muziciuk. She's just qualified for the next round after a very nice win against her teammate Ushenina. Anna, my first question, do you think that what happened in the first game might have influenced the playing of your opponent today. She was very near to a win yesterday, and she made a big mistake at the end.
Yes, yesterday I was very lucky because I was lost not only like during one move, I was lost for a very long period of time, basically until the very end. And this save, I think this has affected her because, well, of course we play chess, but psychologically, when you're so much upset about what has happened, they say, okay, forget and go and continue to play, but it's not easy.
Not easy, especially after in a 2-game match. Now she has to play with black, and you're also confident that if you can save that game, anything would happen the next day.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so today you played with white. I saw that you had a nice, pleasant position. You started attacking, and then she made a blunder.
Actually, I was not so much optimistic after the opening. I don't know, maybe I should have played knight e3 instead of knight g3 because I was quite sad when I played knight g3 because then it looked very close to full equality. We have a symmetrical position. But then she started to create problems for herself and all these pins, and then I got my chance.
For those following the game, do you think that when she played knight takes g5, she missed queen a3 check, or what do you think happened there?
I don't know what happened because I had been thinking like 20 minutes to start with knight g5 or to start with h6 because there are some differences. And she answered almost instantly, and it's like, okay, if knight takes g5 works, she wins. Yes, so she could have spent at least more time because with the piece up, she can win even with 1 minute on the clock, right? So I don't know what. Well, obviously she missed queen a3, but.
So my final question, of course, your sister is still playing. She won yesterday. So in principle, she's a favorite to go through, and you might face her in the 4th round. How will that shape up if that happens?
Yeah, this is a funny moment, but okay, I don't want to talk about it yet because she's still playing and she's playing with black pieces. Yesterday she won, so of course she has good chances, but to be honest, I don't know what's happening on her board right now.
My final question then, you have 2 free days now, not just one. You have the tie breaks plus the free day. How do you plan on spending these days?
Good to know about it. I don't know. Well, usually, the tournaments, sometimes there are rest days, yes. But chess players are still working on these rest days. They are preparing for their next game. So I'll try to combine rest with preparation.
Congratulations and good luck in your next match.
Thank you very much.
Greetings from the interview area. I'm joined by Aulia Medina Warda from Indonesia. Aulia is the first woman qualified for the 4th round of the World Cup, and she's playing extremely well. Aulia, first of all, congratulations on your win today. And tell me about your good form, your good shape, your secrets. You defeated Sara Kadem, very strong player, and today you just defeated Alina Bivol, 1.5 to half.
I just trying to be relaxed every game so I can focus on the game, and also I have some preparation with my coach. I try to analyze the characteristics of the player, and yeah, that's it.
So you're getting good preparation for the game. So today you had the 2nd game. You won yesterday. You did a sacrifice?
Yeah, I did.
And it looked very good.
Yeah, I thought when she played queen d6, I thought, okay, I can just take bishop s7, take, and queen h5, and then it will be more chance for me to be draw. So it's more big, complicated, but more chance for me.
The computer was saying that maybe it was a winning position, but you were telling me before that the draw was good to get to the next round.
Yeah, I'm trying to play very safe. Even I sacrifice the bishop. last move I think rook a e1, yeah. But the computer say f5. Yeah, he said okay.
Looks good,
Yeah, I play very safe to play rook a e1. So if rook a6, then just queen e7 and then rook e5 and then proper 12 check on g5 and h5.
Okay, the fourth round will be in 2 days, so you have two rest days, 2 free days. We don't know who you play, Marianne Gomez or Nurgimova, I think the other player. Have you played one of them two before?
No, I think.
So it's the first time.
Yeah, I think it's the first time.
And also, I noticed that the money prize is very big now, 6,000, 10,000, 16,000. Does this give you added more pressure, more excitement, more nerves?
Actually, it makes me more excitement. Also, my Indonesia Chess Federation also, they said they will give more bonus for me, so I will be very excited.
So you have a good bonus then.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure that a lot of your fans are following you from Indonesia. So would you like to say something in Indonesian from them to your fans, to the television, to the computer?
Terima kasih semua sudah support aku dan doanya semoga bisa memberikan yang terbaik lagi untuk Indonesia dan semoga bisa menang di babak selanjutnya. Terima kasih.
So what did you say? Tell me.
I said thank you for the support and also the pray. And please always wish me luck and good game in the next round so I can win again.
So I wish you the best of luck in the next round. What will you do in your 2 free days now? The tiebreak day plus the rest day. What are your plans?
I think I will be rest and maybe enjoying some Azerbaijan food or maybe around the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and there you go, the interviews with Sarana, Anna Muzichuk, and my compatriot Medina Warda Aulia. Those three are through to the next round. Indonesian pride, Medina, playing very well, beating lots of strong players, making lots of upsets as well. And you know what, Mateusz? Soon Indonesia will celebrate our independence, so this is kind of like the gift to our country.
Also, it's a good chance to promote chess in connection with Independence Day. But there are more upsets to come. I see in the ladies section.
Sure. Yeah,
we have alerts in a Jun game. She is not better. She is actually in a danger.
Let's take a look.
But even more painful is another game. We will also go there after the first draw. It seemed that Jun should press. But the resulting position, we can't see it yet, but in a moment we should see it. In this position, Jun is by no means better, because knights are just very strong and those pawns are very, very weak. So I'm not sure if Fatalieva will be able
to convert this into a victory. Yeah, it's going to be quite a challenge, but surely things are looking good for Fatalieva here if she can find all the right moves and convert this into a victory.
It can be similar case to the game of Fabiano, where they just agreed for a draw.
Right.
That's the question: how how confident Ulvia is at that moment, because she plays world champion. She is black. The draw she would take it before the round.
Right.
But if we look at the position objectively,
Mhm.
I mean, there is absolutely no risk.
Right.
Yeah, you can do this position for 100 moves.
Mhm.
We will be starving, but we will be commenting, and she will be trying to do something. But objectively, maybe it's holdable. But
Mhm.
I mean, your bishop is paralyzed; it cannot move because it connects, defense protects both pawns.
Mhm.
You probably never can exchange because, let's say, I play this and you just go for something like that. That can be just lost. Maybe not, but I would be extremely unsure about that. So it's a tricky position, and black is in no danger. I mean, this is totally clear that black is the only side which can win. She played king e7, probably with intention of putting king here, so that it protects the pawn, and later she can push the rooks to the g file and press on g2 pawn. Very logical plan too. But also you can try to attack that pawn. So first you put the king to c7, later rook to e7, and attack the e4 pawn. There are objects to attack, and Juvenjun is in a very unpleasant situation. Also, it's a question: will she find a motivation to defend this? Because sometimes you feel, okay, I won the world championship, let's go home, and so on. Yeah, if she finds, maybe she will defend, but very unpleasant situation.
Yeah, I doubt that would be the case because Ju Wenjun, I know she's a real fighter, so she would totally forget about the titles that she already had, and in fact just try to play chess, because if she has to defend, she will defend. If she has to attack, she will attack. So let's see if the Azeri player with the black pieces will manage to find all the sequence to convert this into an upset.
Even more difficult is currently the position of Juvenjun compatriot, another 25 plus player, Tan Zhonki. She, after drawing the first game versus Narvamai from Estonia, is now on the verge of losing because she just lost an exchange. Before the time control, the position was so. I mean, it's actually quite interesting that this is the position after 40 moves, because it looks like a position after 20 moves.
Yes.
And she played this very suspicious move, and it turned out that there is simply this idea and also this idea. So she wasn't too happy about playing this because this, and if you move your queen somewhere, probably there are some further problems. I'm not sure which, but she didn't go for it. She decided to give an exchange. Is it winning? I don't know, but you are just exchange down and your knight is on h7. If it would be in a normal location, it would be decent position, but now I just collect. The b7 pawn is weak. I would bet it's winning for white, but some technique is needed. Anyway, 23-87 player can beat 25-23. It's a huge chance for a big surprise, because I think Tan is number 3 in the tournament, or what is her
Sixth.
Sixth. I thought it's slightly higher. Anyway, one of the tournament's favorite with this rating.
Obviously. And another tournament favorite drew her game. Alexander Kostyuk drew against Theodora Injak, and they will play a tiebreak tomorrow. So we'll see. So Kostyuk, in the last World Cup, she didn't play any tiebreak, and here we already saw, starting from the second round, she won the tiebreak against Yan Tianqi, and tomorrow she will have another tiebreak against Serbian hope Theodora Injak.
Yeah, Theodora is also a very strong player. She's still very young, but quite experienced already, 24 plus. And she can make a surprise, definitely.
Yeah.
So it won't be easy for Alexandra. There is also still a game between Divya and Goryachkina on board number 2. In that game, Goryachkina will probably keep her advantage from the first game, because we do have an end game which is probably drawn Okay, it's not an endgame technically because queens are still on the board, but with so little material, I think it's possible to simplify it somehow.
Yep.
And also, black can somehow try to even deliver a mate on an H file, so
That's possible.
no danger for
No danger for
Alexandra,
black pieces here, yes.
and she will probably go to the next round. Though, of course, Divya will somehow try, but objectively, I would say if Alexandra would need to win, she would still be able to create some problems, while Divya should be objectively happy to make a draw in this position because there is not so much white can create, in my opinion.
Right. And another decisive result in the women's section, Salimova Nurgül had a 2-0 performance against Marianne Gomez, and now we know the pairings for after the rest day. Yeah, Salimova will be playing against Medina.
So that's a great news for your compatriot. She has 2 free days. She made
2
it.
free days.
She made it as far as no one ever did from
very
your country.
sensational.
And now she has time to prepare to make another sensational progress. And why not? Why not? I mean, definitely with Salimova, it's a close match. That
It is
even
a
the
close
rating
match, yes.
difference is minimal, so everything can happen.
Yep. Obviously. Shall we quickly take a look at the game of I was about to say my walking partner, but my friend Ray Robson? Things are looking good for him. Exchange down with so many compensation with the pawns, like 2 extra pawns.
There is no need to convince me that white is in danger. I would take black even without a pawn or something. But in general, those 2 pawns, those 2 connected pawns are worth a lot. And also, usually when you have a compensation like, sorry for those arrows, 2 bishops versus rook and bishop, those 2 bishops are usually quite efficient because they can cooperate very well. And here also those 2 connected pawns, technically it must be winning for black. Look at this bishop. You cannot attack it. You cannot limit his opportunities, and it controls g8, very important square, so you cannot give checks. It controls h1 and g2. Those squares will be important for the pawn once it advances. The only chance would be to go rook h6 somehow, and that's what Abdullah wants, but we just play bishop f6, I suppose. And it should be okay. Then, of course, something like this, but okay, bishop g5 or something. I think it should be decent because...
And slowly pushing the pawns.
Even something like this, I think it's just hopeless because what you can do, I mean, I can go b5, I can go h4. I think it's just completely done. You are losing all pawns sooner or later. There is no best pawn for white. I mean, it's just only some stupid, but extremely stupid mistake might help, because even trading the rook, okay, maybe let's say Ray does something stupid like, I don't know, b6. So even this is not obvious if it's a draw, yeah? Because I mean, I go rook h8 and I go with the pawns probably. So even this, but why should you give this bishop? This bishop is extremely useful piece. Just play bishop f6, and what Ray shouldn't do is definitely to go short on time, because the position play by itself. You can win it in a 1+1 game, but Ray is quite often in time troubles for no reason. Probably it's this problem of trying to play perfect game of chess. He wants to play optimal moves, but here just play and you will win. I think the only way you cannot win this game is that you play too precisely, you lose some time, and in the crucial moment you have 30 seconds and then some narrow escape. So this is the worst scenario. Just do the moves and don't think. Thinking is overrated in chess.
And we see on the screen Gadim Bailey looking very upset about his game, just waiting Ray to make a move. And I think we have h4 on the board.
If he played h4, yeah, he played h4. I don't think it was needed. It's well, it's a matter of taste. I would never go for that because why should I calculate some rook h8? I mean, there is some option of check. Okay, it wins because I mean after this probably you just go, I don't know, king f5, maybe even after this you have bishop f3. I mean there is nothing what can potentially go wrong. But why to play h4? I don't know, but as I say, it's a matter of time and also a matter of taste. I would play it calmer because the position will win anyway, and I really like bishop on f6 because it's more active and prepared for action. But if you play g3 or something and you go with king closer, I mean
It's also
so
a good way to
don't
win.
worry, your walking partner will still be here. You will be able to walk with him. He won't go away. He won't leave you and this long tournament. Maybe you will come. You will finish the tournament together. In the final array will be. Why not? Why not?
But don't worry, I have so many friends here. So, but obviously,
but who will be walking with you? Huh? Only Rai decided to do that.
even after like a 6-hour game, we walk for another like 90 minutes, 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers easily. So, yep. So things are looking good for him, and I'm a bit amazed of how Donchenko managed to handle the pressure in a must-win situation, and he is currently slightly better in his game against Barham Maksudlu.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed an interesting position, and well, egoistically thinking, I should really cheer for Alexander so that I can say, okay, I created him so many problems and he made it to the semi-final, let's say, or something like that. Objectively, it is still very, very far from making it further, because you are pawn down, and black looks very solid. But it's the game is in progress, and of course the activity of white pieces is enormous. This guy will be here forever. This rook can go somewhere, but then you have to be careful not to be mated. And what white will do now is probably activate the king and try.
There is bishop h6. Yeah?
There is, but I'm not sure if you want it, because first of all, maybe knight f4. Okay, I showed the losing move. Why is it losing at g4?
G4. Also, I think you can easily take on f4 and h6 maybe.
And to where?
Bishop f4 and h6. That's also, I think.
To h7. Maybe.
Although it's decreasing the advantage, but this also another option.
But maybe you just don't move because the rook is. I mean, you cannot.
The rook is
you just play a4. You put bishop somewhere, and you go with king somewhere. It can be maybe you win a pawn somehow. It can be some Zugzwang, because the bishop has to protect those both. But I would never go for that because it's not so obvious if it's winning or not. But bishop h6, it's interesting that Parham all of that. But for engine, e4 is saving. Why is it saving? If I take, what's the point? Knight c5. That's the trick. That's the trick. He's seen it.
Yeah.
So if bishop h6, that's a e4 intermediate move. You cannot take with bishop. You cannot take with a pawn because I take here. And after bishop something, you probably have many moves.
Bishop e5 check first, anything. Or maybe not.
I would go e3, but
even,
it's a bad move because rook e7, you lose the pawn. And engine says rook c8. Well, Parham is a tactical player, so I think he sees those tricks, but it's extremely demanding position because, two bishops, a lot of calculations. It's, I have to say, good work by Alexander. He is still in the game. He still creates problems. Being white, I would actually probably go king h3 because I think king should go farther, and maybe the pawn is not the most important here, this pawn. Maybe it's not the crucial. Maybe something even, I don't know how else could I play. But king h3, I like to put king somewhere closer. If it reaches f5 and maybe g6, then step by step we can create something. So this is another option. It's interesting how Alexander will play. But of course, he sees bishop h6 and he looks for defenses of the opponent. I think he will finally decide on this bishop h6, unless he will find something better. But it looks so tempting to win the pawn.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in the women's section, Koneru Hampi has knocked out Olya Badelka, and Koneru is through to the next round.
Yeah, Koneru is, as we seen yesterday, she's
Koneru
doing,
just being Koneru, yeah, just
yeah, but she's
stepping
being very successful in
Yes.
the KO format. Very good style for that kind of tournaments, and just a very strong player. So no surprise she made it through.
And we see a very interesting endgame in the game of Bibisar versus Elizabeth Pats.
But wasn't it just totally lost?
It is losing. So Bibisar is holding on to her dear life because it is losing, but she's trying to hold it.
Once, being 12 years old, I managed to save king and knight versus knight and two connected pawns. So you still can do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
And, but of course here, actually it doesn't matter if you have this pawn or not. It's not really important. Simply your king is badly placed and the pawns are just being promoted. This is very technical move probably, because knight even cannot go here. After a4 probably it's still lost, but there is some check, and after this maybe you have to calculate something, yes. But b5 is very okay. You took the b4 c4 square, and after this you just go here and you just promote the pawn. Maybe you can after this even go here, here and here, yeah.
Yeah, no stopping the pawn at all, yeah.
I
Knight
think
d3, knight d3 king b1, but knight b4. So knight d3 king c3 maybe, or
well, okay. To be honest, I didn't see knight d3. Shame for me.
but there's another pawn.
But it's winning anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, in this type of game, if there is no other pawn, that is how you make a draw.
But this pawn is so far away that it's. I mean, if there is no b5 pawn, then knight makes a draw. Yeah. But there is b5 pawn, so it helps. But okay, I mean, I would be extremely surprised to see this move, because why should you give a knight? Yeah, you just give this, and then you go with your pawn. So no chance Bibisara would save it, and Elizabeth would go farther. It is not really an upset, because they are of similar strength,
rating,
though from completely different generation. Elizabeth is exactly of my age. Bibisara is probably almost twice as young, half her age. So different generation, but similar rating. So there was no favorite. And funnily enough, actually, how many of such games do we have in women's section? That today black is extremely successful. I feel, or maybe not extremely, but at least in several games there are some black wins, like Batsiashvili won with Zhao Xue. Actually, we didn't. No, it was yesterday. Sorry.
Ellen Roberts won against Claudia Coulon as with black pieces.
Shuvalova won with
Also
crush.
Shuvalova. Medina drew.
Not that
but
many.
she was white, yeah. So
Yeah.
not
yeah.
that many actually. With the
Okay,
black
I thought much
pieces.
more, because I also thought that Fatalieva will prevail with Zuvenzun, but it's still a long way to make it.
Yeah, and
I expected it to be more. Somehow I felt that.
And I think in the women's section, the second board, Divya Desmuk versus Alexander Gorchkinak, it can finish anytime soon. There is no way in to the position. It's just a pure queens endgame, and I think they should be shaking their hands soon, because there's nothing else happening on the board. Okay, you have to take queen takes e6 is on the board, and it's a rather dead drawn position, and I think Divya realizes that.
Yeah, she knows, but it's always this unpleasant moment when you have to shake hand. or in the KO tournament. It's much easier to be tennis player when you are used to being eliminated, and so much harder for a chess player to finish, because usually everybody finishes at the same time, not on different moments. Yeah, but it will be shake hand in a few seconds, probably.
Yeah, probably after queen e5, Grechkina will offer a draw, and White has no choice but to just accept it.
It's always a question if you should offer a draw being a dominant side in the match. I would rather wait until my opponent decides that it's the end of his or her participation, because of course black is happy with a draw, and it's White's right to decide when this story is over.
Yeah. So
it's
there will be a draw.
It's actually even hard to blunder something. Yeah, like if you move just your king.
Yeah, king g8, king h7. Just
even you can even go king h6, trying to. The only mate you could possibly create would be this, and this. Yeah, that's the only the only mate, but. No other self-mates probably.
Right.
So even if you go king h6, it's still not losing, because I mean, first of all, you can even go king h7, but
queen g5
but this is
king g5 too.
I cannot jump to f4 in one move. But there was some nice end game at some Blitz championship, that in a position where White was queen and 2 pawns, and the black player was just a queen, black won with giving a mate. It was some brilliant endgame. On the top boards, I think
it was Anish Giri, queen h3.
Yeah, that was Anish Giri. That was, and Anish won that.
Right, Anish won that, and it was such an emotional game, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So it can happen, but rather in a blitz. If it would be tiebreak, you should play, but here, I mean, what can happen? It's just zero chances. But okay, Divya still hopes that something may happen, which probably won't materialize.
Yes. And what's happening on the top board of the women's section? Ju Wenjun is trying to hold this position. Black's position looks amazing, but yeah, it's a matter of time until I think Black's breaking through.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that you can protect all the weaknesses. Now Knight has a very nice square on d6, but maybe it is even better to place it on g5. So first we place rook on g4, later knight on g5, so that Black is attacking the e4 pawn. You are tight, you cannot make any moves, and later there is a choice. Maybe you can even go all the way through to h7, h5, go h4, later your king goes to h3, you force some exchange of rooks, and then you step by step you are probably winning this. That's probably lost for White, and that would be, I think, huge thing for Azeri's chess.
Yeah,
is Ulvia. How many Azeri women players is in the field? Not that many, I think. Yes?
she's the only one standing at the moment.
Only one standing, really. So, but there were many players.
There were many players.
Mamazada
gets knocked out on the second round, actually against Alina Bivol.
Okay. I've seen there were many, but here Ulvia, who eliminated Monika Sochko in the previous round, now is several technical moves from qualification. And what's the most disgusting in such positions when you are a defendant? You are just like lying on the floor and waiting to be kicked. Yes, because I mean, what can you do? You just wait for the execution. Yeah, I mean. You just stay. Usually in such situations it's very good to change the character of the battle, for whatever cost is. Objectively wrong, but I don't know, like force your opponent to calculate variations. But
Right.
how you can do that? I mean, now you just can't. So, and also probably Zhu should just play all the moves immediately, like not thinking, because her only chance would be to put opponent in the time trouble. And
Yeah.
what she does, she thinks. I mean, you cannot invent something in this position.
Yeah.
Your only chance is to play very, very quick and put your opponent into time trouble. That would be my way of handling it. Just quick without thinking. But okay, I try to do this in every scenario.
Well, it's not a very easy situation to be in, especially for Juwenjun right now. And she's reaching something. She's reaching what? Bishop d3?
No, she played rook e3.
Oh, rook e3.
I think the next move. Okay, you can play h4, but I wouldn't hurry. I would first play this move.
And then bishop d1. Be careful. But there is still knight takes e4. But that might lead to a... No,
No,
it should
that-
still be winning. Should still be winning. Knight takes e4.
But what if I play this, this, and this? Haha, your rook is trapped. Actually, you can also...
You don't have to take it, right? You don't have to take the rook right
yeah,
away. Because
but okay, now it is possible that the only drawing move is bishop d5 because bishop f3 is a threat.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that would be brilliant. Okay, but
this is a nice sequence there.
nice sequence. But of course, this is just a trap. Yeah,
Mhm.
that after this she has this. So maybe h4 is actually forced. So this and that position. So maybe a correct decision by Juwenjun that there is at least some room for a mistake. Yes,
Mhm, mhm.
but okay, this is quite simple. Knight g5 coming and that would be a huge upset.
And she's done it. h4 is on the board, and she's looking very likely to go through the next round. This is going to be very huge. There will be lots of chess fans coming into the venue tomorrow or even the next days.
Yes. But it's surprising how it happened because we've seen this position here in the opening. After f4, Ulvia decided not to take on f3. I thought this position should be very unpleasant for her. But Zhu played d3, which is probably far from good, and I don't know. It was a complex battle, but when you play such positions, you have to be very, very precise because positionally your position is already compromised. So if you don't do something quickly, in a long term, black is doing fine, and somehow Zhu wasn't able to produce it. Look, she didn't want to repeat moves. No, it was black who didn't want to repeat moves. Wow.
Good call. Very good call by
Wow.
Batalieva.
Wait a second. It was... So we have 1, 2...
Yes.
She didn't
She
want-
knows that her position was
Wow.
better. Mhm.
Okay, so huge applause for Ulvia because not that many players in objectively equal position would go all
She
in.
shows the courage to
Yeah.
keep playing on the game. And sorry to interrupt you, but this game might finish at any time soon. It's between David Navara versus Pragnananda. It's looking quite crazy for the king. Again, the case with the king on h3 is not in favor to those who do it.
Exactly.
What's happening?
Fire alarm.
Oh
it
wow,
seems.
fire alarm. It's also happening at the venue. Welcome back. It was a false alarm, guys. So things like this keep happening. You know, you cannot help it being in a very big hotel with 800 rooms, actually. Yeah.
It's actually not the first time.
Not the first time
lately
you did.
in the chess tournaments, I am facing the false alarms. It was very funny at some European Club Cup. I think it was last year that in the middle of the night there was fire alarm, but many chess players even didn't hear it. Yeah, so they were just sleeping.
Yeah.
The other guys like Sam Shankland just jumped out with his pyjama. Of course, as chess players does, they always collect their laptops.
Obviously.
First they can die, but not living laptops. So that's pretty funny. That chess players are like, okay, fire alarm, I will just walk slowly. Normal people will rather run and escape, but chess players are
also
chess players.
in the 2021, I also took part in this tournament. It's Grand Swiss. And in the Grand Swiss as well.
Riga.
Yeah. At 1 a.m. suddenly the alarm went off. Every chess player gathered in the lobby, but turns out somebody was showering with a very hot water.
At my floor. I even think I know who was that, but better not to reveal who is using so much foam during his bath. So.
Anyway, let's take a look at this game. It's a very exciting position that Pragnananda is having right now. So we saw earlier before that David Navara was leading this game, but now something went really wrong for him.
I feel extremely sorry for David because I don't know what went wrong. He had so many other decisions in this game, and he was always choosing the weird-looking decisions. For a reason, he was maybe the fact that he had to win made him to look for something very artificial instead of just playing natural moves at some occasions and using his chances, because at many moments I liked white position, but now it's just a total failure and he wouldn't even save it. He won't even save it. It will end as unless there is a perpetual now, but it doesn't seem so, because after rook g6 we just play king f6 and there is just mate next. And after rook queen g5 check, we just have this move, very nice one. Okay, cable. And after queen f4 there is a very elegant mate, because this is pinned. So that's just completely lost.
Yeah, and meanwhile, during the false alarm, we had 2 decisive results in the women's section.
But because of fire alarm, I am always wondering, when there are players who are all the time in a time trouble and they are making moves on 2 seconds, what would happen if you have 2 seconds and there is fire alarm or something? You just lose, because you are panicking.
Well,
that's why I prefer not to have 2 seconds, because something can happen. If someone shouts in the playing hall, you think you have 2 seconds, someone shouts, you lost the game.
No, I think the arbiter would step in, because there's something that you cannot control anyway.
I don't know.
Because that's a situation that normally doesn't happen during a tournament, especially
I wouldn't
like this.
put the fate of my game into arbiter's hands. No, never.
Anyway, so we have a winner in the match between Elizabeth Pats versus Bibisara Saboyeva. So as we saw the knight and pawn endgame, it was a winning endgame by Elizabeth, and she converted it very nicely. So she is through to the next round. And the old Georgian clash between Bella Kotanashvili versus Mary Arbitze was drawn today, but since Bella won the match yesterday, so she is also through to the 4th round.
We do have just 3 games in the ladies section. One is Ulvia Fatalieva, which is on the verge of winning with Zhu Wenjun and thus making it FIDE. Maria Muzichuk is now winning with Vaishali, so she will probably win 2-0 and make it to the next round, where she will meet her sister Anna. And the last game is Narva Mai. Sorry, there are 2 more, but Goryachkina is clear draw. And there is Narva Mai, who can make a huge upset, beating Tan Zhangqi She is an exchange up in a winning position. So it's a very entertaining day in a ladies section. Many upsets.
Many upsets, yeah.
And
The underdogs are fighting, and they are.
but that's what the KO is all about, and that's why we like it so much. Because those players in any other tournament system would never even participate.
Right.
And here they show that they are very strong players too, and that's what we love. Unlikely, I mean, Donchenko, we've seen his game. He won't make it farther. His position at the moment looks like that. It's just over. Somehow he simplified it to the position which is unwinnable. It was this moment. He played bishop f5 here, and knight d3 he missed, which is he should never allow that. He should play anything else but it. But maybe he didn't believe that it's there are any chances to win. But probably wrong. I mean, at this moment, if he could even try, just try. I mean, whatever would happen. I mean, it's a better try, or king h3, just not to exchange everything, because now it's, of course, you cannot win this position anyhow. Yeah, I am just keeping my rook on the 8th rank, and that's just a draw. So. So Parham will make it through, and he will win another match without the tiebreak. He won the first one with young Azeri player. Now he will win again. We see Divya offered draw to Alexandra Goryachkina, so it is Alexandra who make it farther.
Right.
While I didn't finish, Parham will await Ivan Cheparinov or young Krzysztof Duda, who will play the tiebreak tomorrow.
And we see a winning endgame in the game of Fedosiev versus Ergaisi Arjun.
Fedosiev winning. Wow.
No, Arjun is winning.
Arjun is winning. Okay. Okay. That wouldn't be also too surprising if Vladimir would make it, because Vladimir, who is now representing Slovenia, he made it to the semi-final, if I am not mistaken, in the last World Cup. Later he played a match for the third place with Magnus Carlsen. Actually, that was a brilliant game by Magnus with an exchange sacrifice. But in the first round, he was extremely lucky versus Jergusz Pehach, because in the second game, Jergusz was completely winning, and he allowed to Vladimir to escape. But it wasn't lost several moves earlier, yes? It was
quite drawish, maybe, at some point.
Okay, but Black was pressing all the way, yeah? This endgame was very tough. But how he got such a poor endgame after the opening? Because I mean, already here white is those two bishops are very good. So okay, so that was some opening disaster, like c5 and that's it. Yeah, this is something what went completely wrong for Vladimir. That somehow, I mean, you made what 12 moves and you are in a worse endgame. Yeah.
Yeah.
With white. So very, very strange game, because at this level usually you don't get into so huge positional troubles after just several moves. And now why Black is winning? Black is winning because you just put the bishop on c6, pawn on f3, you just collect the pawns and that's it. So that's very, very simple. Actually, Vladimir might resign.
Yes, and we can see also in the camera, it's Fedosiev pondering what to do next.
Or maybe he thinks if he should go for another tournament or something, because or he's analyzing his opening preparation, because surely he's not thinking how to continue as there is no. Oh, look, he's even smiling now, so he's listening to me, and he thinks, should I go to Spain? Should I go to somewhere else? Maybe some other vacations or maybe tournament, because I mean surely it's not about this current game.
And Parham is looking over the game, knowing very well that there's nothing really happening on his game, and he should be through to the next round.
Exactly. Are there any emotions left in open section? Daneshvar Salem. Daneshvar still fighting for his equalizing score. He is pawn up in a rook end game, but we already witnessed some rook end games. David Navara is now drawn, but
yeah, it's enough to go through the next round for Pragnananda.
Yeah, though probably he might have done it better.
Yeah.
Anyway, he won't lose it. While Daneshvar keeping the pawn up, it is technically winning position, but as I mentioned yesterday, we witnessed many rook end games. In some of them, we've seen huge blunders, so he still has to prove that he's capable of playing it technically correct.
And there's
just 1 minute, 1 minute 30, so not that much of time on his clock. It won't be so easy. And Mr. Robson is still winning, yeah.
Yeah.
Though he didn't make it as I would do. He won the exchange back. I see. Why?
But he has two extra pawns for that.
Yeah, he's winning. Don't worry.
Don't worry. I'm not worried. It's okay. Okay. And in the women's section, Ju Wenjun. I was about to say that there's almost like one check on E2. It's completely losing for Ju Wenjun right now.
Yeah, we can go there. I thought they are signing the score sheets, but it's not yet.
I think it's just move 61. They're getting ready for, because the score sheet is only until move 60. So they're changing the score sheet.
Rook h1, and what's the problem? That you lose the c3 pawn after rook c1, maybe. Or you can even play rook e1 too. Probably everything.
Everything, I think everything wins.
Yeah, so
rook a1.
Is also good.
Or even you can just take the a4 pawn immediately now if you want to.
Yeah, rook c1.
I mean, after check. Or
what did she play?
Rook c1, rook a1.
No, where is the rook? On c1? Maybe on c1.
C1, yeah.
Yeah,
they
rook
played on
c1 played. Rook g8.
Rook g8 is
some
on the board.
activity, but it won't mean much because now she will take the pawn. King goes to f2. She will take the pawn, and those are 2 pawns, and that's it. Wow. But somehow, I don't know, it feels so strange to be world champion and play such a tournament, because you don't have so much to win, like technically. The title of world champion means more, and also you are tired. I don't know. From one point of view, I really admire that players are not afraid to play. They want to compete, that they love to play chess. But on the other hand, I mean, you don't have much to win, while it looks quite strange that world champion got eliminated at round number technically 3, yeah? But for her, it's just round number 2. And we see she must be extremely tired because she couldn't make it in a classical time control with Eva Repkova, and now she's being eliminated just in a classical part with by Ulvia Fatalieva, so a player almost 200 or 150 points less than she. Huge upset, but I think it's not only because of the chess. It's also about all other things like physical fatigue, some emotional impact after the match, and so on and so on.
That's possible, yes. And we will see soon on the screen the stats of Ju Wenjun, which I think we can add another stat letter that getting knocked out on round 3 by Fatalieva Ulvia.
But at the same time, we should really admire what Ulvia did, because first of all, she will eliminate the highly successful player, highly, because those results are enormous.
Reigning Women's World Champion, of course.
And she rejected this repetition. I am really impressed.
Very courageous player,
because,
yes.
I believe that more than half of the players in such tournaments would gladly accept that.
The repetition and go for the tiebreak.
Exactly,
yeah?
exactly. Because you can happily finish the classical part with such a talented, strong player, and wishing that in a rapid everything can happen. But no, she liked her position, she believed in her position, and she proved that she was right. Yeah, that the position was better. There was there was for a moment a slightly more wide the bar of the evaluation, but it's actually a very untechnical move, because now there is this hope of playing rook b7. Yes. So I mean, why not to play king c7 just? Yeah, rook f8, bishop d7. I thought, and you just run with a pawn. I mean, it's totally unstoppable.
Right. Yeah, I think Black has to take her time actually, because she's in no position that
okay,
is...
it's not a problem. She will play rook bishop e8 just, yes. And you want to play e4, but some bishop here, and after this, I don't know, this. If you lose this pawn, then it can be nervous. But still, I mean, even without that pawn, should be easily winning. But I always look for some options how you can display it, because usually such positions are not being won because you didn't win one time. Second time, third time, and then you think, oh, I should have won already many times, and the game is still in progress. You get nervous, and suddenly you are not. But okay, 2 pawns up, completely winning position. So I mean, what can go wrong? Yeah.
Yeah. And there on the board, bishop d1, trying to stop the search of the a pawn, and because rook a7 is there, so. Yeah, some precision is still needed, even though Black is currently 2 pawns up.
You have to be careful until the end. One careless move can cost a lot, but more time on the clock, no danger. Sometimes you just get too relaxed, but I see Ulvia is extremely focused, so I don't think she will allow this to slip.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the open section, finally Ray Robson won his game, and he's through to the next round, waiting for the winner of the match.
He's polishing his shoes to walk with you now. Yeah.
No, the shoes need not polish anymore. Anyway, this game has been, I think, has caught lots of attention as well, especially among the Azeri chess fans, because she's the only hope in the women's section from Azerbaijan.
And after winning, will she meet who in the next round?
Pet Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Pets. Okay, that will be interesting encounter. Elizabeth must be, of course, very happy that she won't face Zhu Wenzhun, but although at the level which is presented by tired Zhu here, I think she is not so strong player as usually, because here she's just tired, I think. When I've seen pictures from the match and I've seen her photos, I thought she's just extremely tired. Like in the midway, when she was 1 point down, it looked like she's not sleeping at all. I mean, her fatigue, in my opinion, was really visible on her face.
That's possible. Yes, I mean, to play such a 12 games of World Championship like that should be taking a toll in her life. So, a4, rook a7, how to protect this pawn?
I don't know. Sometimes it's better not to protect. Just.
She did protect it. Rook a2 is on the board.
Yeah, that's a decent move, of course. But I was afraid what happens after knight b1 actually, because now there is a hope, like let's say you play this, I play this, if you are not careful you play this, maybe I go here, and soon I can even trap your rook or something. So this is actually close, yes, because your rook is completely misplaced. So you have to be careful not to look for material too much, and because sometimes when we have two pawns, we don't want to give any of them, and we compromise our pieces to put them in some worse locations to keep this material advantage. And look, Zhu Wenjun is exactly doing that. She is creating a knight c3 idea, and now I think you have to play it carefully. Maybe b5 at some point, but it's a responsible decision. So of course, if it would be a safe for black, it would be just a miracle. But already a4 was such a, like, maybe not needed, yeah, because maybe you can prepare it. Now you have to make one or two precise moves, and it's always a room for some inaccuracy.
And meanwhile, there is also another development in the game of Dominguez versus Gusenov. Dominguez successfully defended the game and drew the second game, so he is through to the next round.
But not convincingly, as we already
not convincingly.
Seen, yeah.
Throughout the end, he managed to defend it very well.
Yes. Of course, it would be surprising if he would have lost this at some point, but he didn't play it very precisely, also showing some nerves, some emotions. But yes, he is in a further stage of the tournament.
Yes, and
so we do have one game, Navara Pragnananda, which will end up in a draw. Donchenko Maksudlu, which will also a draw. Danesh Varsalem is the only game which can produce something more. So I wouldn't mind going there. Because we will come back to Zhu and Ulvia if something happens, but let's see if there are any technical issues in this position. It's just a pawn up, but the problem is that there is a lot of pawns.
Right.
And Daneshvar can not only create a passer here, which eventually can happen, but also he can attack somehow the c6 pawn, the f7 pawn. Probably he will just win another pawn sooner or later, but it's tricky. If you lose one pawn, h5 or something, that will be a draw, but probably it's just lost. So it would be a huge comeback for a young Iranian player. And in a tiebreak, everything can happen, as he beat Grishchuk. He showed he's good and shorter time control. Salem is also quite good, especially in blitz, but yeah, he would be totally disappointed. Although yesterday it was a moment when the game finished in a convincing victory by Salem, but there was a moment when Black could have repeated, and if he would go for it, Salem would repeat too. He told that he was short on time, he wouldn't reject the repetition, but Daneshvar was first to escape this repetition, and he lost a game. So in a way, he lost because he was too ambitious.
I see.
There is nice tactical move now, according to the engine, because normally you would defend this like this, but then it's a repetition, yeah? This is quite too passive, yeah? But the engine says, okay, you can play g4, which is probably good, but then you have to calculate f5, which is not obvious, yes? Because if the pawn changes, now it's about maybe, okay, probably it's lost, yeah, but you have to calculate. But engine says even rook e2. I always like such moves, yes? So after this, you just give a check and you win a rook. I don't know why it's so important, actually. And after king f6, okay, it wins some tempi, yeah, that you win this with check. I don't know. It always seems so simple when engine gives +5, +4, plus something, but in real life, he has 16 seconds, and he doesn't know if it's 14, if it's +5, +4, or something. Yeah, he has to be careful. He played rook a2.
Yeah, Looks like a very natural move. You just want to
Win c6 pawn.
indeed, and then also improve your rook from a defending position to an attacking position right now.
Yeah, why to play rook e2, the tactical tricks by the computer, if you just can capture the c6 pawn and be happy about, and it's a protected passer, so very, very useful factor to win this game. Yeah, it will be 1-1. How many tiebreaks will we see tomorrow? You probably have a list.
I have to make a quick count, but I think it's already passing 20 tiebreaks now.
It will be a great day in the office.
Actually, 19.
19? Okay, but it will be 12.
It will be
20.
12 soon.
It will be
I
20.
mean, 20 and then 21, I guess. No, 20. Because the last two games in the women's section, I think, is going to be decisive. So no tie breaks there. And in the open section, we are still waiting for Donchenko and Maksudlu. And that's going to be a tie break.
Donchenko Maksudlu, no.
Oh, no, sorry. That's going to be a draw, not a tie break.
Exactly. So
This one is going to be a tie break.
this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Bardia, if he managed to win the winning position, he will be able to fight once again in the tiebreak.
Oh, I was mistaken. I didn't input the result of Wei versus Ivanchuk. It was a draw, so that is the tiebreak. So that is our 20th tiebreak.
It's great to see such players as Bardia, Daneshvar performing well. Really, totally unknown player for wider public, and he shows so many nice qualities. He is both strong and also emotionally able to come back after a loss. Of course, I know Salem, I like him, he is a friend, but you have to also admire the class of the opponent, and Daneshvar did it very, very well today, because it's a very convincing play by him in this must-win situation. Yeah, now you are just probably putting the rook on d6 and you are forcing some pawn endgame. Later you just put your pawns, and it should be very, very simple now.
Yep. So I did my quick one.
Yes,
So
and
it's 18 tiebreaks so far in the open section and 3 tiebreaks in the women.
okay, so altogether it will be more than
21.
20. I thought
21, and then this is the 22nd.
only 3 tiebreaks in the women's section.
Exactly.
Are they crazy? They don't want to play some rapid
Nope.
chess?
Nope, not at all. And even the last 2 of the games in the women's section, they're going to be decisive, I assume, because Tan Zhongyi is currently losing. Both Chinese players are currently losing.
That's unfair. We wanted more blood. We wanted more fight, and they what? What they do?
They already spilled blood in their classical matches.
Exactly. How many Chinese players will left? Because Zhu and Tan will be eliminated in a moment.
Yes, Zhu Jiner will be playing the tiebreak tomorrow.
And Zhao Xue got eliminated. So
Zhao Xue got eliminated, yes.
So only one player will be in the tiebreak. It's
yeah.
a shocking round, because usually Chinese players are the one who goes very far. Well, we had the all Chinese match for the crown, and here suddenly it is not so good for Chinese players in a ladies section.
Yeah, but what can you do, right? Because chess is really, again, unforgiving for them. 2 matches, and you said it's not enough.
Salem is aware that he is just few moves from resignation. He went on the back rank, but now he's almost in with no moves. So g4, just a very natural move by Daneshvar. And yes, if you go with king to f8, then I can always put my rook to d6 and simplify it to the pawn endgame, and I will always win this pawn endgame because I will be able to
Make a breakthrough.
or I will go with king to collect the pawn. So it's probably a trivial victory. While if you put a rook here, I can come with my king closer. So this king f5, and that's it. So that's totally hopeless.
Yeah, it is a quite hopeless position. Can we quickly check what's going on with the first board in the women's section? How much development has Black made in the position?
Black played this responsible but very strong move b5, because if you capture, I just take, and after knight c3 now I can play what? I thought this is okay, but this is actually not good. But you have this intermediate move, and only now you play rook a3. After this, you just capture. So that's maybe not the obvious move, but since Ulvia went for it, she must have seen this knight g2 move, as otherwise.
Yeah, she's played it. Knight g2 is on the board.
But it was the other,
it's the other knight.
Zhu Wenjun, when she didn't take. She played this, maybe a bit smarter. And though I am not sure if it's smarter, because now probably I can sometimes even take, I would assume. Okay, maybe it's not winning. But
it's a bit too much, I guess.
That's my wish, to give an exchange, for no reason. Because you can even play b4 and later some check or whatever. Or a2 check. It should be winning, but she went knight here, king d3, and what she will do now?
Maybe she wants to put the knight on e1 and then.
But maybe because now if she goes here, it's cb, and this king goes here. That's a huge difference, because with bishop on b5, king couldn't go to d3. Yes. Now with now you have to be actually you have to go here to avoid knight e3 check. Look. This is knight e3 check, and this rook c3.
Just takes, yeah?
This just take this one. But if you play precise move, I was too quick. So there is still some technique needed. And to be honest, it couldn't be better for Zhu Wenjun from the perspective of last, let's say, 10 moves, because there is just little chance. And it wasn't any chances few moves back. Yes, now you have to. Okay, luckily for her, she can just come back and stick to the rook a3, which is winning. But in this line, it is not so obvious, because you have to give pawn.
Yep.
And as we already mentioned, giving material is not so easy, especially if you are only pawn up. Though, I mean, you can barely move here. You can even probably play bishop c6. It's like completely, you are without any options. So it should be easy. But you have to convince yourself, I can give a pawn.
And still winning the game.
And still winning the game. So it's never easy. Maybe she's also calculating bc4, king c4, and she wants to make some mate. But there is no mate.
There's no mate in this board.
Okay, you are still winning, because after this you have rook a3, and this is probably nothing, but okay, that's actually very close to a draw.
So we'll see. And let's quickly...
If I would be an Azeri supporter now, I would be like, oh, my
very
heart
nervous,
would be...
yeah?
Exactly, yeah, because the huge success is just around the corner. And that was definitely not the most technical way, because you usually want to. The technical way would be that you have to calculate 0 variations, and here it's already not achieved, because you have to be very, very cautious.
Right. Yeah, the other game of another Chinese player, Tan Zhongyi, is still in very big trouble against Narva Mai.
Are they still playing?
Yeah, they're still playing.
So 2 games, 2 Chinese games in
the women's, and also 2 games in the open.
Yes, because Donchenko is still trying. Knight f4 will be
What's happening? Wait.
She played it quick, but knight d3 is not three times repetition yet. But she played it very quick, and now Zhu is thinking if it's a triple repetition, but it's wait a second. So 1. Okay, this is 1. No, wait. How was the game? Okay, she played queen d3. Yeah, and now if Ulvia plays knight f4, it's triple repetition. So she cannot play that.
She cannot play that. Yeah.
She has to decide something else.
She took
bc4, but that's not the best move.
That's not the best move,
move. King c4, and now she has to work maybe not from zero, not from scratch, but she has to build it once again because some chances are there. Wow. It would be really heartbreaking for her not to win this, because up to this moment she was playing impressively well, like 2600 level maybe, very convincingly without any issues. And here, when it is considerably easy,
yeah, probably she already imagines the next match and the nerves again.
Did you ever face this situation, like you play the game and you think, oh, 6 out of 6, that's good result, yeah?
Yeah, sometimes I do, yeah.
Yeah, like you think, okay, the game is over, you added a point and you think, well, what is next, yes? Or what to have for a dinner or whatsoever, yeah?
And that's very dangerous.
We choose for the walk with Ray Rapson, yeah?
And then, yeah, so probably she was also thinking, she knew, of course, both of these players knew that Black is in the verge of winning the game, and maybe that gets into her and it distracts her, because the flow that she's been showing has been very, very impressive. And just in the last bit, or maybe not, it's not the last bit, in the end game of this position, that she made a couple of inaccuracies.
Maybe she can still play rook d2. Rook d2 is already over, because this, and if you go here, I play knight d5 check maybe.
Or you can just take on c5 too.
C5, everything I can take.
Yeah,
I can also take here. Okay. Okay, so maybe this is the only way, this, and this, but this is not so obvious. This is not so obvious. He's down to 2 minutes. If betting live, I would bet she won't win it, because, I mean, it's not about the objective evaluation. It's about the flow. Yeah, I mean, it was winning, and now we remember the history. It's very important, actually, and not many players under the sun has this quality. Forget what happened a few moves back. Forget what was the last move. Just play the current position. That's probably one of the most important qualities. If you have it, you are just a fantastic player. Yeah,
right.
Just play your position. Forget what was before.
And she's
knight
played
e3. Oh, and if she plays rook a3, I think we should be clapping, because it's.
She did. What?
That's
what a move.
Really fantastic.
Yeah, she found everything.
That's really fantastic what she did. Not needed. That was not needed, but that's very, very precise. And now after this, she just take rook c4, and she didn't lose any material, and everything is protected. After check, you can play whatever, bishop c6
even. Yeah.
You just okay. You have to be careful not later to take, because rook c6 and bishop f3 or something like that. But okay, you can do whatever. Yeah. So rook a3, very technical move. White is pinned, and bishop a4 loses to. I am wondering if there is only c4, because that's what computer shows. Is this winning? This is not winning, because rook a6, rook a4. Wow. I don't understand too many things. This. And knight f1. So the point is that you have to give this check to win the knight. Yes. So after this, if this, you just take this. But if it goes to the rook endgame, it's also not trivial. Yes, and it goes. Yeah. So this, something like this, some
rook d4.
Rook d4. I don't know if is it so. But why you are winning?
Just king goes to g5 later.
This, okay.
Yeah. Well, now Juventus is thinking, trying her best not to lose this position, but it's going to be a very big challenge for her.
But still, if it goes to this rook endgame, I think there is still little chance. It's not so unrealistic that that some blunder might appear on the board.
Yeah. If Ulvia keeps doing what she's doing, I'm sure.
But I always like to watch such endgames played by players like Carlsen, because he never makes it to the stage when there is some doubt. Like that, it's always without any calculations, just very, very convincing. And I really enjoy watching the technically correct victories. And this is maybe not the best. And now maybe tricky move, because maybe you have to decide. Maybe King C7 is not actually. It's also winning. It's also winning, because maybe King B7 is later. Can you play King B7 here? Just out of curiosity, you can. Yeah. So
Yeah, you can.
this check is but the most funny move is this.
Wow, 91.
Was it possible? It wasn't possible with rook. Yeah, because if you would play bishop a4 here, of course.
D7 is under attack.
Yeah, it's an elegant mate. Yeah. But with rook here, you can play knight d1, and after this you can just play this rook d7 and knight c3, probably winning very soon. So it should be hard choice, but both moves are winning, and of course you don't consider bishop c6 because it's idiotic. So you have a choice of winning moves only. But still, she takes her time, and on 30 seconds, no one is good, so she should be careful.
King E7.
I don't know if it's less optimal. It's probably still good, but after bishop a4 now, she can also play bishop d1 here, I suppose. Yeah,
knight d1.
Yeah, it should be also. It would be great way to finish this game. Very elegant, very artistic. So, come on, Ulvia, finish it with knight d1.
I think she's looking at the move right now. And
Although it's still not decided, because after knight d1 there is rook a7 move, knight c3, rook d7, c4. C4. It's still winning. It's still winning, I suppose, because king. It's not. It's not. Ah! What is this?
Well.
What is this? Oh my gosh. King d2, the best move by Zuvenzun, and we will see a true thriller.
Wow, if Fatalieva fails to win this game, I think it's clear in the tie break. You know, you cannot recover from something like this.
Very tough, very tough. It is still far from obvious, because maybe the game automatically goes to the knight endgame. Yeah, I take on a4, you take a rook a4 probably, because knight a4 is less convincing. Maybe I am able to win both pawns. But if you take, I go knight g3, and
Knight c3.
yeah, knight c3 is lost, I am sure. I just go with king. You cannot move your knight, yes?
Bishop takes a4 is on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board, but the only move is knight b6, which is also far from obvious. This knight g3 or knight d6.
Knight d6, knight e3.
Yeah, you go here, and apparently it's not winning, which is quite surprising. Why it's not winning? This, I go here. And knight g4. You cannot go through. If you would be able to go here, it's win. But wait, this? And no. First I go here.
And then takes on e5.
If you go here,
King
I go
d5.
here, and you are unable to make a step further.
Knight f7, and then just, I think,
Knight
king e6 or king.
This
Yeah.
is okay. It's still far from obvious. Very hard to make all those precise moves by Zuvenzun. But what is helping her? Those are all like by elimination. You can decide that all other moves are just lost. So Wow.
What is saved by June?
But that's why, I mean, it's very important to play technically, because if you look, I mean, you have a position, you can play any moves like this, all are winning. And then we come to the situation when you have to play a fourth line, which is really demanding precise moves. And in those situations, people tend to make mistakes because your brain was like, okay, I can do this, you are relaxed. And then you cannot switch the thinking, or it's very tough, yes? So that's why, I mean, especially nowadays, when you teach some young players about technique and you say something and they say, okay, but it's winning anyway, yeah? But comp says +5, but I say, okay, +5, but it's a +5 because you have to find a long line. I would find it, but I say, better not to make it to this stage, yes? Better to win without any efforts.
Yep. And the game between Danesvar versus Salem have finished. I think Salem might have, it should be a resignation.
Yeah, it surely was. So Salem now chose a black color for the first game in tomorrow's tiebreak. And just to remind you that they are, the rule says that you are drawing colors after every stage. So it is not always like you are repeating the order of colors in tiebreaks. Usually it's just 50-50.
Yep. And in the open section, there's still only... Oh, they have finished already.
Yeah, they finished already.
Maksudlu versus Donchenko. So Maksudlu drew the game and through to the next round.
How many pairs do we know in open section?
19 tiebreaks in the open section.
Pairs. Do we know some pairs or like matches on the next stage, or nothing is clarified yet?
Oh, there's some clarification already. Let me bring it up to you.
Yeah, but that two players are known. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So Magnus Carlsen will be playing Keimer.
I actually discussed it. I thought I talked to some friends and I told that in my opinion Vincent has every chance to make a surprise, but some other people says that Magnus will win convincingly. What is your opinion?
I think they will go for a tiebreak. So I don't know what's going to happen in the tiebreak, but I'm sure the match will end with 1-1.
That's an interesting evaluation.
And we have to clash, actually a clash between two youngsters, Erigaisi Arjun versus Sindarov. It's going to be also interesting to see how well they come up with their preparation and everything else. And we also will have Hikaru Nakamura versus Pragnananda in the next round.
It's pretty similar. Pragnananda Nakamura, so young player versus veteran, and Keimer versus Carlsen. So generation clashes in those parts of the brackets.
Yep. And in the women's section, we will have, Pat Elizabeth is waiting for the result of this match. But we have the Musicuk sisters playing against each other in the next round.
Knight A4 on the board. So Zubenzun didn't see the direct draw in this knight endgame. Not too surprising because, to be honest,
it was not easy at all.
My intuition would say that white is lost, and that's why she decided to keep rooks on the board. She is hoping to reach the endgame rook versus knight versus rook, rook plus knight versus rook, which is drawn. And that is yet another moment when Ulvia has to be very, very technical, very precise. She shouldn't swap pawns for no reason. She has to keep as many pawns on the board as possible. And I am not even sure if it's technically winning. I believe it is, but you have to be precise. For example, if we go knight g3 just to collect a pawn, then it's a draw. Rook e6, king f7, knight c3, and with rooks, this is very good setup because you just win the pawn. She went for rook d3, which is a questionable move, definitely, and it's a draw. Just whatever.
Knight b2 maybe? Or no, knight b2, rook d4.
Actually, I really like knight
Knight
c5,
c5, of
and
course,
rook
going
d4,
forward.
and you give a check, and you can only I don't know, king d6 actually. Okay, it can be tricky. It can be tricky, yeah, because they have both no time. As we all know, knights are very tricky pieces. You can easily blunder something, some folks. No, really, I mean, it's 50-50. Okay, I would even bet that this game will decide on some fork, but then even Zhu can win.
The same thing is currently happening on the other board of the women's section. Tan Zhongyi was -5 and now equalizing. Both Chinese players, they fight so hard. They
But-
don't want to be back home very soon.
That's shocking. What Narva might did, I mean, first of all, okay, she took the pawn, which was maybe not best, but why it is not easily winning? Okay, it was all under control up to this amount. I'm pretty sure for no reason she decided to take material and allowed some.
The c3 pawn. That's quite
She
crucial.
blundered. No, she blundered c3 pawn. Yeah, but it's also, look, I mean, in this position you can place your bishop whenever you want, yes, and just prepare.
For bishop f6, just closing.
Maybe bishop f6, maybe something else. Maybe keep it close to the d4 square so that you can always put it if knight moves. Yes, but what she did, she played it like that, and now bishop is not very active, and suddenly. It does. If it would be on any other square, like any, you would go bishop g7, bishop e1, whatever, yeah. And now, of course, it's a dead draw because, wow, what a dramatic day in the office. I thought that Fabiano's game was
quite dramatic.
was dramatic enough, but those girls, those ladies are just beating this by few distances.
Yeah, both Zhu Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi was in a position of -6, close to -6, -5, and now both of them are fighting back and equalizing their matches and giving hope for both of them to play the tiebreak tomorrow. This is something that you can. You know, it's so hard to recover from something like this for Narva Mai and Fatalieva Ulvia.
Yeah, but we should come back to Zhu because here it's nothing will probably nothing should happen. But in the other game, I think we can still see some changes because it is much more complex. And for both players, it's not easy to play the optimal moves. Although, of course, objectively, it should be drawn, but maybe there is room to blunder e4 pawn in some unfortunate way and lose. Knight e3 on the board. Does it make any difference if you play king here or here? Let's say this is this and just nothing happens. Yeah, king c1 on the board. But there is no direct way. Knight d7. Is it a direct way to make a draw? No, because I played knight g4 and you achieved nothing. Yes, I think there are still some options for black if white is doing some strange things. But after this move, maybe rook a3 is actually very good because it's even not clear what you do with your knight. After this, you lost the game. I wouldn't be surprised if this tense game would finish with this huge blunder because after rook a3 is rook d4 on the board. This is very unpleasant move to meet. Very unpleasant because if you have to play this, it feels wrong. Yeah, it feels like you can lose your knight. Luckily, you have knight d2 all the time. Yeah, but you were in no danger of losing, but now your knight is attacked. You can panic.
Yes.
Yeah, knight is under
Rook
attack.
A3.
Okay, knight f1 or knight. Okay, you can even play rook d1 check and protect it with. Maybe she will even go for it. Yeah, so she will go this, and rook e1 just not to lose the knight, just in case. But I mean, I go here. If I win this, maybe the game continues and black king is worse. Wow.
And it's also not so unrealistic to say that if Juenjun managed to recover the pawn on c4, she might actually firing back.
Yeah, because as we already mentioned, a player in such situation keeps memories, and the memory is that I was totally winning, and now I have to still play, but not for the full point, but maybe defend. If you have even the simplest defense, but after such stories, it can be difficult.
Yeah, rook d1 is on the board, and I think the only move to make is knight f1 or rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1 is a move. Knight f1 is also a move. Both moves are good, but then rook d1 was pointless if you play knight f1.
Right.
Kind of pointless, because the king is farther, and okay, it's not like it changes the evaluation, but let's say after this move I go rook a7 and I pretend I am trying to win, yeah?
She might be looking to make a draw already in this position by playing rook d2 check.
Rook d2 check?
Before knight f1, when the knight is still on f3 and a3.
Okay, and after this?
And then just come back or somewhere.
Even this you have, yeah, because king has to go here and whatever. Yeah. Rook
yes,
d2.
she did it. Rook d2 is on the board.
Yeah, probably is. She is, of course, very angry at what she did. But yeah, you have to accept that it's no longer winning and just make a draw, because the tendency is really not in her favor. Though she still can put the rook on e2, and then this is everything is being defended, and you still can have some hopes. Yeah, so this you play this. This is protected. The problem is that I play rook a7
and there's nothing much going on for blacks. Yeah, black could hardly make any progress here, and I think in this position you already have to start preparing for some plan B.
What will she do? Yeah, because maybe she can go here, and now forget once again. Yeah, I mean you have to be aware of that.
Rook c2, king b4.
Yeah. No Ulvian, no knight g4.
Rook b2 check. I think she's indeed looking for a draw.
Okay, I mean she can always play it quickly to add 1 minute to her clock, and later decide what to do.
They will repeat. I'm sure they will repeat king c3, king b4.
Yeah, we will see if you know good the woman nature.
Yeah, because playing king a5 is a bit too committed, necessary in fact.
Repeat or not repeat? And the other game is...
well, it's a little better for white, but I don't think it's enough for white to win the game.
But is it possible to lose this with any color?
You just have to put the knight and then sacrifice, or even this one.
Oh, very elegant
Yeah,
way.
bishop c4 is good. Bishop c4 is good. Yeah. Yeah, let's stay on the first board of the women's section, because I think, now it's up to Ulvia whether she wants to repeat. Yeah, she's in the position where I'm a pawn up, but I'm not sure if I can make any progress. On the other hand, it doesn't look like a winning position for me anymore. So yeah, some decision to make there. I think she will repeat because she's now...
She won't.
She won't? She won't. Nah.
I know ladies
Nice.
better than you do.
Apparently.
Yeah, rook e2, she's still trying. Not for the first time in this game. She's showing that she's a fighter. That's actually interesting, because I am pretty sure Zhu will play rook a7 now. That's the most logical move, to cut the king off. And later, I mean, there are some tricks, even knight e6, yes? I mean, or knight d7, trying to win the pawn.
Right.
You are by no means better, and if you overpress, you can easily... Okay, not easily, you have to try to lose it, but... Yeah, but it can end in a surprising way. Although I can even give a check. You go here, I give this, and if you go this, I am mating you.
Ooh. Some nasty mate there.
Yeah, but that's what I am always looking for. And this, maybe this, can I somehow produce a mate? No,
No, just rook c7 and then knight g7, knight e6.
Why so minimalistic?
I mean, Jun here is just going after the draw, I guess. There's nothing else.
Yeah, but when your opponent doesn't want to make a draw, she can make something very strange, yes? So if you give her a hand, she can gladly accept the chances of making some stories, because she's very angry. She wants to win at any cost, because she knows that she was completely winning. And it is very, very typical moment to make something extremely stupid. Like extremely. She didn't repeat. Because now she just plays because she can't accept the fact that she didn't win, and having no plan, just trying to play. And 30 seconds, no plan. It can easily go wrong. So I would suggest her to finally stick to the moves repetition.
And she's played it? What did she play?
Check.
Back to c3? Oh no, if back to c3, yeah, back to c3 is fine. Because I was worried that there is a mate on d1, but c4 is hanging, so...
That would be an elegant one, if the pawn would be protected, yeah. So that would be a mate, if not the pawn which is not protected.
The other game is still going on, but it should be a draw. It's very close to a draw.
But there is one endgame which is very difficult. You can play it for ages. It's rook, bishop.
And rook.
Versus rook, bishop, and knight.
Oh, that one.
And
tough.
Depending on the colors of bishop, if it's opposite colors or not, it is maybe even different result.
Wow.
Because it can last like forever, yeah. So, but of course it won't happen here. But it's one. But rook plus bishop there versus knight plus bishop, it could be interesting to see. Okay, not entirely for us maybe, because they can play forever.
Right.
Like there are many pawns to be lost, so it's like 150 moves.
Yeah. And here I think she will repeat rook b2 again, king c3, rook c2.
But you don't know, ladies, we already know that.
No, I think it's time for her to resign, as in accepting...
No, she won't. She will move the knight.
Accepting
She will
the
play
facts.
knight g4. Or knight somewhere.
c3.
Obviously.
c3.
Obviously. I'm sorry, Mrs. Commentator. You should improve your knowledge about ladies.
Ooh. Trying to exploit...
No, but I really admire what she does, because, I mean, I even didn't see this move exists. King b3, now rook c1 with an intention of c2. Will we see any next change of the result? Rook c1 is there. Knight d3 just, yeah, you win the pawn, yeah?
I think so.
And now it will start once again, because if someone is better now, it is white.
It is white, exactly, because of the pawn structure. The f6 pawn is looking very weak.
And the king is cut off, so Jew is no danger. Probably the best, but it will never happen, would be rook f1, knight f5. Just to give a knight, but I mean she will never do that because just a moment ago she didn't repeat the moves. So I mean psychologically she's on the verge of losing, to be honest. Yeah,
I think she realized that this is not winning anymore, and
30
even
seconds.
fighting for a draw, even
less, 27 I think. Oh, I would be attacking myself with the worst words if playing this. Like I would say all the worst things to myself after.
I think she's going to play it, yeah, rook f1. And after taking on c3, knight f5.
Okay, but with pawns on the board,
Still tricky.
Jew will try. Okay, it's a draw, but I've seen so many games like that which are not ending well for the side which was pressing, because the psychology is there and it really does not help.
Yep. Think
Because
she's going to take
you
on F5.
completely
Yeah?
well, it's impossible to lose almost rook and knight without pawns, but with pawns there can be trick one, and she didn't take.
She didn't take.
Though it's smart way of handling it. But maybe now I go rook d7.
She wants to play knight F5 and E4.
Ah, okay. I didn't see. So tactical.
Yep.
Okay.
So white has to watch out the intention that black has in this position.
Okay, so I was, as usual, over-optimistic about white chances. Okay, but let's try to give... Oh, no, I wanted this, and somehow go with a king, but...
I don't think it's enough, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
You can just put the knight on G7 even.
Yeah, you can do basically every move
Every
here,
move.
including giving a knight. So, yeah, it won't happen. Sad day in the office for Ulvia. Until move, I don't know, 60, she played amazing game. Just an amazing game, but it was not... She wasn't precise enough, and that's very, very important. Like, you give your opponent a chance, then it's... Especially so strong opponents. Actually, that's my opinion, that the biggest difference between players 2700 and 2600 is not only in opening preparation, but in defending. It's extremely difficult to beat those guys, even if you are better. And they know all the defensive skills, they are very stubborn, they are fighting until the end, they calculate like machines, and they are very good at changing the style of the position. So if the position is calm and you are lost positionally, they are always complicating the matters. If it's other way around, they do what is needed. And look, Juvenzun is playing for victory. Rook a4, stopping this tactical idea with a plan of king d2, king e2.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, because she feels what is happening. She feels her chance. I mean, of course, if it would be normally, if this would be natural way of the game progress that this position appeared, they would just shook hands probably. But now, the psychological factor is extremely important, and
knight g4 is on the board.
Knight g4, I believe king d2 will happen. Or no, knight g4 I can even play. Maybe I can go here, yes?
That's
and after this I have knight c5, and that's already...
a way through, yeah.
Wow.
We'll see. King c4.
But king c4, knight e3, come back. That's
king d2 is on the board.
King d2 is, yeah. King d2 is probably more like trying not to simplify the position, but it's not making it easier to win anyhow. Yeah, probably there is no way to win it, so...
Yeah, probably. But I think if anyone is pressing, it is white. So...
Yeah, but only like, not because of the position, but yeah, only mentally. But knight c5 will happen now, I am pretty sure, and if you give this check, then king goes here, and then you have to work. Probably what Ulvia should do is to try to activate her king somehow.
But how? When the knight is on e6, it's a bit complicated.
Yeah, you can be mated.
Yeah. Black
But then when king doesn't defend, when knight doesn't defend the e4 pawn, you can attack it. So maybe you have some options like that.
That's true. Yep, we'll see.
And imagine such a game for a tournament's victory.
Yes, slips out of her hand. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to come back from that. And the tiebreak is definitely looking very likely.
rook e1 with intention of rook g1 or what? That was the move she played. Quite surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Why she did that move?
Rook a1. Just some cheapo with rook g1 maybe.
Okay, but now, so maybe her plan is that the other player play this, and after this, you go this and knight f2, yeah? And apparently it's even winning because you are not winning the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You gotta save the f5 pawn. Yep. Ulvi has to play faster. Her clock is below 1 minute.
But that was tricky. She invited the opponent to give this check. As we already said, this gives some options to activate the king.
Now king f7 is on the board.
Yeah, king f7. Now we should probably go knight c5. That would be the move I would go. If you give check, I just go further. If you go here, I am already here. Like, of course, draw. I mean, totally.
Mm-hmm.
But she started with a check. That's also decent. King goes back to g8. Yeah, she already executed that move. So king g8, and now I believe knight c5. Although this is also an option. No, this is worse because the pawn is unprotected.
Yeah, knight c5 should be the move.
So knight c5. Because king here is probably knight e3 or rook d2 even. Yeah, you have no other moves. So knight c5 first, and yeah, nothing happens, but it's not about what happens, but about what you can be afraid of. And you can be afraid of some nightmares here, like some ghosts which are not really there.
Knight c5 is on the board?
Yeah, it is. I have a feeling White will win it.
And on the other game, it's a draw between Tanzongi versus Narvamai. So what a save by Tanzongi. And this is also going to be another good save by Ju and Jun.
Yeah, we already sent Chinese players home and they are about to maybe make it further.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing defense by both players, both fighters, and very, very successful players.
Yeah, this is the last one. Still going on. The first board in the women's section.
And you see, king is already on the 4th rank. I would almost bet my money on white now, because king goes to c4, and I don't know what you do. Knight maybe she didn't want to. Yeah, if there is a decision you didn't make, you still consider it to be not very good. Yes, actually, once I witnessed a game by Zbynek Hracek and Vladimir Malachov at European Club Cup. It was some endgame rook bishop versus rook bishop, some pawns, bishops of opposite colors, and it seemed like a fortress. Like the Vladimir doesn't have to play very careful to make a draw. And what he did, he just seen a way to simplify to rook bishop versus rook without thinking. Yeah, like people usually think for a moment if you should simplify, if you should defend this theoretical position, but he didn't think a second, and he defended it like playing like this, you know. Really, I was the most impressed by that. I mean, he was just without thinking. Huge knowledge, a very impressive one. But also, I think the right attitude. If you know that one position is drawn, just go for it.
Just go for it, right?
And that's it. Because if you hesitate, then you can do some strange things. So once I've seen a game, someone didn't want to go for rook and knight versus rook, similarly like here. And when he already wanted, it was too late.
It was too late. Yeah.
So he lost. And now, if she doesn't take on f5. I
think she's going to.
She's going, but
now maybe it's a bit too late, yeah?
It is probably still in time, but well, those pawns can be tricky. Yeah, no stalemates, no checks from some files.
Or probably after rook f3, knight d7. So if you take knight f5, knight f6, king back to f8, and then knight d7 takes on e5.
But I think you go here, this. You go here. Yeah, you want to use it as a shield somehow.
And e4?
Yeah, probably e4. And now, but knight e6, e3, some check, some this. Because now, I mean, okay, e2, yeah, so I also, probably I will have to capture it, but yeah.
But knight d7 looks a bit more simple, no, in this position?
Knight d7, and what after this? What's your plan?
Knight takes f6, and you have to go king f8, and back knight d7 takes on e5.
Yeah, but I don't
but there's
want
knight
to.
d6, yeah, then d6, knight e4 too.
But I don't want to. I badly want those pawns to be here, because I think that's the only chance that I keep them. But I don't. I both want those pawns to be there and not to move, which is probably too much. Yeah, king is a bit too far to create problems, probably. But okay, let's say this, and I start with this move. So that if you play this, I play this, and if you play this, I already won. Yeah, because no checks. So there is mate next move.
Yeah, she's played it, king c6.
Yeah, I think it's the best what you can do. So king c6, take, knight e4, and it's not so simple. This, you have to be precise because this is a losing move. Yeah, so you have to go here. You have. If you go here, I go here. I don't take those pawns. And you have to be precise a bit, yeah?
Right.
Because this, maybe I go here. You cannot go here because it's once again a victory. So some tricks in the air, and of course we would never say that it will come to this point. Knight e4 will surely happen. I am... Oh, king d6. Oh, Zhu didn't make it well. Now e4. But it's also difficult sometimes, yes? Some players doesn't want to give pawns, but those pawns are a curse here, yeah? You don't want them. You just want to give them all. I think knight e4 was giving
some edge, yeah?
Yeah. Some, you can be tricked.
Yeah, I agree.
And now after e4, I mean, that's the best what you can do. Immediately give the pawns. Immediately. e4, not thinking, because... Rook f4, not the best move. Rook f4 is definitely not what should be.
Rook f4, just king e6 maybe?
Okay, all the moves are still drawn, so...
No, king e6, knight d7, knight f6, that's all.
Okay, yeah, but probably this, and after this... Maybe just go further. Yeah, I cannot really go to d7 because then your king is going out. Yeah, so I have to wait for. I have to make it somehow. That's why I wanted knight e4. Yes, so that I am not covering the 7th rank. Because if king escapes, it's over. I mean, it's over anyway, but. It's about practical chances. Maybe knight e6 first. You go queen b rook somewhere. And now what could I do? Okay, this. This once again. But this. Okay, still nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, still holdable. Well, we'll see which path that Zhu Wenjun will take on this position. This, of course, technically is a draw, but black has to work for it.
Impossible. Impossible that it came to that point. If Ulvia loses this game, I mean, I would never like to be in her situation. It's just like...
No.
I mean, it's hard to even imagine how difficult such situations are when you are not a chess player. Because that's why I think it's much easier to have a partner which is a chess player. Because how you can explain those emotions to the person who never played chess, yeah? If you have a partner... What?
e4 is on the board.
But what? Is it bad?
I think so. I think Black doesn't see White's idea of just bringing the knight.
Okay,
Maybe-
but knight d7 we still go here.
I mean,
It's-
maybe not immediately, but okay, if not immediately, then Ife is coming. Yeah, or probably
yeah, still in control, still
Okay.
in control, but
getting dangerous there.
unless we no,
Knight
she
d7.
played knight d7.
Yeah, so now Olivia has to find this king move, otherwise it's just force mate, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty easy. Can you give some tricky check? Probably not. Probably not. So, but they will play for 50 moves. That's the problem. So our dinner will escape.
Takes on f6 and king g6.
Does not matter. You can go anywhere.
No, you cannot go to h8.
Okay, h8.
You cannot go to f8.
Okay, but yes, I'm sorry. I just didn't consider the 8 rank at all. Yeah, I thought h6 or g6 is enough, but yeah, of course, I was not precise at all.
So now rook has to go. Where should the rook go? Anywhere again?
Yeah, totally anywhere. And usually when you play some online events, you hate those situations because everyone finished and there is always one guy who wants to win this.
Yeah.
And when there is 600 players, usually some games ends like rook knight versus rook versus bishop or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone is just waiting. Yeah, it's such a strong comeback from Ju and Jun.
Yeah, that's a great example. Really, I will underline it once again. How important is to play technically, the technically winning positions? Because if you play it a bit if you take it too easy, just push your pawns or collect material. Sometimes you just give chances and it can easily slip. So. And then you feel like very bad. Yeah, you played a fantastic game and you didn't win it in such a careless manner because it was really careless.
Yeah. Rook e4 is on the board. Do you think Ju and Jun will try the endgame rook and knight versus rook?
Totally.
Or maybe she's just already feeling very tired and then, okay, rook takes e3.
Totally. I cannot imagine any lady who wouldn't try. In the male section, I think maybe some guys wouldn't try it. But once I actually played this at a Polish championship with my friend Bartek Macieja, and when he gave the pawns, I offered him a draw being rook and knight because I preferred to go to play football instead of playing this. I found it much more entertaining because I was sure I would never win it with Bartek, and I believe I was right, but because I mean it's so easy to defend.
Yeah, I also once defended this exactly this endgame against another Polish player, actually, Anna Warakomska.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we went for 50 moves until I claimed for the draw.
Yeah. So now we have moved like 115, and it will probably end at move 165. The problem is that it's 30 seconds for each move, which means one move is 1 minute, so they can play 15 more minutes. Are you happy about that?
Actually, I'm indifferent. It is my job as a commentator, so it's okay. Let's see how things are folding out. I think, yeah, obviously, there wouldn't be much change in the next 50 moves. So we will see. Rook f3. So the idea in this type of position to defend is just not to get your king into trouble, right? And put your rook as far as possible in order to always have the opportunity to give checks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if your king is on the back rank, nothing happens because, well, it's very hard. Well, it's impossible. You will always find a move to to escape, because the problem is that like, I don't know, let's say how we can create that. Let's say I go here, you go here, I go, I don't know, this, you go something stupid, I go here, you go, let's say,
It's a check.
oh, I didn't want to give the check, but let's play. It's white to move this. I go here. Let's say this. How I want to do that? What I wanted to show. I mean, I wanted to put knight on the first rank. So let's say this. So something like that. Even okay, there was some mate on the way, but let's say if there is this situation, yeah, of course I could have mated, yeah, but if there is a bishop, it controls those squares, yes, so there is an option to create some mating net. But here you are always able to go here or here, and I mean this is not mate, because with a knight you cannot control this square, and with a bishop you can this is the winning idea, that you can give this mate. And here, I mean, it's just all safe, yes, because of course you shouldn't go to the corner somehow, not to get this mate, but it's if your rook is far, you always have checks.
Yeah.
You don't even have to study it, because the rook and bishop you have to know, you have to possess some knowledge, and even if you know, in some moments it gets tricky, you can really misplay it. But this is a torture for viewers and for the commentators, because for no one really else, yes, because the better side is not really torturing anyone. The defendant is okay, a bit nervous, because as we already mentioned, it would be really a shame to lose such a position, but
Right.
On the other hand, it's very difficult to lose it. But I've seen, I think Jan Krzysztof Duda won this at some online tournament easily, or in some blitz. He put a rook with a knight on the same file, and that was discovered check. He win a rook. So, oh, we are invisible now, so we can go to sleep.
That could be the idea. Yes.
Dear viewers, if you will hear us snoring, just let us know.
Rook e2 was the idea, and now they're entering. Oh, the third score sheet, move number 121. Yeah, so we have to wait until 165, so which is like 45 moves to go.
But I am pretty surprised that you decided to collect those pawns, because it was really decent chance with a pawns on the board, because there is less opportunities for checks. King was still on the 8th rank, so if you are able to not to collect the pawns immediately, it gives some chances. Oh, I see your friend is on the Indonesian news. Yes,
Yes, yes.
that's a great thing. But that's what World Cup gives. It gives an opportunity to promote chess in your country. The same
Exactly.
was when Jan Krzysztof Duda won the World Cup in Sochi. It was really, really loud about that in Polish media, and it would be great if your friend would win it as well, because it is a huge chance to promote chess, especially in a nation which didn't really have huge successes. Yes, so that would be really enormous. It already is. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Because in the ladies section, it's what, 16 players left?
Yeah, 16 players. They're entering the top 16.
So it's huge for her being
It is
rated
huge.
23.55 and
Yeah.
being top 16.
Exactly.
That's really a result which is saying.
Beating the rating favorites, Sarasada Kademal Saria, and then also Alina Bivol. And she is going through the next round versus Salimova Nurgül.
And that's really a decent chance. I mean, it's 50-50, yeah, because they are both
Obviously, yeah.
2400 versus 2350. It's
At that point, you shouldn't
open match.
You shouldn't look at the ratings anymore. You should just see what's on the board. I personally, actually, coming back to this game, I personally rooting for Ju and Jun, of course, because we're good friends. Actually, at some point, I think it was in Gibraltar, I was sharing a room with Liting Jie at the Caleta Hotel, and yeah, Ju Wenjun, she came to our room like oftentimes, and at one point she just brought the type of, do you know sambal? Sambal is some chili paste. She knew that I was that I'm still liking spicy food, so she brought like some chili paste, like a very hot one from China, and she was like, "Irene, this is for you."
I only played one game with Ju. We analyzed that, and well, it was a nice experience. I witnessed that she's a very strong player, but I don't know her personally.
Yeah, unfortunately for our viewers, this is the only game that is currently playing. All the other games they've already finished, both in the women and open section.
Well, not too surprising. We are already entering the 6th hour of play, and again, 7th hour, yeah, because it's 9 a.m., yeah, 9 p.m. So they are already playing for 6 hours. That's enormous for this time control. It's very, very rare case that you play more than 5.5 hours, but it's 126th move on the board, so that it causes this game lasting very, very long.
Yeah. So what was your record? What was your longest playing?
But in terms of time or moves?
Time.
Time was almost 8 hours. I played in this endgame. I told Rook and Pawn versus Bishop. I told it yesterday. And it lasted almost 8 hours. I was playing German Schach Bundesliga. And luckily I am always booking when coming back from those weekend matches the last ticket, so I made it. So I don't. There are players who play at let's say 10 in the morning, and they book the flight for 6 p.m. or something, and I say no, never. It can go wrong, and I usually take the last plane like. 9 or 8 p.m. That's perfect. I am usually waiting 6 hours later, but it's better than to think about, oh, I can miss my ticket. I don't want to do that. So I still made my back trip, but and the game lasted almost 8 hours.
Wow.
But lately I played also in Grand Swiss 2021 as you.
In Riga.
Yeah, and one of the games, actually in the first half of the tournament, I was playing all the games around 6 hours, but later I won the game finally after 46 moves, I think, or 43 moves, which lasted almost also more than 7 hours, 7.5, I think. So very, very long games happened then. But in Riga we had different time control, which was 7 hours. This extremely long time control.
I remember David Howell had the longest game there, closing like almost 8 hours in one of the rounds.
Maybe Nikita Meshkov's he did.
Yeah, probably. And Howell managed to save it. He was losing.
Now maybe we can discover, because Rook is a strange place. So this, and now there is a threat of mate in 2, and the only move to save it is this. Yeah, because she played King H2. What? No, sorry, I thought it's lost because somehow the evaluation went down. But no, wait.
No, it's still.
Wait.
It's winning.
It's what?
It's winning for white.
Because it's mate.
And knight f6 is
and
there.
And this knight f6.
Oh,
and if this,
see, something like this will be happening. I knew it. I had somehow I had a feeling. No, it's winning. If King f2 just played. There's no other way, I guess.
This, and how you win? This.
No, can you just play Rook G1? Rook G1 is winning. No, after Rook G2, King H3, Rook G1.
Okay.
Because there's Rook H1. King F2 is on the board. Oh my! And Jun is winning this game. What a turnaround! Completely, it's a shocking turnaround.
Okay, now I know that there is more than one way to lose this endgame. Why she went King H2? I mean, for no reason. But you told you have. I mean, no, I can't explain it. Sorry, I withdraw. Wow, what a dramatic! What a dramatic!
Okay, King H3 and Knight F6 should be played instantly. Yes, and she's played it. Oh wow, now she's winning and she's going to be through to the next round. Facing Elizabeth Pats. Rook H8, okay, now she just has to find the dropping back the rook to the G1 square.
Oh my god, and it's on the board.
Wow, what a decisive result there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No,
my god,
it's so
I'm
heartbreaking.
so sorry
It's
for
heartbreaking.
Ulvia.
I'm feeling very sad for her. This is totally heartbreaking to lose such a way. My gosh.
I am not crying after the games, but after such a game, I would definitely do that.
No, this is too much.
This is all about chess. This is all about chess, but you know, you are totally right. She should have repeated the moves in this endgame. At the moment, it was no longer winning. She wanted to win, and that was the beginning of her failure. Yeah.
Right. Wow, the nerves totally got into her, and this is not the way to lose a match, especially you were just so much ahead since the beginning of the game, and now to lose something like this is...
Wow.
Yeah.
You hate chess in those moments.
No,
yeah?
I would. If I were in the position, I would not touch chess for, I don't know, a month probably. Like, I would
Ages.
totally hate it.
Yeah, very sorry for Ulvia, because she really played well. She impressed in many moments, but at the end she's coming back to her home with empty hands, completely devastated, disappointed. And she was the last player from Azerbaijan.
The last in the women's section, yes.
In this section.
Yeah,
so
I thought we were expecting a tiebreak tomorrow between these two players, but turns out, nope. A blunder in the end decides it all, and soon we will see the result in the both open and women sections. But first, we will see the tournament table in the open section. Magnus Carlsen won the all-Norwegian clash against Ariane Tari and is through to the next round, facing Vincent Keimer. Hikaru Nakamura also is through to the next round. Fabiano Caruana seeded Namoro. So is Ian Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri, also Wesley So. And Ding Junyao, the Singaporean hope, unfortunately lost to Rasmus Van. Maxim Vaher-Lagraf, it's one of the biggest upsets in this round, lost to a Uzbek prodigy, Javor Sindarov. Dominguez through to the next round. Salem Saleh lost this round and has to play a tiebreak tomorrow against Bardia Daneshvar. Yu Yangi will be playing the tiebreak against Etienne Bakro. So is John-Christoph Duda versus Chaparinov, Lee Kwang Lim versus Ponomariov, and Wei versus Ivanchuk. And in the women's section, we saw a very dramatic finish on the top board. Ju Wenjun finally showed her class, winning a totally impossible game, I would say, against Ulvia Vatalieva, the only hope of Azerbaijan in the women's section. Alexandra Gorchkina defended very well and is through to the next round. Hampi Kaneru finishing off Olga Badelka in this round, and Marianne Gomez unfortunately lost 2-0 against Nurgul Salimova. Kostyuk will be playing a tiebreak tomorrow against Theodor Injak, and Tan Zongi showing also her masterclass and defending a very losing position against Navamai. Claudia Coulon lost 2-0 to Elaine Robes, a very talented Dutch player, and Maria Muzichuk finishing off Ramesh Babu Vaishali, and will be through to the next round facing her own sister Anna Muzichuk, who won against Ushanina Anna in this round. Harika Dronovali will be playing in the tiebreak against Javakishvili. So it's Zujiner and Yulia Osmak. Polina Zhivalova beating the multiple times American champion Irina Krush. Medina Wardaulia scored another upset, winning against Alina Bivol. Bela Kotanashvili winning against another Georgian, Mary Arbidze. Nino also taking down Zhao Shui and is through to the next round. And Pat Elizabeth winning another very important match against Asabayeva Bibisara. So we will be expecting 19 tiebreaks tomorrow in the open section and 3 tiebreaks in the women's section.
It will be definitely entertaining day, and I think we are all already looking forward to it. Though even the classical part offered us a lot of drama, and tomorrow
For sure.
And it was only warming up before tomorrow, so it will be a great day.
Yes, and dear viewers, you have to get your popcorn ready or anything with you, some snacks or some drinks available, because tomorrow we will promise you a very interesting tiebreak day, a very exciting and thrilling one. And we will come back at the same time tomorrow. So stay tuned and see you tomorrow.
See you.